All right. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever the heck you are. We are live now on Twitch and YouTube, forgetting the platforms we're on the last day of the year. Well, last stream of the year. We technically have one more day, but there's a good chance I won't be live tomorrow. So I figured, why not? Let's get started. Let's go ahead and do one more stream. Something a little more Final Fantasy XIV focused. Just gotta make sure my microphone is active, and I'm not talking to the wall here. Oftentimes, it's a streamer thing. Very rookie mistake is you're muted and you're talking because something happens in real life. But tonight we have with us a sealed copy of Encyclopedia Eorzea 3. There it is. It's still wrapped in everything. Don't worry. Hopefully we won't leak the code. Last night was a test stream, so if you were there, hello, welcome. Thanks for joining. If this is your first time joining, hello. I like to do a lot of lore stuff based on Final Fantasy 14, the whole New Year series. I haven't even opened it yet. Want to know something funny about that? I have volumes 1 and 2. I wanted to open it on stream, and I haven't finished either of them. For reference, I have I'm up to page 49. Sorry, not even 49, 18. Cut is in the back and watch. Okay. Volume 1. I was reading it in sequence. Actually, no, I got a little bit further than this, didn't I? I know I got up to the part where they're talking about, like, the Garleans and the ultimate weapon, different calamities. I must have went to this before. Oh, right. Like the genius I was, I brought this with me to work, and then all the kids wanted to know, what are you reading? Are you a wizard? Why does that book look so cool? Why is it cooler than you? I'm like, you're getting extra homework tonight. Anyhow, so I had to go back a couple times to make sure I didn't lose my page. But yeah, I definitely want to go back and maybe explore some of the content in this first and second volume. Second volume is the one with the sheep on page 49 or something, 100 something, I think. I think it was even marked off. I'm not sure. It has a. The volume 2 definitely goes a lot more into like the weapons and stuff. A little bit of lore on that, mostly from Heaven's Word on Stormblood. So I'm really curious what volume 3 is going to be about. And I've skimmed through the majority of these, but like didn't really stop and read every little detail. So maybe that's a little challenge we'll do. Maybe we'll do like Lorebook Saturdays or something. Who knows? With that said, no more stalling. We are on in 14, so let me just change the audio there. That's where, you know, the music's coming from. In terms of service and all. So let's take a look at volume 3. Here we are. So, thanks to, you know, Elgato Flex Arms, not sponsored by the way, not yet. We have an overhead cam, legit this time. And in case you missed it as well, we did our first sub for 2024, even though, you know, the year hasn't started yet. Abby on YouTube, thank you. It's not what I had hoped for, so let me go ahead and I guess I have a letter opener I can open this with, right? Not, you know. Being that you know where the code is, I reckon you opened yours. Was yours damaged or like have any issues? Bam. There's your official Square Enix thing. Written and supervised by the 14 development team. Man, look at that. Explore the far reaches of Aetheris and even the stars above. In this third volume of the official book. Oh, they had a lot of bull rep? Okay, cool. Because I know a lot of people, the previous volumes was damaged and scuffed. I did take a closer look at my volume 2. And I don't know if you'll be able to see, there's a teeny bit of warping here. Mind you, I've had this for about 2 years now. There's like a little dent right there. Crease. Right. If the camera will focus on it. You can kind of see. It's very minor, but like... Oh yeah, you can see it better from right there, right where my thumb is. Aside from that, not too much. And then one at the top. Which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, if it's not mine, I mean, if it's not huge, like, you know, the whole page is, you know, destroyed. Excuse me, I'm having a bit of a cold or something with my freaking lungs. I've been doing that the whole freaking week off that we had. I've been wanting to stream the whole week, but here we are. Alright, so volume 3, let's give it an open. First, I know you said the code is in the back, so let me just slide that out. Oh, that is a lovely piece of artwork. That looks like Charlian. Damn. I think that might be on the loading screen. So let me just... Oh, there it is. Oh, I almost leaked it. No, it's actually like part... You know what? We're going to leave it in. We're just not going to go to the last page. So there's an item that I ordered. I forgot for the Matoya's hat. And the code that I got was completely blank. There was like nothing printed on it. And Square Enix merch store took like 5 months to get back to me on that. They did thorough investigations. I had to send them the picture and the receipt and everything until they finally, you know, gave me a code. And then they released Vieira's and then race changed and I couldn't use my Matoya hat. So here we are, Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. Let's look at the table of contents to see, you know, what we have. For records, for the, you know, I guess to state it out there. I haven't looked at any of the contents, nor have I seen any of like the in-depth stuff. So all this is new to me. I know some folks have uploaded their stuff on Twitter, X, YouTube, and stuff. So I've steered clear for the most part. So the first book deals with Aetherius. Second book is Children of the Cosmos. Third book is The Distant Lands. Fourth book is Servants of Fate. So how many books do they have in here? When they say books, I mean, for example, like Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring is like 3 books, technically, split up. Obviously, physically, it's 1 book. But, Fellowship of the Ring has, book 1 and book 2. It's part of the same story, and then same thing with Two Towers. So that's kind of how they're breaking this stuff up as well. Curious Creatures, so that's the bestiary or bestiary. Supplements, Solidarity Celebration, and Protectors of the Realm. Ooh, look at this picture. That looks awesome. So I'm not going to read every single detail, but I'm going to read, certain parts that I think might be interesting and at a glance, and then maybe we'll make this like a weekly series. I don't know how long I want to do this exploration for in terms of content. So maybe I'll do like, a section of a book and talk about it. And if I can give like examples of in-game footage or something, then, maybe we'll do that. So let's see what the preface says. This encyclopedia is a labor of love, a love for our star, and the mysteries that bind it to the worlds beyond. It is a compilation based upon the testimony of the signs of the Seventh Dawn, whose momentous revelations have left academia in a state of upheaval. It tells the story of the ancient world's sundering and of calamities wrought in the name of rejoining its shards. It tells of the first, our neighboring reflection, of the struggle to halt its flood of light and prevent the 8th umbral calamity. It further serves as a record of the Telophoroid's bid to recreate the final days, and of man's triumph over the Endsinger, despair incarnate. Indeed, it's a collection of tales that strain credibility, inviting skepticism as to whether the Scions were motivated by generosity or spirit, or simply desire for fame in the telling. Yet although they are nigh impossible to verify, these reports provide newfound opportunities for education, reflection, and discussion all the same. As a work dedicated to you, the reader, and to all those who would ponder the great questions of our time. Source, trust me, bro, is what they're saying. They have no way to verify this is true, but hey, it happens. So let's see. Starting with the ancient world. I don't know if I want to start here. Damn. I'm going to flip through the pages a little bit and see it. Ooh. Just want to take some of it in. Again, we don't want to read verbatim, but also, speak to some of the stuff that's on here. Also, if the audio is too loud, let me know. I love that you can see the constellations and the crystals. I do want to read about the convocation, though. Let's see what it says. And also, for reference, the text is hyper small, so I'm like holding this up like really high. Focus. There you go. I'm going to try to read it from the screen. As previously stated, the convocation was a ruling committee of 14 elected representatives. The committee's purpose lay in improving the star whilst maintaining the balance of nature. Its members entrusted with sweeping authority over matters of legislation, judicature, and administrative policy. Chosen for exceptional talent and virtue from amidst an already extraordinary populace, the 14 never abused their positions for personal gain. That would be grand. Imagine if we had that in our world, huh? They governed sagely from the from the central capital of Amarot, guiding their people through a golden age of peaceful prosperity. Of particular note is that the seat occupied by each member not only dictated their role and duties, but also their form of address, it being common practice to replace personal names with an official title during the period of employment. So, if you were chosen to be Fandaniel, if your name was Timmy or Bob, you weren't going to be called Timmy or Bob anymore. You'll be, Fandaniel from there on, going forward. Now, in certain situations, tradition has been broken. We have Vinat, who was the seat of Azem for some time. And I'm guessing, I think, was the Warrior of Light their direct successor? I'm not sure, because I know they were a successor at some point in time. I should probably read the games and, stop skipping cutscenes. Maybe would actually know that answer. But, instead of, rejoining the star, usually when they finish their duties, they essentially die. I guess through voluntary um, joining the live stream. And Hermes had a very rough time accepting that. Vinat said, nah, we're good. She liked the way things were, and she decided to continue going on, and she had her own purpose, so she kind of kept her name after that. Let's see. Just reading a little bit about the Convocation Stones. Azem, the teacher, pilgrim of the star, and counselor to the people. Elidibus, the emissary, adjudicator of the Convocation of 14. La Habrea, the creator, authority on creation principles, and phantomology. That's a big one. Emeroloth. There you go. Lol. The Mender, curator of medicinal and therapeutic practices. Now, I know we met most of these in the story, but we'll continue. I'll talk about that in a moment. Dudalaphon, the innovator, appraiser of architecture, and patron of invention. Igeyorm, the rhetorician, auditor of debate, and collator of knowledge. They are related to La Habrea, by the way. I think they're cousins. That was revealed in one of the Tales of the Shadow stories that's on the Square Enix page for 14, on the Lodestone. It's a story about, it's from Hythlodaeus' perspective on, I guess, a day in Amarot. They are looking for Azem because Azem left a device, a concept crystal, I think, behind. It must have fallen out of their pocket. And Hythlodaeus is, trying to chase them down to give them back, their item. And then you bump into... Hythlodaeus bumps into various people in Amarot. He bumps into Mitron and Logrith, who are both female at the time. And, they're having a discussion. Igeyorm was scolding La Habrea for something. I think it was some kind of matter, but they were cousins. And that line was just thrown away in there. Let me just lower the audio a tad bit. It's still high. And then from there it goes on to the Hythlodaeus bumping into Hermes on the staircase. He's going some spiral staircase thing. Oh no! Before that, we bump into Elidibus, who just had sad to say, an experience they said they will never forget. And I'm guessing it has to do with Pandemonium. They had just met Azem because he mentioned something about he just had a star-struck, crashing thing with, unforgettable experience. And spoilers for later on, he forgot because of, the story. Then you see Hermes, barely any sleep, college student, no rest, working his ass off. And even Hythlodaeus is like, dude, you gotta rest, man. I'll bring you a snack. What's your favorite food? Man doesn't even know what he likes. That's how worn out he is. But then he's like, alright, fine, I'll eat, I'll rest, or something. And then you see Hades, who, from the looks of it, just bid Azem farewell, because Azem is always traveling. And he had a little smile on his face, and, Hythlodaeus kind of crept up on him and teased him about it. Give him some more forehead wrinkles. Then it fast forwards to the final days, where, there's some really sad dialogue. And forwards to, them in the live stream. Which I don't want to give too many spoilers, which I already did, but... You see a lot of the relations with one another, or how they relate. Let me just turn this a little bit, because I have to, lean in a little bit to see the small text. Nabrialis, the contender, martial champion, and refiner of techniques. So would the dev team be kind of like the Nabrialis? When they decide to prune job abilities and create new skills for us to use? Logrith, the pastor, cataloger and caretaker of terrestrial creations, so sheep and lambs. Or they'd be more like mountains and landforms. Mitron, The Mariner, Magister of Nautical Affairs and Surveyor of Aquatic Creations. Seals. Amit Selk, the Redeemer, Keeper of the Underworld and Overseer of Death. That's such a cool fucking title, man. It's edgy as shit. Pashtarot, the Arbiter, Conservator of Order and the Collective Will. Fendaniel, the Observer, Assayer of Extant Phenomena and Overseer of Life. So Amit Selk and Fendaniel are, I guess overseers of opposite realms. That's cool. Altima, the Composer, Advocate of Aesthetics and the Myriad Arts. Soken. And Halmarut, the Sower, Cultivator of Botanical and Mycological Creations. Mycological is, would that be like... I know there's like mycologists, like fungus and mushrooms and stuff. So maybe like certain types of plant life? I'm not sure. All these big words I've never heard, and I thought I was kind of decently well read. Of a special design not seen amongst the general populace. These red masks proclaimed an individual holder of a seat in the Convocation of 14. Members otherwise donned the unremarkable black robes favored by the citizenry, all except for Elidibus, whose garb was pure white. This color signified the emissary's impartiality as adjudicator of the 14, and was permitted only to Elidibus and those who forsook the authority of public office for advisory roles. Huh. Now that I skipped the page, I kind of want to go back and see what it says about the ancients. The ancient world. Well, I'm going to keep this track on. Let me just keep it on. Otherwise, it's going to keep cycling to place. The ancient world. And I turned it off. How do you play the game? I don't log in enough to know. Alright. The ancient world. Untold ages ago, the star we live upon was sundered, 13 reflections cast from the source to begin their own unique histories. The following is an account of a singular people that predated the sundering, and subsequent attempts to unify the 14 worlds once more. The ancients. So I want to know. In a forgotten age, when the world was yet whole, the star was known not as Hydaelyn but as Aetheris. Those who dwelt upon it were our oldest ancestors, a people we now call the ancients. Compared to modern man, they were possessed of far superior physical and etheric attributes, and were so long-lived as to be practically immortal. They assumed the role of the star's custodians, and thriving on its bounty, their arcane arts advanced to an almost miraculous degree. Devising godlike creation magics, they devoted their lives to the betterment of the world. Dress. The ancients were towering beings, easily 2 to 3 times the height of an average Hyur, and their reserves of corporeal ether were comparatively endless. Combined with their creation magics, the well of energy enabled them to spin items out of thin air. Yet their preferred mode of dress was extremely understated. Most citizens opted for the same simple robe and face mask, and thus attired possessed little in the way of distinguishing visual characteristics. Blessed with heightened ethereal perception, however, they rarely needed to rely upon physical sight to identify other individuals. Interesting, because I thought initially it was mainly Amit Selk and Hythlodaeus that had, that perception thing, where they could see the color of someone's ether. Maybe they were the few that had like a super latent, like intensive ability to kind of, see someone's ether from like a mile away. You'll see like a beacon of light of like, whatever color. If you have a green ether and you're in freaking Japan, they could see it from, Europe or something. But it seems like everyone had a very, very basic form of ether reading, so to speak, based on that last sentence about, them merely having to use their physical sight to identify others. There's a little segment here. In the world of the first, remnants of an ancient settlement can still be found in the murky depths of the Tempest. These buildings have endured far more than 10,000 years, suffering not a single blemish from accumulated sediment or encroaching marine life, perhaps a testament to the greatness of the civilization which built them. So, in the world of the first, remains of an ancient settlement. That would be the dungeons, no? I thought Emma couldn't see it. Oh, but no, they both could. The color of the ether. In the first scene in Aetheris, well, in Elpis, Emmett pretends he can't see it, and Hythlodaeus is like, "You see it too, don't you?" And he's like, "I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. We're not talking about it." But Hythlodaeus does have better depth perception, it seems. And I wonder if they go into that in a little bit. The limits of creation. True to their name, creation magics enable their wielders to manifest ether as almost any reality they can imagine, from simple clothing to cloud-scraping edifices. From mundane species of flora and fauna to fantastical creatures, the ancients wove all manner of concepts into being. It might be said that the people of this age were more alike to deities than men. That is an insane amount of power. Let me just open one last thing here, just in case it's not showing on my end. I don't have a way to have my YouTube alerts pop up in my OBS window, just in case something does. I have it on this dashboard. Alright, cool. We're good. So, yet even the wondrous art had its limits. Though one could create life, none could conjure a soul. A life brought forth in accordance with the laws of the physical world would spontaneously form a soul. But merely mimicking a corporeal shape was not always sufficient for this process to occur. Such soulless creations were merely constructs animated by ether and were classified as arcane entities rather than living beings. You know, that gives the... We're going to go on a rant here. That gives the whole thing of... what do you consider something living? And I saw a YouTube thing of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about animals versus trees. Like, if you cut an animal, like a mouse or something, it'll bleed, right? If you cut the tree, does it bleed? Well, maybe not blood like a mouse does, but it has its structures, it has its roots, it has its you know, its internal parts that, you know, a little bit different. And then the conversation kind of went into, it was a split video thing, because they took that concept where he's talking about how, you know, we see living things as different, you know, we treat them differently. Whereas, you know, if you kill a mouse, some people feel bad about, you know, mouse traps, they're inhumane. So, you know, they catch it with a glue trap and throw it outside, and like another animal will eat the mouse in probably a few weeks, and it won't live as long. Whereas if you really wanted to preserve the life of the mouse, you would just like let it live in your basement. Another thing is, but the house that you live in was made from trees and wood, the floorboards, the roof, the, you know, internal structures, and a lot of trees were killed to make the house, and by consequence, this is going completely off topic, but a lot of animals could have used that tree as their home. So you de-housed a lot of other animals. You misplaced their homes, which probably led to them dying. So, anyways, and then it drifted off into machinery. And how do we know machines aren't alive in the typical sense? Like, we can make mechanical things, we can make mechanical robots that move, but as we get more and more advanced, how do you differentiate if something is living or not? And then, like, a lot of games and stuff like go into this topic of, you know, mistreating robots, but hey, they're not real you know, living things. But when you can make like a mechanical heart at some point in the future, or mechanical lungs, and then you have like this whole like living, breathing mechanical entity, you know, like replicants and stuff, androids, then you get into like a different field of, I guess, philosophy on like what determines a living being. And that's something that, you know, the limits of creation are having here, and that ties into a lot of like how the ancients felt and how Fandaniel was coming to odds with that, where, you know, if they had a creation that wasn't up to par or concept, they would, you know, scrap it, break it down to its elemental attributes, and, you know, toss it out the window and try again. And Fandaniel's like, you're killing these animals, just because they might be a little aggressive. I think it was like a manticore we had to stop that was killing a whole bunch of other animals. And, we had to put it down because it was deemed too violent. Or there's that other group of animals that couldn't fly. And if it didn't pass that flying test, they would have to scrap that concept. And then, with Emmett's help and then our character's help, we were able to influence that and teach it how to fly. It gets really, I want to say controversial. There's a better word that I'm missing. Let's just continue on. Concepts. Concepts are a defining element of creation magics. They're essentially building instructions, designs which lay out the core aspects of the things to be created. In the case of a horse, for instance, its concept would include all those factors which make a horse. A horse. It's a terrestrial animal, has 4 legs. It's herbivorous, has 2 eyes and a mane. Oh, good thing I only have 2 legs. I've had 4, I meant. I think I fall into the criteria of a horse because I do eat herbs. By sharing this archetype with others, anyone could create the perfect horse by following the definitive horse concept. The ancients also devised a method whereby a concept could be reliably stored within a crystal. Furthermore, by infusing this medium with ether, it became possible to manifest the recorded concept without the excessive expenditure of one's own reserves. So kind of like a hologram, like you can store an idea like in a flash drive, which would be this crystal, and you can manifest the recorded concept without the excessive expenditure of one's own reserves. Oh, so you can put it in a crystal and then not worry about, using your own ether to recreate the horsey every time. If you have it stored like on a crystal or something, you can just, start to wake up and get out. Ancient society. This looks a little bit like Crystarian. Mortal history is a history of war, yet such conflicts are conspicuously absent in the annals of the ancients. This unbroken harmony can be attributed to the physical and spiritual plenty provided by creation magics. The need to wrest resources from others through violent means simply did not exist. Confrontations took the form of lively debate, and peaceful days were spent fine-tuning creation techniques. Sharing concepts with colleagues in pursuit of the greater good of the star served as passion and purpose both. Imagine if we could do that, as a civilization, but unfettered creation, however, carried with it the potential for unforeseen destruction. In answer to this concern, the Convocation of 14, the governing body elected to safeguard the star, instituted a stringent process to regulate the distribution of concepts. Individuals wanting to share a new concept were required to submit it to the Bureau of the Architects, then surrender said prototype to a trial period during which appointed observers would determine the concept's utility, as well as its capacities for unintended harm. Right there. Capacity for unintended harm. That's a problem Hermes had an issue with, at least with that manticore thing. Thus did the ancients impose precise restrictions upon the immense powers of creation magics, a natural progression perhaps for a society that embraced asceticism and abhorred wanton acts of greed and selfishness. So we went over this page. I mean, I guess that's wise, because if you let anyone create anything, it's kind of like Twitter nowadays. Anyone can post anything, and, the type of content can just be, dog shit tier. Like, maybe something we're watching right now. And, if you give everyone a microphone, you're going to get the good and the bad. Now we go into the final days. Let me change the audio up a little bit. Now, I don't think I have all the songs. Let's go into... This is a personal favorite of mine. Audio's okay? It's not too loud? I wish I could play Endwalker again for the first time. At least the main story. It was a trip. In the final days. The ancients strive for years untold in their ever more perfect paradise, and it seems they might do so forever until the end was at once upon them. It began as a keening sound from the land itself, in a place across the sea from Amarut. The anomalous noise sent creatures into a frenzy, and even men Sorry, I'm losing my spot. Sorry. And even men were not spared the rising madness. Creation magics went awry, forging ephemeral fears into very real beasts, twisted abominations which attacked all within reach. The ancients were swift to mount the defense. They had other, less volatile arcane arts at their disposal, and mages well versed in their use stood ready to smite the monsters into oblivion. Yet when it came to do battle, the terror which gripped their hearts proved the more daunting foe. Uncontrollable fear birthed new monstrosities, and so horror beget horror, in a growing crescendo until the star was engulfed in a shrieking violence. This grim phenomenon came to be known as the Final Days. The first beastly manifestation was nightmare made flesh. Its hideous appearance inspired terror to those who beheld it, igniting further bursts of fear-born creation. This chain reaction would eventually overwhelm even the ancients' grand civilization. That's fucking sad, man. It's like if COVID or the pandemic took whatever was in your mind, like your biggest fear, and manifested it in front of you. And like physically it could, harm you or whatever, and then others, and then kind of like cause like a chain reaction of fear and whatnot. That's, like creation power, ended up turning up, it was like a double-edged sword initially. It became part of their undoing. We have the Academia Annihilator. So I'm just gonna preview a few of these pages. We have the Summoning of Zodiac, a Schism. Alright. Oh wow, so it has kind of like a sequence of events of how the Final Days came about. You have the beginning of the Final Days, the warning, a question of doubt, the Dynamis and Entelekes, which is what Medion is. Alright, so just so we have a rough estimate of what we can expect from this stream, I'm going to read until Vinod's choice and discuss it, of course. We're not just... So we have a couple of pages, so you can hang tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or until my throat dries up. When you're fighting a cold, it sucks. So strap yourselves in. Let's continue. Starting with the Academia Annihilator. Although many Amarantians were astonished by news of the phenomenon occurring across the sea, they did not immediately recognize it as a dire threat to their existence. It sounds kind of like, with the pandemic. It's not going to reach us. It's in, across the planet. Until it wasn't, On the contrary, the mood was widely optimistic, with some even rejoicing at the emergence of a substantive puzzle upon which to exercise their talents. Well, that mood changed quick. It's like when Goku, finds a strong opponent he can, challenge himself with. Anyways. In contrast to the general populace, however, authorities in the field of creation magics regarded this development with wary concern. The words of La Habrea, a department within the Research Institute of the Academia Annihilator, dispatched high-ranking phantomologists to the afflicted areas to capture and return with a single beast. An in-depth study of Archaeotania, as a captured abomination was named, determined it to be a greater threat than any heretofore unknown phantom creation. The people from Words of La Habrea, that's the folks in Pandemonium, I think, like the Key Wardens and stuff. Horrified researchers rushed to develop... no, I might be wrong. I'll have to check it in-game. Horrified researchers rushed to develop viable countermeasures, focused upon creating ever-stronger familiars to fight in their stead. If the beasts were spawned by man's fears, they reasoned that it seemed to best to avoid direct confrontation. Their experiments culminated in a revolutionary technique wherein a practitioner could expend the vast ether contained in their own soul to summon forth a powerful entity, an art which became the precursor to the modern primal summoning. Look at that. I know in the MSQ they kind of talked about summoning in like the beginning of summoning, but this is kind of what spawned it. They captured one of these beasts, the Archaeotania, the departments of the Words of La Habrea. They figured if it's driven by fear, maybe we shouldn't fight it directly. And so they developed a way of using their own ether and their soul to summon an entity. The precursor to primal summoning. And that leads us to the summoning of Zodiac. This guy right here. Let's see. As the calamity's effects approached Amarot, the convocations of 14 decided upon a ruling. Though unable to ascertain the underlying catalyst, investigations revealed that the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents, mighty streams of ether enveloping the star's atmosphere, were weakest. It appeared as if the star itself had begun to decay, the rot spreading outwards from areas of sluggish or thinning etheric flow. So we learned about this in the MSQ. So it's like, this is the planet, right? Circly thing. I should have a ball somewhere. Best thing I can think of right now is Spider-Man's head from this chapstick I have. Right? This is the planet. And then on the planet, it actually works really well. There's like these little engravings. These little lines, these ether currents, Spider-Man's lines. And on some of them, the currents were a bit slower and not as, you know, how do I phrase it? They were thinning, like my hairline, you could see. And, you know, where it was thin, there was more blasphemies. Yeah, we'll just go with that. So, continuing on. Celestial currents, mighty streams of ether enveloping the star's atmosphere, were weakest. It appeared as the star itself has begun to decay, the rot spreading outwards from areas. Sorry. It appeared as the star itself had begun to decay, the rot spreading outwards from areas of sluggish or thinning etheric flow. Thus did the convocation devise a ritual to make manifest the will of the star, a summoning of monumental scale which would not only reinforce the currents, but also eradicate the beastly infestation. It was a grand undertaking that sought to rewrite the very laws of nature. And that's where we fucked up in Endwalker, the MSQ, where we go to the moon, we defeat this guy and the guy piloting him. We think we beat the bad guy, and then we get the real, you know, crux of the problem. The reason why Zodiac was imprisoned and not killed was because he still had a function, and that was to reinforce the currents, which kind of stopped at the end of days. And yet, despite the ancients' prodigious reserves of ether, this ambitious task would not be so easily accomplished. According to La Habrea's estimates, half the remaining population would need to offer up their souls to provide the staggering amount of energy required for the summoning. Even in the face of impending oblivion, it's unlikely that modern society would ever condone such a heavy sacrifice. The records state, in fact, that at least one among the 14 opposed this plan. The traveler Azem took a public stance against any method which demanded the loss of so many. But Elidibus judged in favor of their 12 colleagues, and their unified resolved. One can infer that it was this difference of opinion that led to Azem ultimately stepping down from the convocation. In any case, thus did the ancients proceed with the will of the star's creation, be it a testament to their trust in the convocation, or simply the actions of a bewildered populace. Not one citizen sought to evade his duty when the call of sacrifice was... That is insane. The fact that... Imagine if we had a similar case where half the population of the planet... That's a letter opener, by the way. I use that to, you know, check my mail. It's just my placeholder for now. Imagine if we had a situation today where half the population had to give up their life, or, you know, their blood, for a more scientific example. We had like a massive creation that required like blood from half the planet, like all their blood. It's all or nothing from an individual. You can't give like half the blood. It has to be the whole thing until you're spent. You know, how many volunteers would you get? Now, if you throw religion and stuff into the mix, I'm sure you can get a... Hello, Vanderson, how you doing? Thank you for stopping by. So imagine, you know, we had something like that in today's times where you got to give up every ounce of blood in your body to get, you know, to contribute to saving the planet. You might get... I don't have an actual estimate, but my guess would be maybe like 6% of the population will voluntarily do it. Obviously, you know, we're dealing with science fiction here a little bit with, you know, we're doing a lot of, you know, hypotheticals. So the fact that most of the convocation was willing to, you know, jump into the fires and give up their essence to save the planet is remarkable. How you doing, Madison? What's up? We're just doing some Encyclopedia Eorzea lore. Just opened it tonight. So, you know, reading up on it and discussing it in depth, all that good stuff. Alright, so. Elidibus made himself stood amongst the chosen, insisting that he should bear the burden of serving his heart to the one true God. His soul took its place at the nexus of the rest. And Zodiark, eldest and mightiest of primals, was brought into being. That's insane. Let's get a good look at that art. Sure, we could see it in game, but imagine if this was, you know, what, you know, I guess Abrahamic gods would look like. Versus, you know, a lot of people have... I don't want to get into that. That's a terrifying looking deity. But this thing saved them. You know, it got shit done. The schism. So, schism is kind of like, you know, another word for split. There was a big one historically, I believe. But let's just dive into that. The newly summoned Zodiark answered the convocation's prayers with potent efficiency, scouring the world of abominations. You know what, let me prop this up on the other two encyclopedias so it's a little bit closer to the camera in case folks want to follow along. There, or I mean I could just do this, right? Let me see if I could like lower the camera closer. Because these words are super small. For reference, the camera's like here. There's a distance of like this much between the camera and the books, and that's how small the letters are. Actually. It's about the size of this book, the Grimoire Vice notebook, which isn't very big in this more. Alright, the schism. So the newly summoned Zodiark answered the convocation's prayers with potent efficacy, or efficiency, scouring the world of abominations and stabilizing the chaotic surge of creation energies. The final days ebbed and faded as the will of the star wove laws to bind and restore. Yet although oblivion was averted, much still lay in ruin. The survivors turned their efforts to repairing the ravaged lands through the rendering of additional sacrifices. Once the star was duly returned to vitality, they would offer a portion of its living energy to Zodiark in turn, thus allowing them to resurrect their sacrificed brethren, whose souls slumbered within the deity. This undertaking, however, was not without its opponents. There were those who contended that the volatile failure of creation magics was a clear sign that mankind could not continue as it always had. Whether the calamity had eroded faith in the convocation, or the grim glimpse of despair had simply woken people up to its new perspective, the fact remained that anti-Zodiark sentiment was growing, and had found a champion in a woman by the name of Vanat. Her followers were too numerous to ignore, but the 14 would not be dissuaded from their plans. A schism formed in the ancient society, and conflict between the two factions erupted in earnest. So they were kind of conflicted. And let me see if I can get into this drawing thing. I know I had an issue with it last time I tried streaming with it. I just want to test something here. Please bear with me for a moment. So while I'm doing that, I'll talk about what's going on. Can I do a 1920 by 1080 picture? Sure. And can I pull this up in OBS? Let me just check my messages. And so it wasn't just, hey, does this work? Affinity Designer? Okay, good, good, good. Let me go into this mode. And that's on OBS, right? Oh no, it doesn't show my artboard. That's right, that's the issue that I had. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I just want to be sure. Yeah, it's not showing it. Interesting. Let me see if I can find a quick solution to this. Oh, the canvas doesn't set when the scene is set to window mode. Mm-hmm. We'll work on different settings. What are those settings? Display capture. Oh, okay. So what I can do is maybe capture screen. Okay, so that's what I'll do. Thank you. So let me put this on one of my other monitors. Let's change that. Let's delete that. So the convocation as a whole, that's my drawing tablet. Where did I put my pen? Stylus? I'm using this pen, just sketch here, and then it does thing on the screen. Alright, screen capture. This is good for our, future streams. And let me see window capture. Display capture link. I'm gonna call this left monitor. Gotta make sure there's nothing, Oh my lord. There we go. There we go. We just, trim up the fat a little bit. So I'm using Affinity, which is my Photoshop equivalent. It is a paid software. Let's put this all the way down. Alright, so with this... Okay. And this is just my toolbar, right? There. Alright, let me just erase all this shit. Just bear with me. Our brush. Is it this one? I forgot what my buttons are. So, you had the planet, right? And it's not working. Funny. We're in pixel mode, right? It's not working. Oh, I think I know what's going on. It's centering my cursor on my main screen. Huh. This is a little silly. Yeah. Huh. Lame. Alright, it's not working. I'll have to figure out a better way to do it next time then. So I don't want to put my OBS on a separate screen. Well, I'm sure that would work, but... it would really mess with my stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I swapped screens. Display capture. New drawing. Main monitor. Sure. Oh, maybe because it's under capture cursor. Alright, let's see if this works. Alright, perfect. Good. So, here is Aetherius. And, I spent more time trying to set up the thing. This is the planet pre-final days. Everyone's happy, you have 100% of the population. And I could have done this in Paint. War breaks out, blah 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 blah. So they have to give up half the planet to summon Zodiark. Zodiark and his big tentacles and his big muscles. And he sees everything. Now, this is the planet now. Half the planet is gone. I'm trying to draw this skulls and bones thing, but I guess I just like a big skull. Rip. And whatever's left is like ruins, broken down. So then, this is like the shitty 50%. Convocation's like, well, damn. How about we wait until the planet looks better? You know, we repopulate a little bit. We get things in a better place. And when it's, you know, favorable, when this 50% that's garbage turns it's like a healthy 50%, more like, you know, this is 1, this is 2. Let me do a number 3 up here. When the planet looks like this again, you can draw a circle. When it looks like this, a healthy 100%. We sacrificed half of that to bring back these guys over here that gave themselves up. Because these guys, maybe they're not as important. And then we'll bring them back. And then we'll have all of our initial sacrifices, the people that we loved back. Forget these guys, they don't really matter anymore. You know, they got to live an easy life. And then Venat's people are like, no. We're not doing that. How can I make like another artboard here? Hold on. And Venat's people are like, nah. We're not doing it. Let's be. Now we're not going to sacrifice half the population to bring back our dead friends. And she had a lot of people that were with her that were, you know, were like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up, dude. So there's that, you know, turmoil and split. Let's get back on track. I think this is getting a little weird now. So that's kind of, you know, a little illustration of the ancients and whatnot. Let's see if this works. All right, we're back to where we should, right? Yeah. So, oh, and there's a little thing. In the mid-level of Anamnesis Aniter, the facility which serves as Venat's faction's headquarters was stored. Huh? Oh, let me reread that. In a sub-level of Anamnesis Aniter, the facility which served as Venat's faction's headquarters was stored a massive quantity of data and concepts. Certain records are said to contain discussions between Venat and her followers, as they debated their misgivings over the Convocation's judgment. And you see that cutscene when you find Ishtola there. So, the fact that was their headquarters was interesting. What boss do we fight there? I don't remember what's off my head. And you can go there now in game. Is there let me see. Is there an exploration mode for that dungeon? It'd be a Shadowbringers, Anamnesis Aniter, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna take a quick second there. Anamnesis Aniter. Sure. That's solo. Okay, we're gonna G-pose it up a little bit, okay? This is gonna be quick. We're getting DMV'd. Okay, this dungeon. So from the outside, this is what it looks like. We are underwater and they're deep beneath the seas. And this is in Norvrent. And in exploration mode, you can like teleport to like different parts of the game. For the sake of, you know, G-posing and whatnot. This is the place that's in the screenshot on the page that I just had open a moment ago. And those are the concept crystals. Yeah, and I think you find Y'shtola here, like on the floor, and then Elidibus confronts you. If I'm not mistaken. Is that in patch 4 point something? Like 5.2 or 5.3 maybe. Shame we can't see the boss though. Just because we're playing Red Mage. I want to be blinded. Why not? eyes blinded by the light. I guess we'll leave it on, right? So it's also a lot louder now, huh? So the birth of Hydaelyn. So now we have Zodiark currently up and about. This, you know, handsome fellow over here. Yeah, 5.3. Because I think that was also the Seed of Sacrifice trial. Zodiark was the first one to stop the final days, to restore the etheric currents, but had to, you know, consume half of the population to do so. Which you could see. You don't want to see that. That was supposed to be my screen thing. I guess if I do this, you can see it, right? Yeah. If you want to look at, you know, the artboards. Make it stop, make it stop. Alright. Let's learn about the birth of Hydaelyn. That's what she looks like. You can farm her in the current endgame. Throw up a Pia. Still die to, like, you know, bullshit mechanics. Chakrams. Skill issue. Alright, the birth of Hydaelyn. The faction led by Venat feared that the world would not survive a second coming of the final days. Remember, some want to continue using creation magic. Others feel like, you know, it bit us in the ass last time. Maybe we should stop. They feared that the world would not survive a second coming of the final days. To prevent this calamity from ever happening again, they arrived at a disconcertingly familiar solution. They would summon a counterpart to Zodiark, a second god to enchain the first. This divine entity was then to sunder all life upon the star into lesser existences, removing from men the power necessary to wield creation magics, and imposing upon them the inevitability of death. To that end, Venat and her cohorts set about liberating the deity, concept from the words of La Habrea, and adjusted the design to manifest a being of light and stasis. They themselves served as sacrifices for the ritual, and through their selfless act was born the legendary Hydaelyn, with Venat as her heart. So, yeah, it was her group of people. Remember, she had a lot of followers. Did it say how many? Hundreds or thousands? I know it's such numerous. I'm just going to skim through this. Anti-Zodiark. And just as her followers were too numerous to ignore. It doesn't say if they numbered in the hundreds, the tens, or the thousands. I imagine it could be at least in the tens, bare minimum. But for them to summon a figure of light, we don't have a good grasp of the population of the Amaurotins. Because if it took half of them to summon Zodiark, which was, I guess, the prototype, maybe she's a bit more optimized in terms of summoning and didn't require as much. Not to mention the parameters of her, you know, summoning are different. She is light and stasis, whereas Zodiark was dark and umbral. You know, he was there to quicken the ether lines. So because of the nature of their summonings, they may have required a different amount of sacrifices. And again, we don't know how many she had. I'd say at least a couple of hundreds, 1,000 maybe. But let's continue reading. The battle which ensued, or a bit lower down here, was the equal of any myth of creation. The literal fate of the star hanging upon every thunderous exchange. In terms of raw etheric power, Zodiark dwarfed his nascent opponent. So Zodiark was stronger than her. But he had expended much energy in quelling the final days, and Hydaelyn, created to sunder and shackle, countered his strength in a desperate contest. Huh. Let me enter like a different instant. This music isn't bad, it just feels a little too exciting for where we are. Read the book. We could stay here. Fish cards. Pretty good. Wow, so Zodiark was stronger, but because he used most of his power on stopping the final days, he was a bit, tired. Fatigue is setting in, and she was made with the express purpose of countering him. She, it's like playing Overwatch, you know, and you have a Genji on the team, and you usually go Winston and McCree, but this is before Overwatch 2 was a thing, so maybe that doesn't count anymore. I don't know how to play the game. In the end, victory fell to Heidelin. Focusing all her might into a single blow, she shattered the world entire, breaking Zodiark himself into weaker shards and sealing them away. One theory holds that the moon was split apart from Aetherius at this moment to serve as a prison for Zodiark's now divided power. At the same time, Heidelin withdrew into the world's core to assume her role as a new will of the star. So what's that theory? One theory holds that the moon was split apart from Aetherius. So if that theory is true, that means that the moon was physically part of the planet. And then I guess it was sundered afterwards? You know what makes that theory a bit more credible when I think about it? Is the current MSQ patch. Where you use the moon to go to another shard for inter-shards travels. But it's like, how though? If the moon is not physically part of the planet, it's, you know, I guess a star orbiting the planet. That does make sense when you think about it like that. Well, I guess my question is, if it's part of Aetherius, which part of the land did it get, you know, cut out of? And if that happened at the time of the sundering, do the shards reflect the... I guess it would have to reflect the cut part of the world now, because if each shard has its moon, like the 13th we just saw in patch 6 point whatever, 4 and 5, then I guess it goes to begs to follow that every let's do another artboard. We'll do another one over here. How do we zoom in? Not that way. That if we really want to get down to it, pixel tool. If this is what the world was like, and then the sundering, this little bit became the moon. Yeet. And Zodiark is there. Heidelin's like, alright, let me copy. Paste this shit over here. And that's, you know, how every shard is now. You have the moon. And then you have... I have to make this a bit smaller. Too many pixels. No, it doesn't have to be that particular part of the planet. But just for reference, that's probably what's going on. I have to look at the Endwalker thing. Maybe it'll show it there. Maybe there's a chunk missing. I know it's on the title screen. So we see the moon. There's no chunk. Maybe the chunk that's missing is on the back part of the planet. Or maybe there's this big hole right here in the middle. Right there. That could have been the chunk that was, you know, taken out and became the moon. And got filled with water. But I'm not very good at geology to say or to speak on it. So, take that how you will. Let me log back in. Okay, now we have the art stuff going on. This is getting good. Thoughts? Let me log back in. Also, I think today's the last day for the Blunderville event, if anyone is doing that. That's the Fall Guys collab that 14 is having. Alright, back to what I was doing. Reading. I was pondering that whole sequence with the moon theory being, you know, part of Aetherius. Learned a lot. Hey Katieva, what's up, man? Likewise. We're doing some Final Fantasy lore stuff. Speaking of Nier, we have the replicant book. I plan on maybe doing like a Nier weekly thing where we discuss a chapter. A little bit of a drawing. I have the Grimoire Nier book. And one last thing I want to say about Nier before I move on is, was it Yosuke Saito or the other guy that works with Yokotaro a lot of the times? He mentioned that there's a big surprise to the Nier series very early in 2024. I think that was the article that I saw, but he didn't want to comment anymore on that. So, who knows? Anything is possible. And also, we're getting the second half of the Nier Automata anime, which I have not seen yet, next year as well. So, looking forward to that. I had a segment on stream yesterday where I mentioned that. Oh, nice. That I want to revisit the Nier series at some point in the future, but I want to get through some of the games first on my backlog, and then maybe we'll go back to that. We'll do like an annual play of Automata, Replicant, Dragon Guard 1 and 3. Continuing on. Oh, they had a holiday stream. I didn't see it. In the first shard, Raktika Greatwood, are murals depicting the final days in Zodiac summoning, as well as the confrontation between the two gods and the two stars' ultimate sundering. Fragmented visions of the past painted by those graced with glimpses of its memories. So we do see that in the cutscene that Emmett Selk reveals to us at the end of... Was it the Raktika Greatwood? Is that the name of the dungeon? No, it was the Katana Ravel. Really big cutscene. Very nice. Very in-depth. And, yeah, you know, you see the final days. You see the people summoning Zodiark here. And I guess the people there at the bottom are kind of like praying / sacrificing their ether to fuel Zodiark, their dark god. Well, their god. Down trail. Zodiark stops the end of days, but then you have people that want to continue to sacrifice to bring back their loved ones. And then you have people saying, no, that's wrong, we can't do that anymore. This power is beyond us, we should stop using it because it's probably what caused this to happen in the first place. They fought, Heidelin won, beat the daylights out of Zodiark, and sundered him in reality into all these different shards and reflections. And that's where we are now with this section titled The Source and Its Reflections. In claiming its victory over Zodiark, Heidelin split the star asunder. Her shattering blow broke the world into 14 shards. The source, upon which we reside when you play the game, Final Fantasy XIV, and 13 reflections that spun off to exist alongside it. All living things shared the sundered fate. Every soul diminished to a fraction of its former potency. Men lost the ability to wield creation magics, and now burdened with a mortal lifespan, their energies joined nature's constant flow to and from the ethereal sea. Damn. That reminds me of Lord of the Rings a little bit with the Numenorians. The one of the many long-lived races of man before Numenor sunk. I think they had some Elvish blood. Now, I might be completely butchering the lore, but I know they were gifted with long life. I don't know if it was eternal, but Aragorn descends from the Numenorians. One of my favorite characters in literature. Anyhow, so they lost their near immortality, their power to use creation magic as well. And their energies joined nature's constant flow to and from the ethereal sea. This accomplished what Venat's people had sought to achieve, even as it left the Convocation's plans in shambles. Yet the Fortune refused to accept their new lot. By means unknown, La Habrea, Emetsalk, and Elidibus, but recently extricated from Zodiark's court, escaped. They escaped the Sundering. Now, I think this was intentional. Heidelin kind of knew they were going to escape, so she kind of like baked that into her plan. And once they had recovered from the shock of what had come to pass, they joined hands in a campaign to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. These unsundered ancients proceeded to seek out these mortals, who bore the fractured souls of their erstwhile colleagues, using crystals committed with what they recalled of each Convocation member. They endeavored to return their brethren, the defector Azem aside, to their original seats. The 14 were reborn as the shadow-cloaked Asians, paragons of darkness, and thus resumed their efforts to reclaim the paradise they had lost. And so, I want to take a second to just illustrate kind of what this was, and let me just change the audio. I'm going back to my house in game. I just gotta find my orchestrion. We'll get it. It's a good one. This is a good one. Alright, let's delete this. File new. Create. Move OBS here. So for visual reference, this is what it's kind of looking like. Let me enlarge this a little bit. Right now I was going to put this back here so we can kind of see more or less what's going on. There's also, a practicing stream, okay? Let me take a look at what my buttons do. How about my pen? Oh, that's the increase and decrease size, okay. Brush, erase, okay, got it. So I'm going to work on one part, so brush. Oh, you guys can see that, right? Alright, good. So, you had the original convocation, you had 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Fuck it, right? Emmett Selk, Elidibus, and La Habrea are like the only three that managed to escape the Sundering. Everyone else that was still... Let me just make sure I have that. Yeah, La Habrea, Emmett Selk, and Elidibus were the ones that escaped. Everyone else got yeeted in the Sundering. When Emmett Selk and you had Elidibus, which we didn't really see because he had his mask on and his white hood. La Habrea, who was taking Thancred's body, and the ARR. And his hood. They were going around. Now they're the Asians. That's where we're at so far. So then they're going around looking for... Oh my god, Emmett looks freaking like weary as fuck, but that's accurate. Let's fix his hair a little bit. He's balding by the minute. It's fine. Now they're finding these fractured people whose soul has, like, I guess, a compatibility to, some of their reflections from the 14th. So if this was like Fandaniel or something, and it'd be like, hey, you kind of like look like Fandaniel. Here's a rock with the crystals. Consume it, and then bam, he turns into Fandaniel. And he has his Asian robes now. Boom. So that's how they kind of, Now, he's not like fully powered like they are, because they're unsundered. He's still like a sundered form of Fandaniel, and they get to keep the rocks. And they're doing the same thing with, the other Asians. Igaorm. More Asians. Right, hoods kind of go over the face, right? And then, whoever else that they find. like Metron or whatever, and that was Gaia. I'm not gonna pretend to draw Gaia. I know she has like the fringe, she has like the lips, and she has like a forehead. Because that's what they did with us in Shadowbringers. Alright, so that's pretty much how they went about their business. Let me, what was that? That's kind of disturbing to look at. Drawing main monitor. Okay, so the Ardor. We are here now. The Ascian's ultimate purpose was to restore the centered world to its original state. Thereby awakening the imprisoned Zodiarch, they would see Hydaelyn cast down, reinstate Zodiarch as the will of the star, then offer up the mended souls of the Source's populace to resurrect their sacrificed brethren. That's kind of like politics nowadays in a different way. Long years did they spend in planning their methodology. Once they had established the means to travel the rift in spiritual forms, only then did they attempt the first rejoining. It was an unmitigated disaster. In attempting to force the neighboring reflections to merge with the source, they upset the elemental balance. Darkness swelled and swallowed the world of the 13th, leaving the ether-starred void in its place. Damn. That's the fault of... I think it was Ascian Prime Aegearm, actually. The failure did, however, demonstrate how the flow of energies between the reflections of the source... reflections and the source would seek equilibrium. By introducing a gradual elemental imbalance to a reflection, then weakening the barrier separating worlds with a well-timed calamity in the source, the Ascians discovered that the rejoining would progress of its own accord, a phenomenon known as the Ardor. Patient and cunning, they insinuated themselves into mortal societies, influencing events and fomenting discord, that their beloved star might one day be whole again. History tells us that 7 times did they succeed, the source racked by 7 humble calamities. So, in case you're wondering what the fuck that was about, we can go back to this for a moment. Sorry, Emmett and friends. Let's delete this one. We don't want to save. No. Let's do a new one. Sure. So we have space here. We can still do it. We can do it here. So, as per illustrated in figure, 1A, here's the source, right? This is, where you play FF14. Source. And over here, the various reflections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 shards. The orbit is probably all sorts of fucked up, but it's okay. We're just improvising now. So, we know that the first one, they tried to rejoin them with darkness. So this is number 13. And they catastrophically fucked up. So bad that it went kaput. Didn't work. You have to do things carefully. We know that 7 other times they were successful. And we know that there was like a flood in one of them. I don't know which shard that was. There was a fire in another one. I know there was a wind calamity. There was recently the flood of light in Shadowbringers. And we know that in the flood of light, this was the first. It's probably in the wrong position, but... So, for this to happen, what they do is they gradually increase the amount of light here. Not too much, because then you get what happens in the 13th. And they also weaken the amount of light here, I believe. Let me just reread the thingy just to say. By introducing a gradual elemental imbalance to reflection, thus weakening the barrier separating the worlds with a well-timed calamity in the source. So then you introduce a calamity of light here. And then the barrier gets weakened. And then you get with that a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then soon this. will rejoin into the source a teeny bit. Now, we stopped this rejoining from happening because, Menphilia things. But the fire one, the water one I know is the War of the Magi, and with Mach and the other civilization that they were up against. Not Allegan. There's also an ice calamity, I believe. So each time that happened, and these shards kind of like went back to where they came from. So ideally, they want to rejoin all the shards into the source, so they have like a fully formed planet, and this little guy, Timmy, can be, Timon, with his ether capacity and his robes, his creation magic, and his eternal life, and his hood. That's kind of what the plan is for the Asians. Just to, paint a prettier picture. Alright, so continuing on. We have now an image here. Oh! I should have just kept looking at the paper because I didn't have to draw all that. And it's labeled properly. So, in my image, the source was in the middle. That was a mistake because the source is up here. Interesting. The first, this is the Shadowbringers one. Flood of Light. Devastated by the Flood of Light, and it's indicated right there. And we're right next to each other. The 13th, which is also opposite of us, was consumed by the Flood of Darkness. Maybe we'll explore this a bit more in Dawn Trail. Oh, the second. Rejoined in the third Umbral Calamity of Fire. So they increased the fire stuff here. It calls the Fire Calamity, which I think was one of the first ones, and it has that in one of the earlier Eorzea encyclopedias. Actually, I can pull it up right here for all of us that asked. This is volume 2, wrong one. Hold on. Wrong lore. We don't want to spread fake news. Let's see. Hide alone. I read all this. This is like the different hells. For history. Yeah, the Calamity of Fire right here. Faith and Fear had given the church... No, so the first one was maybe a time of stone and fire. Oh, the first calamity was the Calamity of Wind. And that was like one of the earliest instances of historical record, at least in Final Fantasy XIV, that we have that documented. Doesn't say exactly what caused the Calamity of Wind. We don't know yet. It says it was not until the advent of the sixth Umbral Calamity, but by the process of elimination, scholars were able to declare with certainty that the elemental calamity which ushered in the first Umbral era was indeed connected with wind. As for fire, let me see what happened. So we had stone and fire. The Calamity of Lightning happened after that. Faith in the above. People got very religious, lots of zeal. And then we had the Calamity of Fire. People became very superstitious, I think, after this one. I just want to read this one passage, then we'll go back to the other sources. Faith and Fear had given the churches absolute power over the realm. However, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Soon desire for plenary control pit rival religions against one another. That sounds familiar. Culminating in the advent of the extended Dark Age of holy wars, witch hunts, and cleansings. Towns were burned, children sold into slavery, all while men and women died in the thousands. With no one to tend to the fields at home, crops withered, leaving those few who had not marched to war to starvation. The coffers of the victors swelled with the spoils taken from their enemies, but there was nowhere to spend this newly acquired wealth. The road to rebuilding would be a long one, but the people were convinced that if they maintained their faith, they would rise as they had done once before. By this time, however, the gods had grown weary with mankind. The hubris displayed by the church enough to convince the heavens that the people of Eorzea must once again be humbled. In the following moons, the sun grew large, parching the earth and sapping the life from all creation. Be it plant or animal, verdant fields and lush forests were reduced to dust-choked wastelands. The The people who relied on them for their livelihoods, stricken with famine. The calamity of fire was upon them. That's pretty brutal. Recent discoveries of the skeletons of large plant-eating fauna in the Grand Wake have some scholars convinced that the Thadland modern-day deserts were once a lush grassland, lost in the fires of the calamity that ended the Second Astral Era. This is page 22. And put my bookmark back in there. Whoops. Good to know. I'm also doing it for my record keeping. Then you had the second shard, rejoined in fire, which we just talked about. The third was earth, rejoined in the fourth Umbral Calamity. Oh. There's like a big earthquake, I think. The fourth. There's nothing listed there, so maybe it hasn't been rejoined as of yet. Which could be a clue. There's a couple of them that haven't been touched yet. Not to mention, there's also, from what I understand in the story, a couple of Ascians we haven't met or encountered as of yet. I think Dudalfon Ultima, I think, was in the Eureka, I think. But I haven't done it, but that's from what I remember hearing. We still don't know what happened to Pashtarot, I believe. Unless they died off screen, they just haven't said it or I missed it. We haven't met Dudalfon or Emeraloth yet. So 1, 2, 3 maybe, unless my history is wrong. How many shards do we have that are not touched yet? We have the fourth. It's 1. The 8th, the 9th, and the 11th. So we have 4 untouched worlds. I assume they're untouched shards. And how many Ascians we haven't heard of? If we're going by the information that I remember, or maybe I'm misremembering. Pashtarot, Bahalmarot. That's 2. Dudalfon and Emeraloth. Those 4 Ascians. Maybe each shard has one of them working on it, and that leaves the books open in case they want to visit that, or maybe they kind of give up their mission. Who knows? So the 5th rejoined in the first Umbral Calamity of Wind. Wow, so this happened really early in Eorzea's history. Well, Aetheris, sorry. The 6th was rejoined in the 5th Umbral Calamity of Ice. The 7th was the 7th Umbral Calamity. That's with Bahamut at the ruins of Cardinal. Like if you remember the Realm Reborn opening cutscene. That's when that happened. We haven't seen what happened to the 8th yet, or the 9th. The 10th rejoined in the 6th Umbral Calamity of Water. This was the flood. This was before Bahamut, with the War of the Magi between the people of Mach and Amdapor. There you go. There were 2 magical kingdoms that were fighting, and there was a big flood that was going to happen. So I think it was the people of Mach. They created the Void Ark because they wanted to kind of use their magic to fly above. Or was it the people of Amdapor? I have to reread that section, but it was one of the 2 people. They wanted to use the powers of Void Sense to kind of evade the flood and land upon the weeping city of Mach and Duneskaith, but as we saw in the Void Ark, almost all of its denizens were killed by the Void Scent there, and shit got out of hand. Key component to remember there is don't invoke demons you cannot control. I don't speak from experience, trust me. Just don't know what you're doing, just stop. And that was the 10th, the water one. 11th, we haven't seen anything yet, and the 12th was the Calamity of Lightning. And lastly, to go full circle, we have the 13th, the Calamity of Darkness, which completely failed. Now, looking at this diagram, I'm wondering if the lighting makes a difference on any of them. The 9th and the 12th are very, very darkened, like a dark blue, and it's more so than the other shards. And it has a thing here, a conceptual diagram of the source. Move that over. And its reflections. It is theorized that the worlds actually overlap each other in position, each occupying a separate, displaced layer of reality. The magnitude of this displacement varies, however, and this circular layout best illustrates the relative distances between them. Huh? It is theorized that the worlds actually overlap each other in position. So like if you have like one here, another one could be like actually here as well. I would have to see it visually a bit more to completely understand, but that's just a model. Alright, so we are now an hour and a half. And okay, I thought this would take a lot longer than it currently is. Excuse the sirens. Just gonna wait a little bit while that, dies down. Let me change the music while we wait. This is from the orchestrions. And thank you as always for everyone that's hanging out and joining and listening in with this whole interesting lore stuff. I know it's exciting and extravagant and very animated and fluid, so we appreciate it here. And since this is both on Twitch and YouTube, you can watch the VOD wherever you prefer. The beginning of the final days. Maybe we shouldn't have this like lo-fi chill music from Amarang playing, but we'll leave it. 12,000 years after this star-spanning catastrophe devastated the ancient world, it was the Scions of the Seventh Dawn who identified and eliminated its fundamental cause. What is the true nature of this phenomenon? What was the catalyst which started it all? A fair warning. Before delving into the truth behind the final days, it must be noted that much of the information discussed herein is based solely upon the testimony provided by the Scions in their widely submitted report. In particular, the events most crucial to our understanding purportedly occurred beyond the natural boundaries of time and space, and are thus impossible to verify. The Scions were, however, instrumental in halting the phenomenon, which erupted in Razat-Han and Ilsabard, and their subsequent statements were free of contradiction. One should also consider that the Forum, a Charlian institution which has spent centuries researching and communing with the will of the star, accepted the report without refutation or argument. As such, while this publication does not assume the following to be indisputable fact, it is written on the premise that accounts were not deliberately altered or exaggerated. Ultimately, we ask our readers to decide for themselves if the words ring true. And that's also something to consider, is that this is written from the perspective of not so much the devs, but I guess reports from the in-game world based on information that's given to us. So if there's any retcons, that can play into it. It's like, hey, this is the information we had in-game at the time based on what Charlian or whichever entity is kind of compositing this information. Fuck out of the way. Hello. What's up, Zia? So, that could be, up for debate here or there. So, let's continue with this. A question of doubt. Long ago in an ancient unsundered world, there existed a vast complex known as Alpis. Sorry about the focus on the second cam. It's a bit weird. The purpose of this facility was to observe life forms brought into existence. Thank you. No worries, man. You're fine. How you doing, Zia? Is that a Kirby icon? It is. I could never get the hang of Kirby and Smash. I tried playing Meta Knight for a little bit. Casually, nothing, serious. And every time I went up against Kirby's, they would kick my ass. The purpose of this facility was to observe life forms brought into existence through creation magics, and then to determine their suitability for release into the wider world. When new concepts were submitted to the Bureau of Architects, it was standard practice that prototypes be placed in a controlled environment, where researchers would conduct a stringent evaluations on temperament and ecological impact. So more or less what's happening here is, if you're going to create a shark or something, or a shark that could fly, they used Alpis as kind of a testing facility where, boom, we could put the shark here in an environment similar to where it would naturally live, and see how it does in relation to its living and how it affects other living creatures. Is it too dangerous? Is it going to disrupt the balance of life if we put it in an ecosystem of other animals? Because there's a balance, the ecosystem chain, where you have a natural increase of life and decrease of life, which is why in the real world you have a lot of danger when you introduce like a new plant or animal that has no natural predators in an ecosystem. It can completely disrupt the chain. Like there's a type of fly that's the red lantern fly in the US. Let me see if I could find it. Red lantern fly or spotted lantern fly. If you've seen these guys, let me pull this up on the main screen real quick. We're told to kill them on command. Because they're incredibly invasive. That's the word, invasive species. So they're why are they bad? They feed in large numbers, they can be a nuisance. They do not appear to be damaging to trees or most agricultural crops, but are having an impact on grapes and some other crops. Sooty mold grows on the honeydew excreted by sooty lanternflies. Spotted lanternflies, sorry. And they also attract other insect pests. And they can become very, very I want to say invasive. Like they reproduce like crazy. On the way home from work, it's like a 20-minute walk for me. I see like 15 to 20 of these just walking around, flying in every building. It's nuts. So, in what's happening on the page here is that they want to make sure that doesn't happen. That it could live. You never seen? Oh, from what I understand, they come from China initially, or they're proliferant in China, and they were spotted in Pennsylvania. I think they came in on luggage or something, and then from there they've just been spreading like nuts. Let me see. Spotted lanternflies. Invasive. It's non-native invasive plant hopper, originally found in China, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Poses significant threats to agriculture and tourism, and has been known to attack over 70 woody plant species. I found you an article. I'll link it to you on in other means. Identified in your home place by the Department of Agriculture. All right, let me continue. So, Alpes, it's like a proving ground, testing facility for concepts, because they can use their magic to poof things into existence. At the idea of, if you want a horse that has like 4 arms, sure. Will it be viable? Let's test it out first. So that's what's happening here. Hermes, the chief overseer of this vital institution, was a man burdened by a deep-seated anguish. His mind was plagued by whispers of doubt, an unanswered question that would later set the stage for the tragedy of the final days. The people of this age believed that the betterment of the star was an inarguably benevolent act, and to contribute to this endeavor was in fact life's entire purpose, to better the planet. Consequently, those who felt they had fulfilled their purpose did willingly end their own existence and returned to the ethereal sea. This ties back to the the seats of power on the 14. So when, Amaraloth's job was done in his life cycle or her life cycle, they would willingly return to life stream and end themselves, and someone else would inherit the mantle. And Hermes was not very positive on that. Let me go in on this in just a second. Let me play. This is what Hermes was listening to, and this is primarily from Endwalker. So they would return to the ethereal sea. Created life forms, meanwhile, were judged on the benefit they brought to the world. A prototype failing to meet the criteria would be deemed unfit to exist and summarily rendered into formless ether, regardless of how fierce its desire for survival. The callous ease with which the ancients took life was perhaps a natural extension of how easily they could create it. Hermes, however, knew sorrow at each casual execution, and grew disdainful towards his fellows who spared not a moment's thought for the potential they extinguished. He began to wonder at the meaning of it all. what is the value of life truly lay? And this, in turn, has consequences for a lot of story events and characters. This is where it all begins. Alpus was composed of several man-made floating islands, and newly created species were released within the confines to be raised and studied. Certain structures on the isles were said to defy their outward dimensions, with interiors housing sprawling habitats that range from deep-sea grottos to searing deserts. So you could have like a little building here, right? And inside the building would be like a massive rainforest that would be bigger than the physical exterior. It's just magic. Dynamis and Entelekis. Hermes was considered an expert in airborne creations, as well as an authority on the celestial realm. Thus, when his agonized musings on the meaning of life availed him not. Let me slow the audio just a teeny bit. It looks a little better. So he was an avian expert. Thus, when his agonized musings on the meaning of life availed him not, he looked to the skies and beyond for an answer. He would create an entity to traverse the stars and send it in search of other intelligent beings to whom it might pose his existential question. Okay. This endeavor, however, presented two main obstacles. The first was the matter of surviving the vast emptiness between stars, where the ether was believed too thin to sustain life. The second was the issue of communication. Even if his hypothetical envoy succeeded in reaching another world and locating a sentient civilization, in what language would they converse? And by what medium? Sound, light, ether. Faced with this problem of the unknown, Hermes arrived at an unorthodox solution. Dynamis. Dynamis is a form of energy distinct from ether. It has been calculated that Dynamis accounts for as much as 68.3% of all energy in existence. Yet its relative power is exceedingly weak. This reminds me of like a scientific thing I was watching on antimatter, how there's like so much antimatter in the world, in space or in the fabric of reality. And then it's severely untapped, but that was like in the early 2000s. I haven't kept up with science and space in a while. But 68.3% of all energy in existence is made up of Dynamis. But its power is exceedingly weak. As such, its effects are drowned out by the potency of ether. Its faint presence so difficult to detect that, until the serendipitous creation of a certain flower, its existence was acknowledged only on a theoretical basis. Oh, so here's the Alpus flower with like different forms that it can take based on the energy that you're feeling. The Alpus flower was designed to be pleasing to the eye and nothing more. Yet while its petals did indeed glow with exquisite shifting hues, this outcome was independent of the original creator's intent. A study determined that the blooms' changing colors were influenced by nearby emotions, with further research revealing the first clear case of Dynamis at work. So it kind of gave me like a way of measuring. Is it still too loud? Or I'm just seeing it now, that's why. Is it okay? Really? There. Hopefully that's a little better. My bad. Yeah, no, I guess my stuff was a bit scuffed. I didn't see it on the actual OBS thingy versus, because it's at like 10% volume right now, that's why. Alright, so it reacts to emotions. Dynamis was theoretical until that point. And now they actually found a way to measure it or to verify that it exists through these flowers. Henceforth, entities which interact with Dynamis to convert emotions into tangible phenomena became known as entelechies. Hermes resolved to make such a being, one that could draw on Dynamis to fuel its journey across the etherically sparse expanse and bear his unanswered question to the far reaches of the heavens. An entelechi's power could, he reasoned, also serve as a medium for communication, with the ability to project and receive emotions, bypassing the need for a common language. So you can communicate with feelings instead of words across long distances. And how could this go wrong? And then you have an image of the Alpus flowers in game. Alpus flower is the first entelechi recorded in history. Its petals changing hue in response to the mindset of those nearby, sun bright in the midst of a joyful crowd, but growing ashen and gloomy in the hands of a troubled soul. And Hermes got that validation when we showed him that we had some of that trouble within us. And he realized it wasn't just him that had the problem. This is all. Medium. Is audio still okay, or are we still competing? Here's one of the titular characters of Endwalker. After much trial and error, Hermes finally succeeded in creating his ideal being of Dynamis. He named her Medion, the shooting star, and imbued the bee-winged girl with a panoply of capabilities. I've never heard of that word in my life. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus on it. Panoply. Let's look this up. I want to know what it means. A complete or impressive collection of things. A panoply is a complete suit of armor. The word represents the ancient Greek something, I can't pronounce that, where the word nav means all, and something means arms. Thus, panoply refers to the full armor of a hoplite or heavily armed soldier. The shield, breastplate, helmet, greaves together with the sword and spear. So it's like a full ensemble. Alright, cool. We learned something. A being of Dynamis. Medion's defining characteristics was her status as an entelechi. This enabled her to draw upon Dynamis to soar above the skies and survive the emptiness beyond, to prevent those energies from being overwhelmed. However, her resources of ether had to be kept vanishingly small. So she had no ether herself. She was like a very, very thin piece of hair almost, Empathy. Using Dynamis as a medium, Medion was able to read and understand the emotions of sentient entities, and project her own emotions in similar fashion. By circumventing the need for a language or to interpret expressions or gestures, it served as an efficient means of communication. I mean, yes, but the fact that it can project as well, that might be a problem, as we'll see, hopefully. Camouflage and adaptation. Medion was capable of manipulating her corporeal ether. This ability allowed her to perform such feats such as taking the form of a small bird for faster flight, or matching the ambient ether to conceal her presence, invisibility. Shared consciousness. Hermes' question was highly philosophical in nature, and unlikely to generate a single straightforward answer. What is the meaning of life? Is, what he was asking, essentially. Assuming an overarching truth did exist, it would only be understood by casting his net wide and comparing as many potential answers as possible. Thus did he create Medion not as an individual, but as a great flock of Metea, all sharing the same consciousness. While her sisters scoured the stars for intelligent life, carrying out their quest for knowledge in parallel, a single Medion would remain behind to report their discoveries to Hermes, by accessing their shared mind. For this feat, as well as the sisters rely upon the energies of Dynamis, its ubiquitous presence allows them to sustain a link across unimaginable distances. So, here's how they work. We're doing some more illustrations here in just a second. We're gonna do some Medion lore. Let's continue with this. Alright, so you have Hermes down here, right? It looks like Yoshi P a little bit. So you have Hermes here. He creates the birds. It's Medion. He keeps one with him, and he sends all the other ones out across like the different, planets, different, deep space. And they can, report what it is that they see back to the original one here. So that, he could hear her message. More or less is what's going on. And because they're made out of Dynamis, primarily, they can go super far with, and they have a lot of capabilities. They can understand feelings. So if someone is like mad, she can then, or this one can understand and interpret that message and send the Madge back to the original one. And then, he'll get his response. That's kind of more or less what happened in a larger, form. And that's, that shared consciousness part thing. And then we have the End Singer. This is the final boss of the Endwalker MSQ for start of the expansion. And as you can see, it has some similarities to Medion. You have little birds down here. It's other Entelekis. And they kind of shared this conscious. Wrong boss. No, you're right. Be this one. The End Singer. The Metea departed Alpis for the heavens, and after each completed her lonely journey through the empty expanse, arrived at their assigned stars. Instead of the warm and thoughtful answers they expected, however, they were greeted by cold despair. On the first world, Medion found traces of civilization but no extant life forms. The second world, too, featured scattered remnants of ruined buildings. With no life detected beneath the ice which encased the surface. It was in the Third World where she recovered evidence of a large population centers, and made contact with the lingering essence of those who claimed to have once been mortal beings. Calling themselves the Iya, these now purely spiritual entities dismissed Medion's questions of meaning. Their society had advanced so far as to achieve a form of immortality, but when their endless pursuit of wisdom revealed to them the inescapable death of the universe, they concluded that life itself was meaningless. Her subsequent discoveries remained as grim. The Fourth World appeared to have suffered an outbreak of some deadly plague or politent, leading to mass extinction. Medion managed a brief interaction with inhabitants of the Sixth World, but environmental devastation gave rise to a plague similar to that of the Fourth Star, bringing about their demise soon after. She arrived to find the Eighth World in the midst of a titanic conflict, her attempts at communicating ending abruptly when the two factions annihilated each other with weapons of mass destruction. This is in the Dead Ends the first couple of the first um people where you can see him like pull the trigger to like unleash like the nukes. The 16th civilization had replaced their flesh with machinery and expanded their conquest to stars beyond their own. Victory had followed. Victory, yet the supreme intelligence and command saw no salvation at the peak of self-evolution, and so chose for its people the oblivion of utter stasis. The 17th world had been a paradise of arcane wonder, yet chose to summon an entity that could erase them from an existence ultimately devoid of purpose. The 18th had fought and lost against the forces of the 16th. Its inhabitants slaughtered in the invasion. Though they walked different paths to reach it, each and every civilization had ended in ruin. Their people cursing life itself. Medion, with her inherent empathy, could not help but embrace the pain of those stars as her own. The burden, transforming her into a being of despair and desolation. The powerfully projected emotions of an entelechy affected the ambient dynamis, causing the manifestation of phenomena. If ruin was inevitable, if life was without meaning, then she would spare all life from the misery of existence. She would give them death without the possibility of rebirth. She would become the end singer and usher the universe to its final days. Damn. So yeah, she saw nothing but death and despair, and I guess that's the answer that she arrived at. And figured, screw it, if you're gonna all die anyways, let me help you speed up the process. You know. We are almost done, guys, don't worry. It's almost finished. Stream's close to being done, and we'll do some Genshin Impact. The final days, then and now. Is this just a loop? It is. We'll do this for next. Let's go back to this one for now. The final days then and now. The final days were driven by an immense wave of dynamis sent forth by the endless singer from her nest at the edge of creation. Though a weak energy in essence, dynamis filled the cosmos, and Medion's intense emotions called this vast reservoir forward to crash over the stars in a never-ending torrent. Yet even such a voluminous and relentless assault of dynamis could be negated should a world be encompassed in a solid layer of the inherently more powerful ether, which is exactly what Zodiac did. Zodiac, reinforcing the celestial currents to quell the calamity in ancient times, was an example of this principle in action. These reinforcements were removed, however, when the Ascian Fandaniel put his twisted schemes into motion, orchestrating the reawakening and subsequent death of Zodiac. The natural laws rewritten by the eldest primal began to unravel, and the final days once more seeped in through the weakened currents above Thavnair and its surrounds. Comparisons between the past and present day occurrence of this calamity show an almost identical progression. Both instances erupted in regions where the celestial ether was thin. The arrival of the final days heralded by keening from the earth, and fires in the sky. Both saw the appearance of beastly abominations whose attacks on the populace spread panic and death. It was the manner in which those beasts manifested, however, where the two calamities diverged. In the ancient days, the beasts were spawned by creation magics gone awry, while in the modern age, it was the people themselves who underwent ghastly transformation. That's right! Not that I forgot, but I mean, I sort of forgot that, and in the ancients, it wasn't them that got transformed, it was their invasive thoughts that manifested into the beasts. Whereas in modern day, like we almost saw with Matsya, who didn't transform, but the people around them, even in you see it in Vanaspati, the dungeon. One of the Arkasadara people, the elephant folks, she's the mother, I think, with her two kids. There's one of the polls where the kid's saying, I'm scared, mom, or whatever, and then she gives into despair, and she transforms, and then the kids, I guess, just lose their shit and they transform too, and then we have to kill little elephant babies and monstrosities that they've transformed into. You gotta use proper terminology. Pretty messed up stuff when you think about it. Beasts and blasphemies. Oh no. This was the guy, he killed the guy from Tavner. Not Varshan, but I can't believe I'm forgetting his name right now. How terrible of me. Let's continue. Every account to date names Razahan as the location of the first verified case of spontaneous transformation. Why is it so out of focus? Excuse me. Sorry that the text is all garbled up, guys. It was in this hub of commerce that the merchant Kalzal, that was his name, the leader of a major trading consortium, suddenly turned it into a nightmarish beast. Subsequent research found that it was those overwhelmed by despair or other emotional burdens who succumbed to the change, the dramatic physical alteration, a result of the Endsinger's despair-laden dynamis, reacting to the victim's own sense of hopelessness. Once the process began, corporeal ether would rapidly decay, leaving only a dynamis-animated husk. In Razat-Han, they perceived this initial case as a blasphemy against their beast-headed gods. Other nations quickly adopted the naming, applying the title of blasphemy to each beast which appeared in a region. Zvarbanu was the name given to the blasphemy of Thavner, and the mindless terror inspired by its abhorrent form twisted one victim into another into beasts. The fear and despair fed upon itself, causing a succession of transformations that accounted for many of the final day's fatalities. Yeah, so he's the final boss of Vanaspati, and that's probably one of my favorite parts of the Endwalker MSQs, right after the Moon chapter. You come back and everything's unraveling. I just want to like publish my footage, man. I have it. I just gotta tinker it. Vinat's choice. Vinat would one day be the driving force behind the summoning of Hydaelyn. Yet even before that, she was a prominent and venerated figure in ancient society. An astute former member of the Convocation who, after ceding the office of Azentor, her successor, made the unusual choice to take the white robes of an advisor rather than return to the Star as was custom. This is the example I mentioned earlier. Upon meeting the time-traveling champion of the Scions, which is you know, Warrior of Light, Vinat deduced at a glance that their unusual visitor had arrived from the future. She also accepted the news of the looming calamity without hesitation, and lent her aid to an investigation that would eventually reveal how the Matea's bleak encounters amongst the stars gave rise to the Endsinger in her final days. Ultimately, the concerned agents failed to apprehend the Medion, who remained in Aetheris. Vinat did, however, succeed in marking the fleeting Enteleki with a tracking rune, thus ensuring the possibility for a future confrontation with the Endsinger. Following the champion's departure, Vinat began laying plans to prepare for what was to come. The Convocation would summon Zodiark, and his will would delay the inevitable for a time, but Vinat convinced her followers that Hydaelyn in her sundering was the only path forward. By splitting the star, they intended that all life upon it would be diminished in power, mankind included. Their unending lives would become short and limited, the thinning of their ether precluding the use of creation magics. Yet the reduction in corporeal ether would improve man's connection to Dynamis. Those who inherited this underworld would be Entelekis, capable warriors, whom Vinat hoped would one day stand against the Endsinger in her inexorable despair. So, we're all Entelekis, essentially, huh? Most of the population doesn't know it. With her own mastery over Dynamis, however, Medion made for a surprisingly daunting foe. Believing that mankind should have another option, Vinat prepared for them the means to flee the stars should they choose. Now ensconced as the heart of Hydaelyn, she brought into being a race of familiars, the Loperts, and bade them ready Zodiark's lunar prison for a potential voyage into the great expanse. As the will of the star, she touched the lives of those blessed with the Echo, granting them knowledge and protection. She knew that with the Yassians scheming to rejoin the worlds, the final days bearing down with unstoppable momentum, such heroes would be sorely needed. And here we have the moon base, where Zodiac is in prison for one. The Loperts, her people, are preparing a vessel for. Well, preparing the moon to be used as a vessel to escape should we, as as a people, decide that flee. What is that Heidelin quote? Or flee and something. She says it during her transition. Let me see if I could find it. It's not flee and never return. Heidelin quote. Oh my lord. She says it during her boss fight. I can't seem to find it. Heidelin boss quotes. Maybe Heidelin trial. It's not me ever walking the light. She says it right before her ultimate attack after you kill the ads. Anyways, I'll see it. I'll find it some other time. And I think that will wrap up our 14 section of the stream tonight. Charlene and the Ethereal Sea will be next. Maybe on the next episode. I just want to see where this leads to. So now Venat became Heidelin. The Loperts are preparing the moon. Bargains and proposals. We have the Ragnaroks. This is all like the Endwalker story. I'm gonna skim ahead just to see like the rest of the content of the book. Let me just adjust the camera a little bit. So we have Norbrent in the first. It goes about, into the Crystarium and whatnot. Talks about Lakeland, Calusia, Nabatha, Rangulmore. The Tempest. The first incarnation of the Indigo Deep. These tumultuous seas are home to the Hagen-like race known as the Ondo. Before the flood of light, the open ocean beyond was said to churn beneath frequent and fierce storms. Oh, okay, and it goes into the history of it. Norrent, the age of Ronka, early civilization, the lost arts, Ronkan magic, necromancy. You had the Elven Kingdom. That's, I think, Elmeg down there. The birth of Vobert. So this is a lot of the Shadowbringer stuff. So we didn't get an encyclopedia for Shadowbringers. This is essentially that. The Shadowkeeper cometh. I saw a lot of people talk about the Shadowkeeper in lore, and I don't know why. I don't have the mount, nor do I have them. There's something. I just want to look at this chapter. The diverse factions of Norvrent kept each other in check, and so history knew a brief span of tranquility. As travel between nations became more common, so too did trade, and with the deepening economic ties were territorial borders greater solidified and respected. Not every eye, however, looked upon these developments with approval. As time went on, there emerged in Lakeland a group of disaffected nobles who wished for a return to the golden age of elves. Had a zealous yearning for past glories been the extent of their transgressions, then naught may have come of it. But when they fell under the influence of the Shadowkeeper, darkness began to creep over Noverant's lands. The Shadowkeeper worked in secret, sending out agents to encourage dissidents and fan the flames of insurrection. The Shadowkeeper, by the way. This mysterious mastermind then empowered the traditionalists, transforming them into wolf-like creatures of uncommon strength and swiftness. Although few in number, they were now possessed of a terrible power and went on to stage a bloody coup against the weak-willed king. It's like U.S. history. They set the Shadowkeeper upon the throne and so began a campaign to retake control of all that had once been theirs. Their success, however, was short-lived. Even as the traditionalists mustered their forces to invade the kingdom of Vobert, a group of 5 unlikely champions brought their plans to a standstill. Led by a young man named Ardbert, these heroic companions threw down the Shadowkeeper and for a time restored peace to the troubled realm. Well, that didn't tell me a whole lot. Oh, Ardbert journeys begins. We will save Ardbert's journey for next time, I think. That would be a good idea. I'm very interested in seeing what we can learn about Ardbert and what may come. Mage a few words, a sorcerer's stone, the Greatwood Hunt. Because Ardbert, as we learn in Shadowbringers, and also parts of Heaven of the Ward, with the Warriors of Darkness chapter, which is patch 3.1 or 3.2, I believe, was our counterpart on his world on the first. Moonblight. I haven't done all the role quests yet for Shadowbringers, so maybe I should do that in game. A name spoken in whispers. The Shadowkeeper. Oh. Who is a Shadowkeeper? Does it say? I'm just skimming through this really quick. I mean, I'll speed read it out loud, but I don't expect folks to follow it. Around the time Ardbert and his comrades left Hammer, they stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together desperate troubles of the realm, and the name selected only was the Shadowkeeper. A singing force is sowing chaos and discord throughout Narvaran to an unknown end. During Neilbert's search for an energy source to replace the crystal he shared, he began to suspect that the now lost stone was not, in fact, a naturally occurring mineral. The relic had been deliberately placed under the mountain. Pursuing the truth of the theory that led him to discover connection to Lamonth, the gem counterfeiter whom Ardbert and Lamet apprehended long ago to Naboth the Ring. When they visited Lamonth's jail cell to interrogate him, however, they found the man convulsing on the floor and frothing at the mouth. Ere the poison took his life, he managed to spot a name of the Shadowkeeper. Further investigation revealed that the sinister figure had ordered Lamonth to secret the crystal in the mine shafts, and in return rewarded him with the illusory magics he would employ in his forgeries. Thus, Gibbs learned that Tadric, the mastermind behind Vobert's monstrous plague, had not worked alone. Research documents recovered from the court's mage laboratory mentioned the Shadowkeeper by name. The meticulous entries describing how the arcane lore shaped by his co-conspirators had contributed to the completion of his transformation magics. The mining industry of Nabatharang threatened with demolition. Don't forget to log into your house. A scheme culminating in the death of Vobert's royal heirs, the Shadowkeeper had plotted the downfall of 2 mighty nations, and Arbert's band feared the Lakeland, the third of Norvrent's major powers, would be next. Lo and behold, the rebellion erupted in the home of the elves, the reigning king was deposed, and the Shadowkeeper, their heretofore faithful nemesis, took the throne. The evil king Zalfrey was a passionate proponent of the arts, music, and dance in particular, with his focus on such refined pursuits earning him equal praise and scorn. His was a peaceful rule, free of war and strife, but the passivity cost his kingdom dearly in matters of foreign diplomacy. A poor negotiator, he ceded border territories to Vobert to avoid conflict, and signed an economic agreement with Naboth the Ring that put Lakeland at clear disadvantage. Huh. Rumors that this new player was the king's bastard child ran wild, and true or not, served to unify the disgruntled nobles into a single banner. They indulged in treachery to undermine rival nations, while at home their assassins targeted influential royalists. The Shadowkeeper was attended by 2 dark-robed mages, by whose malevolent arts the traditionalists were empowered. Maybe those were Asians. Sorry, I'm just going quick. That's why I'm not really I'm going too stopping and dissecting and digesting. One of their gifts was lupine transformation, a change which granted the recipients preternatural strength and agility. Thus bolstered by a company of those Wolfman soldiers, the Shadowkeepers faction stormed locks and loft and captured the royal seat for their leader. No sooner had the winning side declared a new age of glory for the elves than did they muster their forces and launch an invasion into Vobertite lands. The heroes were poised to continue their search for Nylibert's replacement stone in Nabathareng. When her silver-haired Silva abruptly left the party, the swordsman excused herself on a promise that she wished to reconnoiter the troubling situation in Lakeland, but in truth she was hurrying back to don her black armor, unsheath her blade, and lead the elven traditionalist. Oh shit! Silva, the great deceiver, had been the Shadowkeeper all along. That's one of Arbert's party members, no? She was in truth no bastard child of King Lefrey. That was merely a fiction concocted by Metron and Logriff, her Asian accomplices. Her true origin lay in the 13th, where she had died young and powerless, an unrealized champion of the reflection turned void. Damn. The Asians had found her in the moment of her demise, and it was they who brought her soul to the first to serve as a pawn in dark machinations. Silva was to insinuate herself into Arbert's band and guide them along the path to becoming warriors of light. That which they cast aside in their journey towards heroism, she would take into herself, growing ever stronger as a disciple of darkness. When all was in readiness, she would reveal herself as a villainous Shadowkeeper. By her hand would the warriors of light be slain, and despair sown in the hearts of the populace. What the Asians did not plan for was the Shadowkeeper's defeat at the hands of Arbert's party. Silva had steadily amassed her power, feeding on her erstwhile comrades' respective sacrifices of personal ambition, innocence, independence, and tradition. Yet despite her best efforts, Arbert would not forsake what she sought to purloin, his caring heart. Even in the midst of their deadly confrontation, he regarded her as a comrade in need of saving. Thus, denied her full ascension, the Shadowkeeper wavered and fell. Swallowing their grief at the loss of a friend, the heroes turned their wrath towards the villains who had orchestrated this tragedy. The warriors of light now shone so brightly that even high-ranking Asians could not stand against their incandescent fury. Even as Arbit struck his final blow, Fulgin's power swelled in a cataclysmic wave, and the flood of light was unleashed upon the lands of the First. Shit, man, that was sad. So she was from the 13th. She was dying, or died. The Asians found her at the moment of her death and were able to kind of transport her soul to the First. And she pretty much pretended to be part of Ardbert's band, bring them together, and in her bid to slay the warriors of light, Silva turned her transformation magics upon herself. Though Ardbert and his comrades did indeed struggle against this formidable lupine abomination, it was the necessity of striking down their former friend that presented the greatest challenge. And it seems like that's what kind of started the flood of light. Wow. I was not expecting that. I just really wanted to know who the Shadowkeeper was, and I guess there we go, maybe. So which one is Silva? Because I know you meet his party members in the role quests. I just don't know if I did it or not. I forgot which one that I did. I know I did the tank one. We also learned Arbert's official first and last name, Ardbert Hillfist. And it's right there. Hillfist. A man destined to become Warrior of Light, was born on a small island off the coast of Colusia. Orphaned as a young child, Ardbert was raised by his grandfather in a small mountain village, where his only playmates were the Amaro they kept as livestock. It is fortunate, then, that this lone man of learning in the village, a priest of the Church of the First and Light, was intent on educating the boy with lessons on reading and numbers followed by the wonders of history and mythology. Thus inspired, Ardbert began dreaming adventure in the wider world beyond. He was 18 when his dreams no longer seemed so fanciful. Traveling merchants brought news to the village of Yilmor's newly established adventuring guild, whose members ascribed to an unorthodox way of life. These so called adventurers would roam from nation to nation, taking jobs that paid equal to the risks, be they simple errands or dangerous hunts. So he met Lamet first, it looks like. Yeah, the swordsman right here. Let me see something real quick. So let me the swordsman. Now a party of four, Ardbert and his companions made preparations to depart Armarang. They struck north into Lakeland, an elf-governed region at the time, where they found themselves caught up in the troubles of a certain noble house. The lord's young daughter had gone missing, and Arbert's company agreed to conduct a search. They were to be aided in this endeavor by Silva, a silver-haired swordsman in the employ of said noble family. Despite their best efforts, however, all was to end in tragedy. When they at last discovered the girl, she had been brutally slain by the commoner boy with whom she was to elope, no less. To the party's horror, they saw the lad transform into some wolf-like monstrosity. His wits lost to bestial rage. Arbert and his comrades subdued the creature, but there was naught they could do for its butchered victim. Upon their return, the furious and heartbroken lord banished Silva from his domain. Silva lamented her failure to protect her charge, and Ardbert, seeing that she was in need of a fresh beginning, insisted that she join them on the road. Thus did the company of four become five. They broke a light party. So that's how she joined them. Alright. And, we'll continue this next time. Oh, we learned about sin eaters. Exciting. And what's more to come? Panoply of eaters. We learn what panoply means, which is like a full ensemble. So panoply of eaters means there's a lot of eaters. Oh, this is interesting. The cardinal virtues. I think these like Arbert's party members, and when you do the role quest, you fight them. I think. The death of heroes. The Oracle of Light. We have some beautiful artwork of the Wave of Light in Armarang. Wow. Interesting. Some manifestations. Maybe the building the Crystarium. Dark Teachings. There's a picture of this cat guy. Just kidding, that's Grahati. Oh, is this Yulmer? No, that's Lakeland. Church in Lakeland. Oh no, I thought this is Yulmar. The Fall of Albert. So wow, so I mean, if we break this down, we could probably cover maybe like a section of Shadowbringers every day of the week. Monday through Friday once I go back to work. The Legend of Minfilia. Yulmar stands alone. That's Ranjit. The King overall. Yeah, there's some really messed up stuff about Vol 3 that I want to share. This is one of the only things that was shared with me. And, not shared, but I saw and I was reading it like, oh my god, that's terrible. Vol 3, how do I phrase it? He beat Minfilia to death. I know that sounds bad. That sounds terrible, but... And this is the section I'll talk about. And it was cut off. It only showed like this part. It was like a Twitter post. It said, Vothra had claimed the title of Lord, but cared not for its responsibilities, concerned only with hedonistic pursuits. He left any burdensome duties for his underlings to manage. Even the fawning attendants who formed his earliest court were gradually replaced with Buteus sin eaters. He spent more and more time cloistered within his audience chamber. Under Valter's rule, the hunting of sin eaters was outlawed. The now defunct Sinbound battalion was disbanded, and Minfilia herself found herself drifting through the city without aim or purpose for nearly 3 years. Then, one fateful evening, Valtteri woke from a nightmare in which Minfilia had killed him. Rising from his bed in a blind panic, the Lord stormed into Minfilia's chambers and rained heavy blows down upon her. In senseless savagery, did the previous oracle pass from this world? He beat her to death. Mind you, there was more than one Minfilia. As you do the Shadowbringers story, through Heidelin talking, or the Oracle, there were other girls that were Minfilia before Reen. And unfortunately, this is one of them. Yet Valter's feelings of dread did not subside, for he knew the Oracle would be reborn. He commanded General Ranjit to track down Minfilia's reincarnation and forbade his return to Yulmore until the girl was in custody. Naught was ever said of Ranjit's response to the murder of the Oracle he had raised and trained. We know only that he followed his orders faithfully, and after a handful of years on the road, succeeded in locating his quarry, a child just shy of her 5th name day. Ranjit took the girl back to Yulmore and shut her in a tower. He declined to instruct his Minfilia as he had his other charges, leaving her to a life of isolated confinement. This is terrible, man. And I think this is the same one. Let's see. 7 years after Minfilia was imprisoned, 5 years prior to the present day, the Crystarium would serve as the location for an arcane experiment. The Exarch, who had spent decades in research, believed he had finally perfected a ritual to summon a champion from the source. Just speed reading. Yeah, so I think the last one was Rain then. Yeah. Oh, look, it's Emmett. Emmett Salk transformed. When Emmett Salk faced off against the Warrior of Darkness in his final hour, he did so not under his convocation title, but his own name, Hades. His form was that of darkness made manifest, an entity burdened by the hopes and dreams of the ancients. We get a full 2-spread page of Hades. Damn. Oh, we have the language of Norvrent. Look at that. As a chapter. Common roots. You have the Eorzea alphabet. The Norvrent standard alphabet. They differ. And a postulated proto-alphabet, which I would have to read. Fey runes. Along with their names and meanings. So Feaul is treasure, wealth, moon, darkness. So moon treasure. I have some really nice artwork down here of Elmeg. You can see the people. This little marmot. You see the races of Norvrent as well. I think the VR here is threading. The Hrothgar is grinding a stone. You have the Lalafell doing a fisherman stuff. Fishing. That's what it's called, Link. Eorzea holiday traditions. So is this like the lore behind some of the culture? Heaven's Turn. Interesting. So, okay. So we get like the Shadowbringers lore, some of the Endwalker stuff, like the NPCs that we see during the events, and like the tradition for what it stands for. There's even one for a Make It Rain campaign. Really? Usually this stuff just means like extra MGP, but I guess there's a story behind it. The Moonfire Fair. Here they fall. Hit Alana quick. The Rising. Well, that is interesting. Oh, hey, like the Wandering Minstrel, Yoshi P himself in game. Represented at least. All Saints Week. This year's quest was fun. Look at that, the Starlight Celebration, which I think ends real soon. I don't know how many days you have left to do it, so if you haven't done it, please do so. Solidarity through Celebration, Foundation Day. Skyrise. And that would wrap up Book 1. So we skipped a decent amount, but we're just briefly highlighting the contents of the books and what's in them. Book 2 will deal with... Is there a title to Book 2? Children of the Cosmos. I'm guessing these are the races of Norvrent and their names. Like on the on the source, they're called Hrothgar. They have different names on Norvrent. Was it the Hellions? No. The Ronsos. How can I forget? It goes into Hrothgar lore. The Vieira. Some awesome artwork. Their clans. Why they wear what they wear. And we'll do this on another stream. The Vina. I'm curious to learn about. Ooh, there we go. Bam. The Arca Sidara. Hell yeah. The Matanga people. The Hippo Riders. I have to do their daily beast traps. I hear they're really fun. And the music is freaking phenomenal. Society and culture. Diet. Daivadipa. That's like the Fate boss. Of the Loprits. Okay. Races from distant stars. Ooh, we have dragon history and lore. Okay. This I gotta see another time. The Ia. The Omicrons. I was gonna do their beast traps. I have not locked them. Interesting how at one point they were humans, weren't they? These entities once possessed entirely different and significantly weaker forms, resolved to end their oppression at the hands of other peoples. At their start, they sought strength through mechanical augmentations of their bodies. Over time, they rebuilt and replaced portions of themselves and converted their very consciousness into data. Isn't that some crazy stuff? That's we've gone full circle. We were talking about this earlier with Hermes' dilemma with concepts and what is a living organism, what isn't. We covered a lot so far, yet so little. Sorry about that. About the question of doubt, and if something's purely mechanical and just data, who's to say my computer isn't living? Doesn't it have like memory stored on there, or data, or pieces of information? I'm just saying that just to put it out there. Maybe in its current form, no, but that's also kind of... Oh! These are the races from the Dead Ends that you see, the Grepulovs. Or like the different civilizations. We go to 3 different worlds. The Corellians, these are the people that were at war with each other. Civilization Octo, the 8th. Though it may be more accurate to describe it as 2 societies in conflict. People once unified then hopelessly divided, who lived upon a star known as Karelin. Yeah. Wow. The Nibirun. Nibiru. Isn't that something in like one of those like weird religions? It sounds familiar, the name. I don't know where I've heard it from. I think it was in a World of Warcraft machinima video, actually. But these are like the people that found that peaceful society. The Gordonites? Who are these? When did we see them? The 11th civilization. Oh. Plus 24s. What on earth is this? Did I miss part of the game? I mean, I probably did. Oh, these are the names of them on Norvrent. the Shadowbringers world. Humes, elves, the Mistel, the Galgent, the Dron, dwarves, the V's, the Ronso, the Zun, the Mord, the Ondo. Huh. Pixies, Titania, the Numo. This guy was an MVP story-wise. And the Porksies. Wow, a lot's happened, man. Buoth, from us not being able to travel back from the first to the source to finding a way to bring our allies to the source since they were stuck there. That's it's Tupac. The Tupac Amaro. The Qatari people. No problems. And that's book 2. So book 2 focuses on the races and stuff. Maybe we'll highlight like a couple of races during a day for a stream and just talk about them. And it'll be like our Encyclopedia series. Kind of thing. We'll do that weekly. Interesting. Distant lands. So I imagine this is more like the geographical components. Again, this is just like a preview of the book. We're not stopping to read the whole thing. Not yet. The Crystarium Guards. Some important people within these cities are bastions of people. Outposts. The Docile Gate, the Crystal Tower. The Trivium and the Quadrivium. There's just so much information that I cannot wait to get into. But I will do it all on stream. All in due time. What I plan on doing is trying to portion out the sections, and we'll do like a little bit of a dissection within a more structured time frame, because right now we're running on 3 hours and meal. Lord Falther. Yulmore. The Beehive, everyone's favorite place. It's a place of noise and excitement, a little sting to invigorate the safe, pampered lives of Gilmore's free citizens. Regardless of gender, this establishment's bonded workers are often called honeybees, while the owner reads above them as queen. Pelusia. Pelusia has like one of my favorite songs. Before You Save the World. It sounds like something you'd hear like in a Nier game. Let me see if I could find it actually. I think I have it in game. Let's see. No, I do not. Shit. It is called... I will find it. That's not it. Yeah, this is it. I don't know, maybe just me. Sounds like something you might hear in Nier. But apologize if it's too loud. But it's very somber, very melancholic. And it just reminded me of like when I was playing Gestalt at the time. Maybe that's what it is. And it reminded me a little bit of like Balinir situation. It's looking bleak. Yona's been kidnapped by the Shadow Lord. Shit's getting worse. Shades are getting armored now. And no sign of Yona. We just gotta keep, pushing through the hard parts. But I don't know how I got there, but yeah, Amarang. Early Shadowbringers. Got Ilmeg. The Raktika Greatwood. The Tempest. I'm curious about Amaret. Werlet. The Sorrows of Werlet. I haven't actually done that quest line. I should probably do that. And go back. Oh, Bosja. Bosja. I've heard it pronounced so many different ways. Australian history. Oh, look, it's Monteshane. This guy who kind of explained to us that when you die, like anything that's been like smeared onto your ether to like forget something will be revealed as it unravels, and you'll kind of like remember stuff, which plays into what Kairos did with Hermes. Neat. So yeah, this is a lot of like the geographical stuff and the locales. Radzahan. I just love the symbol of Radzahan. Look at that. Diet. Food soon spoils in Thabner's heat and humidity, and so the locals learn to preserve their food with spices. These flavorful ingredients are used liberally in cooking to enhance aromas and stimulate appetite, with curry being one of Hanish cuisine's signature dishes. Many of the region's meals are made with hamsa meat and eggs, as well as the sweet, juicy flesh of the amra fruit. The matanga. Megaduta. Hey, you have Ahawan. This guy's cool. Avarshan. The Radiant Host. Meherid. Southern Razathan. This is so freaking cool. Like, I took like a 3D animation class, and just there's just like a plethora of information that just, I'm looking at and just like trying to see how you could reconstruct it, and like different things you could use for textures and shapes and whatnot. And the whole thing was just seeing things as like basic shapes and constructing them in a certain way, like spheres and squares and whatnot. Oh, Garlemald. All right, cool. So, Mara Lamentorum. Not the mod. Actually, I don't even know what that is. Alpis. Ultima Thule. Protectors of the Realm. This is weird how it just gets like this one weird page. Did they forget to include them? What are these though? Like Meikai, Kyokyo, Immortal Flame. Oh, maybe they're like their rank or their affiliation. Like what's a Karanak or an Ermin Hedge? Oh, for every star in the sky, there's a martial technique that has never been recorded in any book. This ball small collection of such skills, along with the names of the members who wield them. So the Meikai Kyokyo is Heian's ability. He's a demon slayer. Meikai Kyokyo was perfected by Lord Heian's forebears and taught to him by Gosetsu. The wielder infuses their weapon with Kenki and transforms it into a opposing blade of light. The Immortal Flame. By releasing the ether stored within Tizona, the wielder can cause grasping claws of flame that burst forth from the earth. Okay, that's the name of their abilities, I guess. Yeah. Cool. Neat. I completely skipped over it, so the next book would be Servants of Fate, Book 4. And it gives you like NPCs of each zone and a bit more about them. And while it might seem like an afterthought, like who cares? Uh, sometimes these characters play a bigger role than what one might not consider at first. Like this guy, I can tell you without reading, he was part of the Dark Knight quest, and not the Dark Knight quest, but the tank role quest in Shadowbringers, and that's all I'll say about that because I don't remember too much about it. But I remember his name was Granson. I didn't do any of these other ones, I think. I'm sure I haven't. Sayela. Isn't it, yeah, Silva? Yeah. Maybe we'll learn about her. I think, remember reading, if you do all the role quests, you unlock a secret one. So that might be it. Makers of the Mean. This is in the Crystarium. Yeah, the Crystalline Mean. I'm guessing these are like the... Skip. These are the NPCs, like the crafting NPCs, I think, in Shadowbringers. Faces of Lakeland. Bismarck. The OG Bismarck from the first, not the one that we fought. As he shares some numerous similarities to the primal worship by the Vanu on our own star, it's possible that the two share roots in a single concept conceived by the ancients. First, Bismarck is primarily known to Lakeland residents as the Isle of Ken. Hi, Sheer. This guy was awesome. Early Shadowbringers. I can't say I recognize too many of the other folks. From Calusia. Honog. Oh, these guys were involved in the Nier raid, and why is it blacked out like that? It's probably like a Yokotaro thing. Recent events have revealed, and then it's like blurred out. Ranjit, China's. Alric. You know, you know. Away with the Fae. Mike, is that Farina? It's the hair. The Ratika Greatwood. We have Runar, the three sisters, Saimet, Almat, and Umat. The Great Serpent of Raga Presumed. I have not done that one yet. There's a lot of stuff I haven't done in 14. Maybe I should, like, play it, you know? Valens Van Barrow. Oh, they all have Balsar's last name. These are his adopted children. Screw this guy, Lion. In Bosja. Alright, so I think that's going to wrap this segment up, honestly. Tavner, Matsya. And I've been saying that, I was just... Oh, hey. Faces of Alpus. Amit Salkin, Hylides. Venat. We'll get into that another time. Faces from the past. And book 5 is Journeys Traced. I don't know what that entails. Is this like... maps and... no way. Labyrinth of the Ancients, Phlegeton, Circus Tower. Are they going over the MSQ in order? And kind of like how... It would help if I read it, but again, we're going to go through this another time. This is like the Alliance raids. Castrum, Lacus, Latour, Delubrum, Reganate. That was a fun one. Delubrum. The Zadnor. Oh, the Diablo arm. This boss was fun as fuck, man. The boss music for that one, Wrath of the Harrier. Oh my lord. The Burn. Gives me some serious FF8 vibes. Elements are Switch. I still think Hallmaster Switch is probably one of the best beginner dungeons of an expansion. It set the tone for Shadowbringers. It had a really high difficulty. It still is one of the, in my opinion, one of the harder dungeons to clear. With some of the coolest boss designs and boss reveals that we've had in Shadowbringers. We've got this one, the Forgiven. I'm not gonna say the name. We had Philia, which is, look how crazy that monster looks. And we only get to see that model like once in the game. That is insane. The first poll has like the biggest variance for making or breaking a run, and I think that's really really intense. The music was great. The visuals are nuts. You see houses on fire. You see people getting turned into sin eaters. You see people trying to run away. Some even succumb to it, and then as they die from sin eaters, they turn into sin eaters themselves. It was something else. Don Meg. What a place. It looks really nice. It's like playing Tetris in Dreamland, and I love it. Katana Ravel. I love the aesthetic and the sounds. I love like ancient Aztec and Mayan and Incan architecture and themes and instrumentation. And I say that with a love of that type of culture. I think it's really interesting, and I apologize if I misrepresent anything of that type of way when I say that, but it's from a place of appreciation and not like what's the word? Commercialization of, you know, ancient civilizations. I'll just say it like that. Moving on though, but Malik as well is such a Mount Golg. I like this dungeon. It's just too hard to see anything in it sometimes. Amarot. The twinning. I think I have an idea for the next video then, for the next stream that I'm going to do for Final Fantasy. I might do the dungeons of Shadowbringers, like a little chapter here with the music and like going over like things that I liked about each, and continue from there. Academia Nighter, or FF8 boss, Quetzalcoatl, also a name. I think it was Mayan. Lugas. Still remember the mechanic for this boss fight. I think it would charge and do like a half room AoE. It'd also put like a blue fire tether on you, and you have to like set the fire to like one of the furniture or furnishings around the room. The Hero's Gauntlet. I remember this. Interesting encounters with the Berserker boss at the end. Matoya's Relic. Yeah, the Porksy. Nixie. Pagelthan. Such a good boss music. Interesting dungeon. I liked it though. And then that leads us into the Endwalker ones. Power Babel, Vanaspati. I kind of agree with the sentiment about Anima being reduced to an Endwalker boss instead of a trial. I get it though. I think what they could have done is, while it had a lot of impact in the main story, they could have done like a side story series. You know how they have like the Emerald weapon and the Ruby weapon as like side trials with its own quest line? They could have done something like that with Garlemald, which led to Anima being as like the final boss. Vanaspati was probably one of my favorite Endwalker dungeons. Visually, music was phenomenal. Katissa's Hyperborea had like some of the biggest story beats in the whole, of Endwalker. Asia Scope had a lot of emotional investment for some. We get to revisit Amon, who's also another character. The Dead Ends, sort of showing us the findings of Medions. Stigma Dreamscape is when you would hit expert roulette and you'd have a good time with some really good music. And Smiles him. There's a book 6, Invented Designs. I'm guessing these are like the weapons, right? Yeah, the classes. Gunbreaker, the type of weapon, the gunmetal soul. Interesting. Yeah, so this would be really fun to get. Oh, it's a dancer. equipment, their attire, their weapons and chakrams, NPCs, tricks of the trade. Reaper. I feel like the Reaper quest could have been a bit better, but I'd have to go back and look at them again with a fresher. I just feel like they didn't have too much impact on me, but maybe I'm misremembering it. I just remember they tried killing Emmett at some point, and he just like went, Lamau, no. Sage, which I still have yet to unlock in 14. Their weapons. Were the Sage quests any good? I'd have to like see. Blue Mage, which I'm a little iffy with. I have fun with it. I don't know about its place in an MMO with its like scope of limited, like not being able to use it as an actual job. There's some revolver designs. This is probably my favorite design right here. This was the Bosja one, I think, one of the early steps of it. Chakrams, some dancer weapons. Okay. So it's skimming through some of this for now. Machinist, Gunbreakers. Okay, so these are the classes. The bestiary. Alright, cool. So I guess that leaves us with what comes next and where do we go from here? I think it's time we head over into Genshin Impact. We continue the Archon story quest. Take a quick 5-minute break. I'll set the stream information and all that good stuff. I don't know if it works with YouTube the same way. Like if I could change it halfway through, like how with Twitch does. So we shall see. Worst comes to worst, I'll end the stream and restart it as a Genshin Impact stream. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. For closing the 14th chapter. So going forward, what I would like to do with the Encyclopedia Eorzea is go into it little by little, maybe by section, not each page because I feel like that'll be very lengthy, but dissect it in a way where maybe we'll do the dungeons of Endwalker and Shadowbringers as one section, the weapons or the zones maybe, or the characters. I think that'd be interesting as a series and just see where it goes from there. I'll probably do it on Twitch. I have to see how I structure it though. Oh, interesting. I was just curious about something. It has a 2024 on it. I'm guessing the year it's supposed to come out in. So this is Volume 3. It came out late December or early December. And that's what we've been looking at for the last 3 hours. Volume 2, which came out a couple of years ago, is of a bright red color. 2018. This covers a lot of the Endwalker bits, I believe. Not Endwalker. Heaven's Ward. Hell's Lid, yeah, the dungeons of that. And a lot of the stuff with that. Stormblood. Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. And then Volume 1, I don't think it has a year, does it? Oh, it does. 2016, which covers a lot of the ARR stuff. Some of the early lore points that we didn't have. And some of early Heaven's Ward, I believe. Yeah. So it's AR and Heaven's Ward. The other one's Volume 2 is Heaven's Ward, Stormblood. And Volume 3 is Shadowbringers Endwalker. More or less, yeah. With some overlap in between, but it was really fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. For those that are on the FF side of things, I know we're in the middle of a drought. There's a lot of nothing to do in the game. for folks. So hopefully this will be a little bit of a welcome place if you want to stop by and hang out, talk about Final Fantasy things, 14 things that we want to see from the game or like about the game or don't like about the game, and maybe take it from there with an emphasis on lore and story beats. I can't speak to Savage and all that stuff because I am a filthy casual who does not partake in that stuff. But I'm going to get ready for the Genshin portion now. Thank you for hanging with. And if this is your last time, Happy New Year. All right, so I think for this section, let me add an image slideshow of this and just scale it back here. When I do my bear back, I'm going to see what I can do for the YouTube side of things while I explore that. Alright, sorry about that. I was trying to figure something out on my end. That's not a late timer, that's a latte timer. I misspelled that. In case you're wondering, I'm actually just joking. If there's a way I can make chapters, like with Twitch for Genshin Impact. Let me just take care of something real quick. Close this out. And manage my stream. Alright, how can I edit my stream info? Just loading up Genshin now, guys. Please bear with me for just a moment longer. Edit stream info. Alright. Genshin Impact Archon Quest 3.1 continuation. Live notification. Aru Village continued. Genshin Archon Quest. Genshin Impact is the category. Alright, so hopefully that works. And then can I manage edit title and description? Genshin Impact. Alright, title it will be Archon Quest. Give me a little longer. Impact. Alright, I think I got it. Also, apologies, I'm setting up this YouTube stuff. I've never done it before through the YouTube Studio Live thing, so just messing with that. Alright, hopefully, it's looking a little better now. Alright, hello, good evening. Thank you for joining me tonight so far. On the first half of the stream was Final Fantasy XIV related. We did a bit of a breakdown on the Encyclopedia Eorzea, which was the lore book that covers about 2 expansions worth of information, story, and some really cool stuff that you might not always get everything in game, little pieces, but it's all compiled into one really neatly illustrated in literature piece of literature that I personally very much enjoy. This is the first copy, but I'm just holding it up just to see, what it is that I was talking about. Let's pull it out. It's this one, Volume 3. It's out now. You can buy it. You might find it in some of your bookstores. 2024. Awesome illustrations. We've went through a lot of this already, so I'm not gonna bore folks with a lot of tidbits as we explored it already. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna make a YouTube video series dedicated to it. So we'll do like segment by segment, see how it goes. But for now, we are shifting away from Eorzea, from Aetheris, from Final Fantasy, over to Tevat, Genshin, so to speak. And speaking of Genshin, I have a little something behind me. It's on my curtain, actually. It's a Zhongli phone stand. Little thing about Zhongli, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Zhongli, for those that like Zhongli. Maybe we do a quick sketch of it, real quick. How about that? I know it's not ideal, but maybe a little celebratory thing, for the record, I am not an artist by any measure, and I don't claim to be, well-versed in any capacity, but we'll do a little quick birthday illustration for Zhongli. Let me just pull it up here. Where is it? I had a thing here. It was on this screen, actually. Hold on. Yeah, it's not showing. It's interesting. Please bear with me for a moment. Something is not acting as it should. OBS, please don't do this to me. That's there, so why is this not picking up my monitor? Did I do something with it? Oh, I know what it is. It's this. There we go. We are good now. We are in the clear. So, let me just, very quickly. Make a super quick Zhongli sketch. Oops. Like a... Oh, we're not even in pixel mode, are we? We're not. My apologies. We'll continue from there. You guys, fancy outfit. His long coat. And he'll just be standing there. Instead of holding his, geosphere thing, he'll be holding a piece of cake. So these fingers, I can't draw for shit, alright? And the reason why he's holding the piece of cake is because Huta didn't give him a fork. So he's going to have to order one. That looks terrible. I'm just going to draw a hand, okay? Our little doodle of Zhongli. I know it sucks. Where's the Archon Quest? Stream the game, please. You can't draw, don't draw. It's all about practice, though, Obviously, now if we really took time, we would add more details. We'd make this very nice and eloquent. And, proper for the Geo Archon, but a quick little doodle will suffice. There. Yeah, I forgot to change the mode for this, so. Alright, and then cake. There, happy birthday. Zhongli. Content. There. Now, I would never hope that anyone ever finds this. I think against my better judgment, I did decide to do this live on stream. Oh, wait. We forgot to add his hair. I love his hair. Those 2 strands of hair. He will have order. Just don't ask why his face has such a bold outline and he's placid, he's not big on birthdays, so there it is. Alright. Moving on to the game. Let's stop. It's getting weird. Am I upside down? I am. Aren't I? Because you're wondering, that's my other camera that I use for books and stuff when I'm doing my lore reading, so to speak. Alright, let's minimize this. I want to talk about that. Not for a while. And then let's go to the Genshin screen. I hope this button still works. Let me, the audio's... Oh, I know exactly what it is. That should do it. Just confirming there's audio, just checking. OBS is, in fact, reporting that there is audio. So we left off in last night, brief stream, entering Aru Village. Well, no, we were going to enter Aru Village. Nahid has been imprisoned by the doctor. And we have to go seek help from the desert, it seems. Based on a very vague hint that Nahida left us, or for us, rather. And as we make our way there, we bump into Al-Haytham, who, sorry. We bump into Al-Haytham, who kind of tells us, yeah, we've been followed. Don't be such rookies. You can do better. So, here we are. We will head to Aru Village next. Let's confirm everything looks good, right? Alright. Yeah, just the UI on my OBS kind of shifted a bit, but I'm not worrying too much about it now. I mean, since technically Al-Haytham's canonically in the party, we can put him in the party, right? I suppose. Nahida's here in spirit.
Let's get down to business.
I know we shouldn't do a lore type stream, but let's do it. What are my talents even at? What are my stats? Not very good. Zappos Moonlight, 4 piece. I mean, they're at respectable stuff. See, I used Dendro Traveler for a Nilu team some time ago. When Nilu first came out, my team was Nilu, Dendro Traveler, Kale, and my driver was Barbara. That's why she's level 90. I went mostly EM and Barbara. With the two 80 EM sets, I had Gilded Dreams and 2-piece Wanderer's Troop. With, I think, a healing circlet on. And sacrificial fragments as a weapon. And her healing was okay. It was enough to keep the whole team alive at the time. Considering Nilu's Bloom team's damage is phenomenally high. For both the enemies and us.
Scatter!
So, that worked out. In a weird kind of way. Let's collect some quicksand eels. I realize I can teleport. I probably should, huh? I'm actually put this module here so that I can see chat in real time. Game audio is okay? It looks like it. I'm seeing some sorts of... Now, I don't know how much I'm going to be doing tonight in the stream. I want to get some stuff done, but... Does it? And we missed. You know what?
Here you are. The process of elimination.
I forgot I'm not playing C6 Al-Haytham. Shit. I'll cook another time. Still does a good amount of damage though. Oh my... Second time I missed. No, I know you went with elemental reactions. I get it, I get it. But we're doing what we can here. We're doing the story. Okay. Canonical. What are his stats? Something's not right about that. His stats were higher. 51, 191. I have full AR on him. I have C0, I understand. Yeah, he doesn't have his 4-piece. You know what? The Gilded Dreams and Deepwood. I think I was doing 2-piece, 2-piece. So I'm missing something here. Maybe Kale has it. This is the Deepwood piece. Gilded, Gilded. Oh, I think Traveler. It's like his goblet. Yes. 51, 212. It's not ideal, but this is Gilded Dreams, really? And it's at level 0? That's why. Traveler did take it. So I can put Traveler on 4-piece Deepwood. Is this better then? I got crit rate. This is a lot of crit. I'll swap this out. Sure. And I think this is more or less where I was around 65 to 12. I think his stats were a little bit better, but. And we'll put him on Deepwood. Screw it. Something went wrong there. That's a lot of defense that we don't need. But there's ER. We'll do it. No, we'll hold off. We're not being impulsive here. That's a nice piece. Crit, crit, ER, EM. Not a single wasted stat, it seems. HP, EM, attack. I usually do ER, huh? Which might be that piece or this piece. Is that my only ER piece? I think so. We're gonna borrow it. Thank you, Kale. This could be a flex piece, and this would have to be a crown. Oh, but Bennett's using it. Yeah, there's definitely a 100% Dendro. I hate to put an HP crown on him, but Dendro damage. Do we have a Dendro gauntlet? Does not have to be Deepwood. Nothing that's leveled. Wait, I'm not using Tainari currently. Wait, I have something I can level this with. Hold on. Yeah, this one is almost everything when it's a freaking defense. No. Of course it's a double EXP. Hello. Most of it, well, a good chunk of it went to crit damage. Some of it went to HP. One into attack. Cool. Let's compare. Crit damage. It has more ER, but it's more crit rate. This is balanced, but I have like a hybrid DPS Baiju. We'll leave it at that for now. Alright, so the only thing would be his helmet that's bad. But that's fine, I mean, let's borrow from the Hida for now. We'll give it back. Although, looking at Nahida, does that interfere with her 4-piece? Not quite, but she doesn't have any use for an HP helmet, so. Okay, that's a bit more better damage-wise. No, my mirrors, my mirrors! Like, I hate him just feels so nice to play. I'll just phrase it like that. There's a teleport there, isn't there? We're right almost there. We'll just run it, okay? That's it. I mean, I guess this means technically if we meet Candace there, which, judging from the trailer, we might. I can put Candace in my party, but she's not leveled currently, I believe.
Wait.
Definitely wanted to work on her sometime. She has such a cool design. What artifacts do they recommend on her anyhow? Severed Fate and Tenacity. Well, we're not gonna do that right now, don't worry. If it gets bad, I'll put other people on my team. Scarab for the Sino I never pulled. Speaking of pulls, we're pulling for a Mist Splitter. I know weapon banner is a scam, but you never know. Holy shit, one pull. You're kidding me. An Amos bow. We have one fate point, right? It'd be a hell of a waste to let it go to, I know. It could have been a Mist Splitter, it could have been... What's her name? Navia's weapon. How many pulls into the banner are we? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That was like my 30th pull. 26, 27, 28, 29. Yeah, that was pull number 30. And that was quite early. Wait. We can get Kaya now. Yesterday, we were saying we needed 4, 5, 6. We needed 6 more Stardust to get Kaya for this month before the month finishes. I am not upset anymore. Let's go with the Kaya. Hell yeah. Look at that. That's C3, I think. Luck Archon. You know what? Let's use this. We're on a good streak. It's going to be our last pull of the year. Another 5-star. Oh, I thought we saw gold for a second. That's okay. You know what? I'll take it. I get a free Kaya. I get a free magic guide. Why not?
Wait.
Constellation 3, Frost Gnaw. 2 more levels. Also, I think if you are watching on Twitch, you get free drops if you haven't done that yet. So you get more artifact items, and I forget what else. So cool. Let me continue. Yeah, his talents have not been touched since like AR20. Very, very cool character. Let's put a better weapon on. At least for now. Flute. I don't know if flute is much better, but Wolfang, that sounds cool. Oh, that's the battle pass weapon. It looks pretty nice on him. You know what else looks nice on him? This Refinement 2 Haran Gapatsu Fuku. Futsu. Sure. Oops. It's a really nice sword. Speaking of battle pass, how are we doing in the battle pass? Log in. Alright. Reward wise. Oh, I get the weapon real soon. Although we missed it. We fucking missed it. There's no shot we make that. Nope. Alright, we have arrived in Aru Village.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place! Let's go check it out!
What's happening here?
Wow!
Oh shoot. Sano's attacking us. I haven't met him in the story. Just had a few story. Mini event quests. Oh shoot. Some really cool choreography. Damn, man, we're just trying to enter.
Sino.
I guess we're not welcome, huh?
Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamatra's wrath?
Maybe that's just his way of saying hello. In kind of reminds me of Dragon Ball Super during the Goku Black arc when Trunks is going back to his timeline. Vegeta just like throws a punch to him like as a farewell, but that's just kind of like maybe like the Warriors code thing between them.
I'll hate them. Do not think you can escape my judgment just because you managed to escape my attack.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more accurate description?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me.
Oh, so he's going easy on us. I see. Cool.
Though
That's thoughtful.
styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
Fighting words.
Who is that, Alhaitham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crimes.
Like the sand is like, you could see the sliding effect.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth.
Why is he so mistrusting of Alhaitham, though?
I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
That doesn't mean I'm going to stand by and do nothing. I mean, I think we can trust Alhaitham. He kind of had our backs, right? Back in the caravan revet place.
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Hyman doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Alhaitham, I saw it during our fight. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
It's like, come here and do it yourself.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Right, because it's illegal to have that, no?
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And
This is
why,
following the
as
rules.
General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance.
Oh, do they think he's a traitor? Is that
Have
what's
you
going
been
on?
given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the
Right,
real
that's weird.
target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
It's a secret mission.
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh! What should we do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them.
I don't know, my money's still on Alhaitham.
Ahem. Well, look at
Oh.
you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia?
The 5-star I wish I had. That I regret not pulling on, man.
Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here. Otherwise, these two are gonna start fighting again!
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Not something you get to see every day, that's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with self-righteous morality and lord your empty rules and virtues over each other. But how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village?
Yeah, like, shouldn't there be people
Seems
around
like
here?
Someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
Well, Sino's just following the laws now. Maybe this isn't the place to do it? I don't know. Still looking for him to attack.
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
The wind is talking now, it's whooshing at us.
Ooh, what's going on? The wind's so strong! Is this a sandstorm? Paimon's gonna get blown away!
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Well, that's Candace.
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you Academia folks such hard work? Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
I wonder, would they still fight each other in the middle of a sandstorm? And if so, would Sino have the upper hand? Oh, we get to sit down and talk it out. Negotiations. Perhaps. Nope, they're not saying anything. I get it though. Introverts, in a public social gathering. No one has anything to say to each other.
Well, this is pretty awkward. Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun.
Thanks.
The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My
She's getting
sincere
heavy.
apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Interesting
Our
hairstyle.
savior has come at last!
I love the
Nice to
ornamentation
meet you,
to her
Candace.
design.
The name's
The
Paimon.
accessories.
Thank you so much for helping us.
Like from the shoulder parts, the neck piece on the back, even in her hair. Like the moon thing in the back of her head.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
They did a really good job with like similar character designs.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister.
I think it says
Unlike
Christmas on
those
it.
guys over there.
All right. Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand.
Sure.
As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us.
Oh.
So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time
Yeah.
with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh,
Laying down the law.
on second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
She's not a pushover.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia.
Yeah.
Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear. So, which of you will begin?
I
I was supposed to be a mediator,
Yeah.
but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
Come on, Paimon. Cut her some slack. See, called it.
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Alhaitham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Exile himself.
Exile yourself?
What for?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself.
Isn't that the guy that
I
shut down the
tried to
festival?
investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me. I began to
Oh.
realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk.
Looks like Elidibus.
He even said to me, "The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us."
What shouldn't you hold him to a higher standard though?
So they really are up to no
That is
good.
very suspicious though.
I
indeed.
realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the
The audio's
principles
okay.
that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today.
So that's why he
I
stepped
believed
away.
it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions.
That's literally
I will
don't
never
let them
give
know your
up
next
on this
move.
investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Yeah.
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary.
I don't know about that. I don't like either of these choices. It's either it's still too early to trust him completely, or what if that whole story was just made up? Like, what would he gain from making it up? But let's go with that.
Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
He's still upholding the law, though.
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
He's not gonna answer, is he?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
Yeah, no, it was the sages. They were peeking.
Yes, I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Alhaitham?
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed this assignment, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
A most enticing
Oh,
offer.
the thingy that the lady from yesterday
Unfortunately,
saw.
those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information, namely that divine knowledge indeed exists. That gave me all I needed to know. From my perspective, the sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages.
Yeah, and that's the capsule he got from Dory earlier in the Sumeru Archon Quest, I think in the 3.0 story. That's when we first see Alhaitham. So he was suspicious from the start. Interesting.
Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ainul Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
I think I remember that cutscene. That's the cutscene where Alhaitham disables his Akasha terminal thingy.
You mean that the sages originally planned to dispose of you, using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the Academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect
Oh,
anything.
to throw them off his tail. Clever. Smart Alhaitham.
So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating the Divine Knowledge
We
Capsule.
just happened to be there.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Oh my lord. Sino, let it go, man.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
How did he know that?
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot as well.
Caravan Rebot. There you go.
Maybe
Not
he's
Rivet.
telling the truth.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied.
Fair.
After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion.
Which is where he finds
Answer me
himself
this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the Academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
now. A little bit of communication
As
goes a
you
long
wish.
way.
Mm-hmm. Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
She just tried stopping them.
Sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I
That's
had
good.
nothing
She's still
going on,
alive.
so I decided to return to Aru Village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, Dia.
Love that
That's
headband.
more like
the
it. I
eyeball
missed
thing.
you all so much, Candace.
What was that?
Whoa! What was that sound?
It wasn't Paimon.
No need to worry.
Be sure of
Now
that.
that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Creatures? In the sandstorm? Are you sure you don't want some backup?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage. You needn't worry.
So she's familiar with it.
Just leave them to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
For a while, the winds outside begin to calm. What beast did she find, I
Winds
wonder?
died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check
We're
on
gonna come
her.
back with food watch.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Then check the situation outside the village chief's house. So I can't add Sino. So the closest thing I'll add is Kaching. Where is she? Now we'll do Raiden. She's an EM build.
What is the situation?
And Candace. I mean, Adea. I don't have. Technically do Candace.
Stay close.
I just have nothing on her. Let me throw a set on her super quick. Let me just look up C6 Candace build. No idea. Does there be Emblem of Severed Fate? Oh. I actually think I have one of those because I'm not using my Synccho anymore. Oh, I have it on Mona, but I don't really use Mona, so we'll just borrow that for now. Put in good hands. Only have 1 HP? Shit. That might be my off piece then. We'll go with the EM one. ER, sorry. And the Hydra Goblet or HP. Damage or HP percent. Why? We're probably not going to use her. Oh, like that. And my former Nouvellette piece. I have an unused Staff of Home. I have 2 of them, actually. Should I refine it? What do you guys think? What increases on it? The HP. I think I'll have 2 copies of it because I'm not really using Rosario right now. It's just for now. Okay, please do not freak the hell out. Well, everything is leveled. So for her, it would just be her talents, I think. I would have to ascend her, and for that, I need the Pyramid. I did plan on working on her. I started. I mean, I got her to 60, which isn't, phenomenal, but it's something for now. Let me just tune back in here.
Do your worst.
We're looking for Candace now. We'll go a little bit longer. Check outside. My favorite freaking track, man. There's a couple of world quests here. I should probably tackle some of these. But I want to focus on the story as much as I can. There is an event going on. There's 8 days left. The issue with this is that, yeah. Supposedly, the moment you enter Fontaine, it spoils, like, most of the Archon Quest for you. And it's like, really? So, I mean, it's cope, but I was hoping to catch up to it in time.
Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out
Setting
here
wrist
dealing with these
pulls.
creatures the entire time?
That's huge.
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I
yeah.
realized
She's
it,
really strong. Her
even
stamina
the
is something else.
sandstorm had stopped.
Ah, here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but now I have something to take my anger out on.
Can I use her?
It's been quite a while since I've seen the flame main in action. I'll leave these to you then.
I love Daya's earrings.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
No, I don't.
Illusion shattered!
Grant us your blessing! Flee!
Cool budget Hyper Bloom team.
Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let up?
Come in here, please. My first.
Yield! Propagate! There is no escape!
It actually felt fun.
Appearing. Was that the last of them?
I forget that
What we
Candace
fought
gives
just
you like
now
water
was probably
infusion.
the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Why are there
Well
rift
fought,
walls?
everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Is the village elder?
My apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village's elderly and children. I am the chief of Aru village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but recently the storms have become
Climate change.
increasingly severe
Surely.
and frequent. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get
It's the
earthquakes.
sages.
According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual natural phenomena are related to the withering of Irminsul.
Maybe it's a little bit more like climate change than we
Another
anticipated.
effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here in the desert?
Oh, I hadn't thought
Everything
about
in
that.
the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul. These regional symptoms can indeed be a reflection of Irminsul's present state.
Everyone in Aru village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper?
Village keeper? Who are they?
Thank you, Paimon.
Village guards like Candace?
I mean,
Does
the
your
people that tend-
curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars, exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia Forest. The Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
Yeah.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without a trace.
That's
But
really
no one in
weird.
the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you
Alhaitham always
trying
has to
to
just take a
alleviate your
jab.
guilt and atone for your past sins? I'm fascinated by how you think.
Mock
what
me
this
if
is
you
about.
will. But if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless of my position or identity.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for
I
your
wonder who would
help.
actually win in a fight, though. Alhaitham or Sign. I feel like Alhaitham might, but you know, lore is always. I don't want to say subjective, but who knows? We'll help too.
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! We need to help get them back home, safe and sound. But, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Day and the others are here too.
I'll be
Candace.
grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
Or, like, what about the house we were just in? Isn't that a good spot? Exchange information with Sino somewhere else. Full deal. I got the Amos bow, right? Let me just take a super quick look at that. Who here uses a bow? Not gonna take her off of it. I just never had this before. I don't know what it does. It's an attack percent bow, right? Okay. Increase normal and charge attack damage by 12%. After a normal charge attack is fired, damage will increase by a further 8%. Every point second arrows in the air for up to 5 times. So I could use this for like a long distance like charge attack build for who? I'm thinking. Farazan. DPS. Farazan, no. I'm thinking like a charge attack Amber build maybe? I would say Lenny, but he already has his what am I using in Hinari? Oh no, the Aqua Simulacra. I don't know which way to whale, you know? Hello. Yeah, I decided to do like one pull on the weapon banner and I got a freaking Amos bow and I don't know what the hell to do with it. 30 pulls in. So, that's the problem I'm having. I'm also getting incredibly hungry, so I might take a little mini food escapade here in a second. But I'll still be streaming, I'm not going to stop. Oh, my thing
Although
didn't
I've sent
activate.
myself into exile,
Scammed.
I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation?
Oh no, that was on a weapon banner that I got it on. Let me do this again, hold on. Make like scream. Hopefully it works. Why do they refer to the mad scholars as village keepers? I don't remember this insanity part. Was that in 3.0 or 3.1? It has to be 3.0, right? When that happened?
One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down.
Really?
Initially, the people of Aru village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that.
One of those mad scholars ended up saving them.
Aru village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop of night. Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not a single building collapsed, and no one was hurt.
That is so
After
weird.
that, the people of Aru village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness, and began to refer to them as the village keepers.
A soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru village?
And they hate his power, yeah. Or Dendro.
What do you make of it, Traveler? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru village?
Oh.
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
Oh,
Like
no
it dispelled?
wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
Yeah.
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears you possess much more information than
Hey
I
Isaac,
do.
what's up? Whoa, it's been a while.
So,
How have you been?
What do you make of
Yeah,
this
we're
story?
finally in Sumeru 3.1. And making our way through the story. We finished 3.0 with, you know, the time loop one. Now we're meeting Sino and friends in the desert. I do. I have it in my books somewhere, written down. Speaking of books, I started a new book for a year ago. Wow. Mind you, we take a lot of breaks on the stream. A lot of real life stuff popped up, and things get in the way, you know, college and all. I have the book with me. Give me 2 seconds. It's actually my work backpack because I use that book for taking notes and stuff. Hopefully it's in here. Let me double check. Did I start in the front or the back? I started at the front, it looks like. I can't find the page. How strange. You know, it is some of my students. They would. Okay, now so I did start here, but you're not. You're in my original book. Yeah. How have you been? What have you been up to? And thank you for stopping by. It's a good time to stretch the legs too, you know? Sorry that there's a talking torso on your screen right now. I'll be back in a second. I'm here though. Been grinding, nice. What have you been grinding? I guess, you know, money or rent could be, you know, one of the things we could include on that list. Grinding Primos? A Roblox game. I've been asked so many times to play Roblox. I haven't ever done it. Not working for you. Oh, you're waiting for Shogun. Do you have any constellations on her or no? I don't know if I want to pull on her because right now I'm using her as like an EM unit, but also I can't seem to find my original green book, my Legend of Zelda one. I know I put it somewhere, but that's up in the air now. I feel like I left it here. Let's see if I can find it. It's very strange. Yeah, it's the original book that I had with all like the names and stuff. Oh yeah. Oh, and yeah, Farina. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Yeah, I managed to pull a C3 Farina, but you know we wail a little bit here, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just a little perplexed right now. Just a second. I think I know. All right, I found it. So sorry about that. I remembered the locations where I was storing stuff. That freaked me out, by the way, because I'm in the corner of my room, and then the lights just start changing. I'm like, oh gosh, something's happening, and I forgot I had the different light effects, which, oddly enough, I was setting up the other day. So, in the corner of my closet, I was taking an art class like a semester or two ago, and we were. I'm not flexing. All right, you know what? Since since we're talking about flexing, I guess I should probably fix this, huh? Just in case we do this screen. So, we have this camera. This was one of the, I was taking a little art class thingy, and I had to use this book. Well, I mean, because it doesn't have lines, whereas like my other one does. So I put that with all my art supplies. So at the end of that semester, I kind of chucked it away. So I forgot about that. That's where it was. But this thing is like so old, like the binding is gone and everything. Let me see if I can find your name though. I know I wrote it. I used like the front pages for. At some point, it'll stream stuff. Maybe it went to the back. Where are all the names? Did they get pulled out? Is that what happened? Oh, no, 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 no. I think I know what happened. Everything that I had in the front. Actually, no. It could be a Necromancer spellbook. Yeah, because like this is the binding fell out. Does this have a year of like when this was released? It's funny because I would just like take this with me everywhere. Anyways, I found. Let's see if we can find your name here. Isaac379. So this is some of the names. Spanx is one of my first followers since I started the book. I think you were on page 4. And was I playing Inscription? Maybe I was. Unless I had to be Genshin. I know, here. Yeah, you followed. Yeah, I was playing Inscription. Bam, see? There it is. That's why I like putting, all the information, the name, what the person, follower, sub. Yeah, it was November, oh man. June 30th, 2022. And I was playing Inscription, yes. Funny enough, I did want to play that again at some point. So, did you see the trailer at the Game Awards? What was... wait, I wrote the wrong number, didn't I? And we lost the page again. Classic Link. We'll keep trying. You know what? You're right. That imposter. That was Game Funo. They did it. 379. You know what? We're going to update that. We're going to do... Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. So it's 375. So let me add you. Can I add you to the new list? Isaac. 379. Awesome, thank you. You know, I was doing Genshin. I'm gonna write Genshin Hungry because I was gonna take a small food break. Genshin Hungry. And this was on 12/31, my last stream of the year. 12/31, 2023. Bam. There it is. Second entry. So you're following on both accounts now, right? Wow, yeah, you're right. Sweet. Well, you know, with the 379. So I think maybe we retire this Necromancer book. Speaking of Necromancer book, I gotta finish playing Baldur's Gate. I have a couple of campaigns, and they're all in Act 1. I've never got past Act 1. But we shall see. Let me keep Vice near me. Oh, they're the same account. Okay, got it. Just making sure. Let's go back to Genshin. Do I have the Genshin button here? Genshin cameras. It's just a change. Oh, I see. My mistake. All right. Let me just move this camera out of the way so if it falls, it doesn't hit my super pricey stream camera. All right, back to the story. And I appreciate you stopping by and the mocking flame crested. It's always good. You'll see. I'll show the constellations here in a little bit. All right. So what do we make of this story? He told us about the mad scholars came. They. Oh, nice. Yeah. So we're also streaming on YouTube as well. So there's that, which is going on. So we're live on YouTube and Twitch. So that's what I've got going on now. That's the main difference between this stream is it's like a multi-faceted one. Like, if you could say it like that. So these mad scholars would be exiled to our village. They would kind of unmadden, or I guess the madness would dispel after some time. Maybe Nahida's doing. And when the earthquakes were happening, they would, put their hands on the ground and stop everything from being destroyed. And that's why they're changed to village keepers. So that mad scholar's power likely comes from Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Really? Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Oh, because he doesn't know her by the name Nahida.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha to give her power to the mad scholars.
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. I'm
he's
just
in
struck by
shock
your
over
reasoning.
it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. Is she really active in Sumeru?
Well, she was
The
until
Academia has
recently.
always placed
Now she's
far
locked
greater
away.
importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali, and I've never had any reason to doubt their views.
Oh, he's guilty.
In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, she might as well have been a god that never existed.
That is so mean to say.
Hey, Nahida definitely exists.
Wait.
She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise. Even if she says weird stuff
She
sometimes.
speaks in tongues, but she works behind the scenes because I think there's also that effort. From what I'm understanding so far in the story, the sages are kind of keeping it that way. They don't care about her, and they don't want to have any reasons to care about her. So we just chuck her in the closet and diminish her deeds. She also saved me once not long ago.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Are we
Good.
telling
Then
the
you
truth?
should know that we're telling the truth.
Magic is like, no,
That
you're
look
guilty.
in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar. You two really must have met Lesser Lord Kusanali.
That's what we've been
How
saying,
can this
man.
be? To think, our Archon has been amongst us this entire time.
Sorry,
Alright,
my
now it's
microphone's
our
all
turn to
messed
put
up.
our skills to good use for this investigation.
So I mean, at least he's a believer, because you know, from what he just discerned from us not lying to him. Is this correct? Oh, no, I'm supposed to go under and over and under. Just my microphone has like a shock mount that has like these like little elastic bands, and it came loose. So I don't want any of that to fall. There. I think we're good now. There we go. It was just like over time, my microphone was kind of like warping, like bending, and it's just like bent facing away from me. So like the audio is kind of like muffled a little bit. So if I do this, you'll probably hear me a little bit less. And if, you know, I speak like this, so now it's facing me and a bit closer to where I'm at. All right.
But easier said than done. Especially since we don't have any
Sages known to
leads.
hit it on power, so they lock them up. Huh.
Maybe we can start by knocking on some doors.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
This is your grandpa.
Who are you?
Is he a sage? Well, you know, one of the keepers.
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak.
Isaac.
You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
I mean, we never agreed to anything.
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Maybe he was exiled here and had a kid?
Grandpa is just
Or-
Grandpa. He's my family.
Or maybe not blood related.
I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa. I swear I'll help. I won't be a nuisance.
New
Ah,
3-star unit.
So you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house.
How did he know
I was
that?
planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa. Hatham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
I mean, I don't really have any reason to not trust this kid. Let's help him out.
All right. But first, let's confirm the facts with Candace.
What do you call a scientist that failed his long effort experiment? A scientist. Because I'm getting a little. There's got to be a joke in there somewhere, but you know, science, a mad scope. I walked right into that. A mad scope. Oh Lord. I'm like about to get philosophical, like, well, you know, scientists, if they realize their experiment failed, they'll, you know, look at the variables and the controls and see what they can adjust to make the experiment a success. They'd record the data and do like an analysis, and like, this is a joke, Link. Alright, if you want to complain about flexing, here's what changed since Fontaine released. This guy appeared on my account. His R2 weapon. Yeah, Sino moment. I still don't have a Sino. I pulled for him, but nothing Somehow he ended up C6. I'm still paying that off. Don't worry. With almost max talents, I just have to finish leveling his burst. Farina, I have her weapon, which is really nice. And Constellation. Yeah, Nuvolet is way too strong. And she's at C3. What are her stats at? 75,226. She's on Golden Troop, though. He's on Marachess Hunter. And he's at 62,277. He's probably my best geared character. The only thing is he's using an HP goblet, though. You guys want to see a super quick Abyss run? Actually, since I'm capped on resin, and I do want to work on Candace, let me fight this thing with them. And excuse this team, this is our lore team. Nuvolet. Let's see. Let's see if he can solo the pyramid boss. Now, I'm not going to use healing food, which will affect his C4 and C6. So let's give this a go. This is where resin capped.
The tides beckon. Silence!
See how he does by himself. Does this thing to reduce damage early on? Oh man, it's getting pretty close. We did it. One charge attack. P6 things, you know. No other interference. We have an animal goblet finally. We got 3 like-hiding tetrahedrons. Animal goblet. I was looking at gearing up Hazo yesterday because we pulled a Skyward Atlas forever ago, but I don't think I had any animal goblets built. Oh yeah, I love this one. That's right. Looking at Candace, I don't think I can ascend her, can I? No, I need 3 more. So we'll do that another. I'm running low on Morrow. So that's Nuvolet, by the way. That's his capabilities. Now if you throw Kazuha, Zhongli, and Farina into the mix, it gets very... Could be used for Sayu, yeah. Oh. I think I recently removed her artifacts because it's facing a shortage. This one? Yeah. Oh, this one, yeah, sure. I remember I had that Sayu challenge a while back where I would just kill something as Sayu, no one else. Oh, I could do my commissions finally. Anyways, I guess a super quick Spiral Abyss showcase. I'll do like a floor 12 run, either solo or with a team. Floor 12, right? Let's do solo. It's gonna be tricky though. Do dodging MSQ, yeah, I know. My C6 Kaching team will be Kaching, Nahida, Kazuha. Zhongli, sure. Oh, I don't have a healer for this team. Oh, my cards changed.
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
Let's see if he can in fact slow the Abyss. I could do the mouse thing, but I am a filthy casual.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Silence.
Getting there. It's taking a bit.
There's a tear in my robe.
No, I lost it. Oh, was I standing in something bad? I think I was. Bad player. Bad player. Garbage. I didn't see it.
Be sanctified. Bow your head.
I was paying attention to the enemy, that's why. All those consolations, still can't play the game.
Silence.
Absolute garbo.
The tides beckon.
Can you stop, like, flying the fuck everywhere? Thank you.
An oversight on my part.
Oh, it's the fire on me and the dendros have burning on me, that's why. Oh, I see. Huh, I hadn't thought about that. Normally I don't struggle with this Solar Nivelette. Maybe I need more refinements on my weapons, surely that's what it is.
Let the mighty be humble.
No. Seriously speaking though, I think it's those Dendro things and I need to not get hit with Dendro. And not get hit with Pyro if I can help it, or just not get hit at all. Yeah. And it becomes very dangerous. You are in fact correct. Oh, I also have the HP link thing on me too. Yeah.
Risk is growing, but it poses no threat to me. I see the temperate waters.
Yeah, they put that lifelink on you. That's pretty brutal. Huh. Interesting. I think I see what I have to do though. I have to save my burst for when those things come out. The last wave. So that means I have to go a little bit easy on the first wave. It's gonna like 1 or 2 more goes and then I'll stop. I'll go back to the start.
Bow your head.
Like I have my burst here, but I want to save it. I never wanted like a manual charge attack first, but here, I mean a charge.
The tides beckon.
It's, I think, a case of I kill them before they kill me. No, it's still applying burn on me. Shit.
Growing, but it poses no
Like the Dendro's not cleansing
Let the
off of me.
mighty be humbled.
There we go. We did it. We got this. It's done. Screw you.
The fate of this world is
See?
already sealed.
Speed of light.
Clouds high. The bird.
I will have order.
Grow! The Temple of Wisdom! Nowhere to hide.
Hopefully this works out.
Incoming!
Ka-ching. Wrong way.
Everyone's okay!
I am playing this poorly.
Speed of light!
It's just when the heat is, I also don't know like Ka-ching's combos. With Nahida's, what's it called? Dendro app, it's really hard to get an Electro
To the chase!
on the enemy to swirl it with Kaza.
This way, turn a little.
This is not a good team. I mean, if I burst through, I'll hit it. Yeah, because I'm not swirling the Electro, because the Dendro is just consuming it so fast that it's not swirling. I this would have been much quicker like an other team or something. That or that thing just has like a ton of HP. But the main thing is just to see if like Nivelette can clear it solo.
Silence.
I feel like I should be able to. Now in instances like that, should I just... I'm just wondering, just me thinking aloud. Am I better off just like constantly like normal attacking or just like do like a freaking manual charge attack. Just enough to kill them.
There's a tear in my robe. Justice is blindsided.
You want to know something? This is the first time I'm hearing those voice lines. Is this a tear in my robe?
The tide's begging.
I've never heard that. It's you or me, pal. One of us has to go. We did it. Is this a Dendro chicken? Yeah.
Fallen leaves, adorn my nights, wind strike.
Solidify!
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. Speed of light.
I will have
Screw
order.
it.
With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Hey!
Hopefully,
Incoming.
we'll get some decent damage in there.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Grow. The Temple of Wisdom.
Just take our burst.
Incoming. With sword comes
That should
shadow.
do it.
Don't blink.
Well, I do like how quickly she gets her burst back, Kaching, especially at C6. Very fun and interactive. Final floor. My cards certainly aren't doing me any favors.
Let me try.
That's these folks. Huh?
Take this!
I'll focus on the range guys and let like the Magu Kenki, well the
Settle down.
samurai guys, charge towards me.
This will do!
Be sanctified.
What's the second half of this?
This could go.
It's two of these guys. So hopefully I can complete both of them, yeah.
How brightly burn!
The tide's beckoning.
Now the second one's gonna activate.
From on high! Hear the inferno's call!
That should deal with the first one, fighting this one. Let's just queue up a regular charge attack. My E is up.
There's a tear in my robe. When the tide comes
Really?
in, I shall return.
Holy shit. We got a little careless there. Not careless, but in disregarding the...
Bow your head.
Oh hey, he literally just jumped right on top of his pal. I will not be falling. Not before you, not for you.
Be
But because of you.
sanctified.
Maybe I should have saved my burst.
Before me, cut down. You is. The power of flame compels.
Silence.
Hear the inferno's call!
Settle down.
Let the flames of redemption burn! Is this high?
I think they're both in their forms now.
Let the mighty be humble.
Yes. We're doing okay currently, I think. That'll stun both of them, I hope. A little bit. A little scary. We can be frightening as well. There we go, we did it. That life bomb thing is spooky for sure. Oh, I hate this one. I struggle with this one a lot. I'm probably not gonna be able to do this to Ching Team.
to memory. Don't blink. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Wind Strider.
Grow, grow, grow.
Hopefully we got a swirl in there somewhere.
Speed of light.
It's just constantly being afflicted by cryo slowing us down quite a bit.
Don't blink. This way.
Order guide you.
Grow, grow, grow. Make yourselves at home. Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
Fallen leaves. Adorn
Wait,
my
yeah.
nights. Wind Strider.
Don't blink. Hey.
Solidify.
Oh, we got it. The
This way through the loop.
Electro
With
shard.
sword comes shadow. Speed of light.
30 seconds left.
Incoming.
There we go. We did it. 3 stars with Sola Nouvelette. Now, Nouvelette with all of his pieces attached was something different entirely. You know, the damage is just... let's see. My Prime Nouvelette maximum damage team is this. This. And for second half, sure, we could do this. And this. Nahida needs her crown though, but that's not of consequence. It's not a big consequence. I can also do this. And then for this. Just to show, you know, Nouvelette's, I don't want to say best in slots, but higher performing teams.
The time is beckon. Silence.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo it.
Gather.
Mind the side of it.
I did that. I'm usually hitting for about 100k on my ease.
Solidify. Let the mighty be humble.
I don't have Farina's burst up or Shangri's. Oh, because I don't have Kazu's thing active either.
Settle down.
Time to shine.
We're getting there.
Gather.
Mind the side of it.
Oh, well, you didn't even get to see his HP because this thing dies. His, he dies the moment you break his shield.
Unleash! Clouds high. The bird.
Rust and breathe it.
By ordinance divine. Whirling snow.
I don't think she has her Mist Splitter.
Transfiguration.
My apologies.
Take your true form.
Wind Strider.
Yeah, I don't have the damage for this on my first team.
Adorn my...
Do your master's
Doesn't
bidding.
hit as hard as I'd like it to. I just have to, you know, farm better artifacts than Ayaka. No, she does have her Mist Splitter because Keqing has a Haran. Yeah, alright. I'll probably just leave here and go back to the story.
The time is beckon. Bow your head.
Shower me with the dactylus.
Yeah, my Nivelette's not hitting so hard without Kazuha. It's strange. Oh, I also don't have Farina's burst up either.
Let the mighty be humble.
Change that.
Let my name echo in song.
Solidify.
Mind the side of it.
70k-ish. I just have like a rough time putting the pieces together for that team, like in terms of
Obey. By ordinance divine.
I'm just farming energy. Okay.
The bird.
Allow me. Sakura swirl.
Unleash.
I mean, I guess this team still does a decent amount of damage.
Wind strike.
Hold the line.
Heal me! Jellyfish, please! I don't think any of that is going through. And the dancers, I think they have cryo resistance? I could be wrong. All I know is that cryo has not been able to do as much as I wanted it to.
Stabilize. A bitter pelter.
And even with most Sumer, cryo is just not in a good spot.
Settle down. The tides beckon.
Let the world come on!
Gather.
The doctor was...
That was an 84k crit, 77.
Mind the side effect. Solidify.
I guess that's standard without Kazuha, but I feel like I should be hitting harder. Maybe switching to a Hydra Goblet would help. Karina's also doing quite a bit of damage as well with her minions. She just hurts a lot.
Manifest!
About 4 more seconds, okay.
Cryoing.
Apparently it does more with, with the Hydra Goblet, with the HP Goblet if you have Karina and Kazuha, but I don't have Kazuha there at the moment, so...
My apologies. Embrace the ice.
Ooh.
Unleash! Wind strike.
Billowing surge. So rude.
Whirling transfiguration.
Much remains.
Yeah, fuck this floor. That cryo shit, annoying. Neela Bloom would probably do numbers like crazy there. Alright, let me put the Neuvillette team back. Neuvillette, Farina. What's gonna happen?
I knew you'd miss me.
Sounds good to me.
Kazuha and Zhongli.
Would be nice.
Happy birthday. I like how they added the voice quotes and stuff. Oh, we're in Mondstadt. I just realized the background. No, I know the background changes. I'm caught off guard by the Mondstadt background. Alright, talk to Candace. She's right here. What are you talking about? Oh, in Aru Village. Right. That's what they mean. So, yes, more animated, more lifelike. Basically on the region that you're in. So it's really fun. Alright. I guess we can continue, right? Sure. I love that music. I know I say it a lot. Just listen, music means a lot to me.
Sino is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Just Sino.
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the name of Isak?
Isak.
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
She knew.
Huh? You knew this would happen?
She let it happen. She'd hoped.
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window. He really wants to get his grandfather back.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't tell
Isak's
us?
parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city.
Oh.
He was raised by his grandfather.
That sucks.
Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive.
You know who actually had the same story?
Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather, and thus often spied on the man.
Just real quick, 2-second story. In the near novelization, protagonist, however you want to call him, his father went away years ago, I guess because there's no work in the village, and he would send money back home, but he died, outside of the village. And when the protagonist was at a very young age, And their mother died from black scrawl years later, so I'm just saying. Later, another mad scholar arrived in the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather and thus often spied on the man.
However, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. Although Isak referred to the man as his grandpa, he was afraid and didn't dare to approach him.
Sad.
One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. He even noticed Isak hiding in the distance.
Was it him, though?
So Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars, and accompanied Isak until he fell asleep.
Well, that was nice of him.
The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. However, even so, Grandpa retained his calm expression.
Wait a
It's said
second.
that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking.
Could it have been the Akasha kind of made him mad? And then Nihida kind of like dispelled it. So he had like that one lucid moment where he was nice to Isak. And then it was all she could do. And then she kind of had to leave. So he's in a state of like not mind controlled, but sleepwalk. We'll see. Who knows?
Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you somewhere fun?" Or, "Grandpa, could you tell me stories about the stars again?"
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad. It seems like they both deserve so much better.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, we must still continue on with our
Yeah,
lives.
life goes on.
It's also my reason for fighting. I must continue to protect this land.
Does she have family? I wonder. Lucid Grandpa was probably Nihida. She must have sued other men. Yeah. Like I saw in his face, he probably connected dots as well. Maybe she was able to take control of it,
Maybe
like
the people
him for a bit.
have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What did you say, Sino?
See.
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way, we can take him along.
I hope that does not backfire
Perhaps
on
you are
us.
more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept my thanks on Isak's behalf, Sino.
Alright. Reputations kind of went up. At least we're not trying to kill each other. Does that mean I have to put
Isak?
Isak in my party?
Oh, it's you guys!
We've cleared everything up. Let's go find your grandpa.
Really? Wow! Thank you so much!
Just the desert's pretty big, man. But we'll find him. Surely.
Yeah!
All right. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
Alrighty. Dreams, emptiness, deception. 30 gems? Oh, I don't have enough to pull. Shit. Never mind.
Excuse me.
My
Did you
mistake.
happen to see where the missing scholars went?
Nope.
You mean the village keepers? Oh, let me think. When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the road, muttering away and eating
roots.
mushrooms and tree roots. They shouldn't go around eating that kind of stuff.
Why not?
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
What's wrong with tree
Anything
roots?
else? No, I think that's all I have to tell you. Sorry.
Man's like walking away. Didn't even finish his sentence. Ask the locals for information. Local legends? Before, what do you mean? What's that? Like, with cards or in TCG? I feel like I heard that phrase, I just don't know. Were they Was this cat massaging the other cat? Did I see that right? I scared him away. If I face any local legends. It's messing
The
with me.
scholars that have gone missing. Have you seen them?
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Don't change the subject.
Right. You were asking about the I mean,
Oh,
the
not
mad
yet.
scholars.
I know what you're
think
talking about
it's
now.
been a few days since I last saw them.
The
I
veil?
usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night. But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long
Are
ago.
they locked behind like a world
Do
quest?
you
I know they have
also
like
think
7 million
Grandpa
HP
and
or
the
something.
others are good people?
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. You mean that nice man who looks like your grandpa's long-lost twin, right?
Long lost twin.
He was actually the one who protected my house. I saw it with my own eyes. He happened to be staying near my house that day and was doing something with his hands on the ground.
Oh, they're not
It
world
still
quests?
feels
They're just
pretty
mobs in the
surreal
world?
now that I think back on it. Did someone teach them how to do that?
Oh.
Well, whatever the case,
I'll check it out in a
always
bit.
be thankful to him and whoever taught him to look out for others. I'm pretty sure that if I ever went mad, I wouldn't be able to do anything like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Well, he's been around. He protected her house. This is the locus for more information. Oh! I think so. Yeah. Right. I just had...
Sir, have you seen my
Oh.
grandpa recently? You
Was
know,
it a crab? I think it was a
the one who
crab.
likes to sit and space out near the village entrance.
Oh, well, if it isn't Isak. Oh, your grandpa, huh?
And Jabari.
It's been a while.
There was a kid in my
The
school.
last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road
that
as
name?
usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared, despite my wife's protests. Like many people, she's really quite terrified of them. And speaking of my wife, she's still always complaining about how I don't make enough mora.
Oh,
Might explain why she's always mad at me.
man.
Thank
Now
you.
he's gonna have...
Thank you for taking care of him.
It was nothing. Hey, you're looking for him, right? Did he go for a walk?
Actually, I
and
think we
get
fought the
lost?
Stingray couple as well.
Yeah.
Where they have like the
Oh, that's
joint
no good.
attack and you have to shoot the...
Well,
thing
once
between
you
them?
found him, come by
The
my
ball.
place again and I'll cook a little something for the both of you. I've known you since you were very young. So as far as I'm concerned, you're family. Please feel free to come by anytime.
Thank you, Jabari.
Wow,
What a nice guy.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Totally different than the Jabari I knew. Jabari's lying.
Don't say anything for now. Isak, stay here. Let's head over there. Stay quiet as you move.
You can smell him. King Deshret and the 3 Magi started. Ooh. Follow Simon. Have to be very quiet.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
Join the Aramites. Friend, a moment please. You look like someone of skill. Would you be interested in joining the Aramites? Does it come with benefits? Oh, lots. First, this is one of the few ways you can get out of our village. And out of this desolate dump in the world will be your oyster. Every young and ambitious soul belongs to the world, no? We might all be people of the desert, sure, but you can bet that we know... I give it some thought. Have good food. He gave me shawarma wraps just for listening to him, see? It's nothing like real life. No one's ever given me free shawarma.
See if you can make out what they're saying.
Have you heard? The mighty King Deshret, the sovereign of our faith, will soon return to this world.
Yes, of course I have. King Deshret is the one and only true ruler of this land. I've never believed in any other gods.
Was King Deshret a
Still,
god?
you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like life's about to change around here anytime soon. What's your proof?
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged scholars than ever. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of King Deshret's civilization in ancient times.
Huh.
We don't quite know why, but it seems like there's some sort of connection between insanity and King Deshret. Isn't it
He was
a
like an
sign
old
of
god.
King Deshret's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me, they must have been chosen as the final sacrifice for King Deshret's resurrection.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense. Does this mean our lives are finally going to take a turn for the better?
I don't think it's gonna be for the better,
Exactly.
buddy.
Those city folks will get what's coming to them.
Yeah, feels like a cult.
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very beginning.
Uh-oh.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Uh-oh. He means business. He activated his burst and everything.
Yeah, bro, this guy's something else. Just look at his eyes. One wrong move, and he's gonna flay us alive.
Let's not get on his bad side, okay? I am no
I think this
match
is the
for
first
this
time we've
guy.
heard of King Deshret.
Oh, okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about King Deshret's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear and that King Deshret will return to this land. I'm not making this up, I swear!
Which bar?
Hey, go on. Keep talking.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the academia. They keep sending us all their mad scholars and won't let us have a good life. Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all praying for King Deshret's speedy return. Delavar also said that once King Deshret returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall. They're all willing to serve under King Deshret and fight for a share of the glory.
Is that so?
Are you talking about like Sumer, like that really big wall
Seems like
brought
he
by the
still wants to
caravan?
know more. Keep talking.
Got it! At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a trace, just as the rumors said. Please don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then everyone else around here is also guilty. I'm just saying what the others said.
I'm wondering, like, all the scholars that are going, like, the mad scholars that are disappearing, is that because, like, Nahid is leading them somewhere? It's, like, safety? We just don't know about it? Or are they being kidnapped?
The people here really like King Deshret, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
The Academy is probably the true target of their
Where
hatred.
is this radical person you talked about?
I
Darvon?
haven't run into him over the past few days, so he probably hasn't been around the village. What about you, man? Have you seen him at all?
No, not at all. We wouldn't dare lie to you. He's really not here right now.
Sure.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not. All we know are their names.
I have many ways to stop you from talking. And many others to stop
There's
you
a
from
cat on the
sending
right.
warning messages. So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't hear of you trying to contact anybody. Don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this. Try something foolish, and even Candace won't be able to protect you.
That is a huge threat.
Yes, got it. We'll do just as you say.
I wonder if they're going to climb up.
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying.
No, whatever. It's just so funny because the only interaction I've had with Sino so far is during one of the Sumeru event stories. There was like a tournament with a card. And he's completely different in personality, so it's funny to see.
He didn't try to
It's
reassure
like
us
serious
at all.
Sino.
It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh, Paimon bets lots of people have told him that before.
More reason for him to get on his bad
I
side.
heard that.
Sorry.
So,
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places.
We'll find something there.
Very well.
Isak!
I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there. Just follow me.
All right, Isak, lead the way. While he does that, I am out of water. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water here in a little bit. Let me set the timer. So we're probably gonna go for another 40-ish minutes, give or take. Maybe a little bit more than that, so we shall see. But be right back.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new
I
life.
hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all.
Dia when I grow up.
If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the
I hope
Aramites
I can
and
be as
embrace
cool
a
as
wonderful
Candace
new
one
life.
day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the Aramites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
I will always seek to protect the
Join the
things that are
Aramites
most
and
important,
embrace a
no matter
wonderful
what
new
it
life.
takes, even when it looks futile.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes, even when it looks futile.
Join the Eremites and embrace a wonderful new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life
Join
such
the
as
Eremites
this,
and embrace
I will be
a wonderful
content.
new life.
I hope I can be as cool as Candace one day.
All right, we are back. Let me.
I want to be like Miss Dia when I grow up.
Let me just disable the overlay for now. I am here, but well, having a little bit of cereal, right?
Join the Eremites and
It's
embrace
just in
a
the
wonderful new
meanwhile.
life.
Yeah, temporary. Let's turn off the timer.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things.
But
That's
we made it
why
on
I
time.
must also wield a spear.
Never stream without for real shit. Well, we've been live for 5 hours. A lot can happen in 5 hours.
Grandpa? Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa.
This kid's either on cope, or he has like absolute faith in his grandpa. Yeah, you want some honey nut Cheerios?
Well, this is where Grandpa usually stays.
There sure isn't much here.
Wait, the incense. That's that. What's her name? At the place where Tainari found us. She was using incense to reach that divine knowledge to Scaramouche.
No.
Incense? Please don't say it's the same one as before. But are you okay? Are you getting dizzy or need to lie down?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tainari saved the day! And then he gave us a long lecture to explain all about how it worked.
So, you know Tainari?
Huh? You know him too? Are you two friends?
Yes. Now that I concentrate, I can also make out the scent of incense.
Wait, surely Tainari didn't lecture you too?
No, no need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house?
No, it was in the forest where I can't remember her name. Hypatia, was it? She was meditating.
In the forest. From a scholar.
Oh,
Looks like someone's been living here this entire time. These are all daily necessities. Something with... Can I observe the plants, maybe? It's a mushroom. Oh wait, did it split up? Okay.
What are you looking for, Sino?
Here it is. Take a look right here.
Paimon doesn't see anything.
Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand, there are footprints here. From the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. This pattern is a common one from this area. Local shoes. This was probably someone from the village. The scent is quite faint, but still extant. The footprints head in that direction.
but who would come looking
Damn.
for Grandpa? He doesn't have any friends.
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Oh. So it was the incense, huh?
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent?
It's the doctor, I'm telling you. You get lured. Oh wait, I have food all the time.
Hey! What's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got something they love in life.
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since the smell supposedly helps them clear their minds and discover new knowledge. Even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days, and will follow the scent whenever it presents itself.
No, Grandpa.
So, someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Huh. Still, why would anyone want to abduct all the scholars?
For Scaramouche. I mean, King
Are the
Deshret.
rumors really true? Could the disappearance of all the mad scholars have something to do with the radicals?
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my Grandpa. Grandpa's never done anything wrong. Please help him.
Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't let whoever took him get away with it.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned here. After that, we'll set off to find the scholars.
Hell yeah. It's a rescue mission. Go back to the village chief's house. Hopefully nothing happens between now and then. So interesting that Sino and Alhaitham are friends. Because the house is on the upper levels. Now before I do that, I want to check on those cats. Because it looks like they're like was over here. On this cliff. Huh, they're gone. Oh shit, Kindness and Dea.
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks a lot better. That'd be my choice, too.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone's friends already.
Oh, Dia's here too!
You bet. So, everything goes smoothly?
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him at all.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured he was investigating with you. I guess he must have gone off on his own.
Did you find out anything useful? I see. So someone used a kind of incense to lead the exiled scholars away from the village.
That's so predatory. And I wonder where Alhaitham
The
went.
resurrection of King Deshret?
So he's
First
investigating.
I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. No seller would be able to make a profit here. Not to mention, making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert with the patience to make or sell something that requires that kind of effort. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting this.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then? Do we go back to the academia and search for leads there?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. But today, you've got me on your team, so you get an extra tip. Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know a thing or two about these radicals he mentioned.
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the radicals is some guy called Delavar.
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tail bearded crook.
Jabari.
A whole lot of them are known around these parts. These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing the academia. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert.
It's a conspiracy.
Anyway, that's my guess why they've chosen to become radicals.
Tia! You're amazing! You really know this place inside and out!
No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every more I've spent in the tavern has been a valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Sino.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about you has already gotten out. The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. You survive on making connections out here. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of. But that also makes it a whole lot easier for me to gain the locals' trust.
Sure. There. She's just being, what's the word?
I need to go around and ask some questions. But it'll be difficult if you're with me.
Oh, I see what she's doing. She's trying to make it seem like she's, you know, weak and...
Good. Then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebat with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the Mad Scholars have been taken. Sino, you'll have to stay in the village and continue investigating on your own.
It's part of her plan.
Sounds like a plan!
So we're gonna spread fake intel. Because I think she knows that they're listening. We got him. And we're back. Alright, go to Caravan Rebot. Let's talk to them.
Sino, please don't take offense. I'm sure Dia just wants to help everyone solve their problem as quickly as possible. That's why she can be so straightforward at times.
How long is her hair? Oh, it's
I don't mind.
ribs level, I guess.
Ah, I see. Well, from the way you were staring out into the distance, I thought you might have been mulling over Dia's
Maybe
words.
he took it, to heart. Maybe not.
No, I'm used to being treated that
Like
way.
a kid.
It's natural to
that way.
fear strength. I take no objection to it.
Oh, yeah. She's totally scared of him. There's something I do want to do, though. Is, just for now.
There are still so many places.
I can read her mind. Let's read Sino's mind.
I see everything.
Very fun.
Sino, please.
I don't mind.
Ah, I see.
No,
Same
it's
dialogue.
natural to
Alright, the caravan rebop. Let's pull out him back in the party.
Let's get down to business.
Alright, we can teleport there, thankfully. We're gonna try to make some good time, though. Try to get, as much of this chapter done as we can. Oh, cutscene.
Well, here we are again.
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Yeah.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can a wall this tall even exist? It's almost unreal.
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walked this way when I was a kid.
That's the wall I was
Also,
talking about.
why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstorms? It was only after I grew up that I realized the wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. It serves a more important purpose, keeping out people like us. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used and discarded at their whim.
Pretty messed up way of thinking.
We're cheap labor, like livestock, but easier to control. Nothing more.
It's like, with
Even if a
Alamegans and
child from the
Ul'dah.
desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Sataria are one in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate. Even though the academia knows very well that we're humans, just as they are.
Well, when racism is a thing,
Terrible.
we'll see some people's below human.
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia. You're not thinking about doing anything scary, are you?
No, not at all. This place just gets me thinking, that's all. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep. We gotta catch those.
I'm on.
Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to find out what we're here for.
We're undercover.
Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know.
Networking. Maybe it's the doctor, but is this King Deshret character actually being resurrected? I mean, I don't think so. Maybe it's just like Dia was saying, those folks that have like no money, so they want to destabilize Sumeru
Just
with
our
the sages
luck.
and all.
None of them are here today.
You mean you don't see anyone you know?
Dia, is that you?
Oh boy.
What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki. Finally, a friendly face.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land?
Something like that. Hello.
Hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's, how would you put it? Drinking buddy?
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say we go back a ways.
Her boyfriend.
Anyway,
Let me
as
not
far
say
as my
that.
friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any Outlanders so friendly and respectful nowadays.
That would put the community in shambles.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall. So, Dia, are you
Why
looking
is there
for
so much
someone?
like bloom on this guy?
Yeah.
He's like so
Have you
bright.
seen Engur, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact, we were all here drinking together just a few days ago.
Oh.
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested. Know where I could find him?
Ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a hard time making ends meet these days.
And Delavar's
so
broke
you
too,
came here to
like
help
Jabari.
him out?
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family. If there's more to be made, why not do it together? Besides, Delavar and his friends have muscle. They'd be a good fit for escorting the goods.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course I can take you to him.
We're gonna meet
Come
him.
with me.
We're gonna get assaulted, aren't we? Go to the place Zaki mentioned. And so we left the caravan. That song is so good. All the instruments, the percussion, the sitar, the flute. I mean, I assume those are the instruments, and if I am wrong, then my apologies. I wonder if this guy knows, you know, suspicious
Are we
that
there yet?
or he's like leading us into an
Yep.
ambush.
This is the place.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Why don't you take a guess? Go on. A wild stab in the dark. You're like lambs to the slaughter.
They probably heard about Daya and thought she was helpless and stuff.
Oh no! It's an ambush!
Kind of what I think she was hoping for.
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the Academia to look for the missing scholars.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. I knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake!
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't ya? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall for your little business deal nonsense?
Let her cook.
So you and Delavar have been partners all along.
It just confirms it.
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop. Those of us who hang around the tavern have stronger bonds than you think. But you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the desert folk overthrowing the Academia.
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Engur. You're here too, huh?
Well, now we can beat them all to a pulp.
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of King Deshret despise the most.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret is greater than the Dendro Archon. Little did I know, you don't deserve to join us.
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars, all because of some baseless rumors. Anything else I'm missing out on?
Well, do we know for a fact they're
See?
kidnapping the
There
scholars?
you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on their minds. Mora. Pathetic. You're all like a pack of street rats.
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit to be made, anyone can become my friend.
I have more.
Enough talking. Get him.
Can you drop on my next 50-50, please?
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
All right. Can I play as Dave?
Following orders.
New punching.
Take that! Shine down! We shall prevail!
Me! Take that!
I am the Hydrodendro Traveler.
Propagate! There is no escape!
Impossible! How could you?
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm
Man was
guessing your
drunk on
informant
power.
told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after all. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary, but you've never seen me in action. Even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting.
Damn.
That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust
This
of
guy
others.
was talking shit.
That's what you thought, right?
Ugh. You lied in the village because you figured that we'd have people watching you.
Big brain man.
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Pathetic.
Damn.
Okay, that should be all of them.
All right, wrap him up.
So you've been planning this since we were in Aru Village?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away, you let them report back.
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
Those names you mentioned?
Oh, you mean the funny names she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled bandit,
The three broke dudes.
Paimon can't remember them all.
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, the wide-eyed butcher, and Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, are the nicknames they came up with for
They
themselves.
were role-playing. They have arcane names.
Alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how King Deshret is a superior deity.
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him down.
Ducktail bearded crook. Jabari.
That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the one who wanted to treat Isak and his grandpa to some food.
Wait, so he's a radical too?
No,
Yeah, 'cause he was
he
nice.
isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some wild guesses based on my impressions.
Wow, what a genius
You're pretty smart.
idea! Well, that's an expert mercenary for you.
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook, if I'm honest.
So, that thing you were saying before, is it really true?
What thing?
About what?
Oh, the wall?
About how mercenaries only care about
Oh.
Mora, and that anyone's a friend as long as there's a profit.
Does that bother you?
I don't think you're that kind of I mean,
What
it
makes
doesn't
you
bother
so
me.
sure?
So even without an employer, you're still helping us out. Oh, she's trying to look
Yeah?
tough.
Do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the other desert folk?
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro
The
Archon.
tumbleweed.
I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion and gratitude.
That's right,
Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people unless they were truly compassionate. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, making the Dendro Archon out to be an enemy. It's all the Academia's trickery. But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's never done anything wrong.
Dia.
It's very noble of her.
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him to the village.
Oh, Sino can interrogate them now. So we carry 3 bodies back to our village. That's a long ways. We carry 3 bodies.
This should be all of them. I'll let you take it from here.
All right. I'll be in touch. Until then, please stand by.
Granted, I'm sure you could like tie them up and like drag them.
Do you need any help?
Candace will be okay on her own. I trust her, so you can too. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified to question the offenders, it's her.
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
Like her eyeshadow.
I'll meet you back here
Subtle.
tomorrow morning, Traveler.
Sounds like a plan to me.
As for these idiots, let's just hope they live to see another day.
Wait until the next morning.
Candace is an expert at dealing with people like this. All we have to do is wait for her word.
I wonder if we try eavesdropping and she's gonna tell us something.
You heard the question. Now answer me.
Shit. I want to try reading Daya's mind. Since Candace is not in the party right now. Nope. Alright, next day, 6 to 12. Paimon, do your magic. They may have overdone it. It's fine. I'd rather be sure than unsure. So we'll go for a couple more minutes for tonight. And then we'll slowly start to wrap it up and wind down. It's now 3 a.m. and I've yet to do my commissions. Well, almost 3 a.m. Let's see how the story progresses.
Right on time.
I think I skipped the whole day. Did we learn anything?
We'll know any moment now.
Paimon's been wondering. You seem to know Candace pretty well. Have you been friends for a long time?
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person. Even though she's an extremely strong warrior, she never misuses her powers against others.
It's tough to do.
Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of martial artists say, never take the fight outside the ring.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions to be as dedicated as she is, and shoulder that kind of responsibility. Us mercs, on the other hand, we pretty much live from one day to the next.
Well, Paimon thinks you're great too.
Really? Thanks for that.
That's thoughtful. There he is.
Oh, Sino's here, and he's pretty early too.
Oh no, I hate him.
Yes.
I wonder if he has any leads.
I was here yesterday to help out a little.
To help out? By doing what?
Interrogation.
Sharing some interrogation techniques.
Oh,
Classic.
you mean you taught Candace some more persuasive methods?
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Oh,
Come on, let's go inside.
she's got her intel. Let's enter the house. See what we find right here.
Candace, where? Whoa, you look
He looks
furious.
pissed.
Do I? Huh. What gave it away?
The narrow eyes, I think.
Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show itself at the corners of your mouth.
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry. I'm sure everyone present would agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, don't beat us anymore. We're gonna
I should have them barking.
Well, looks like Sino taught her well.
She mastered it really quickly, too.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The absurdity is mind-boggling. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community, and some even count them as family. You come here, to my village, and you treat my people as nothing more than stepping stones towards your goal. Tell me, what would you do to you in my position?
I really like her dialogue, man. Her lines are intense.
Mercy! Please, have mercy!
For mercy.
You've made your bed.
We may all be desert dwellers, but there's one thing that I understand better than you. The resurrection of King Deshret will only result in war. And war serves no one. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve our way of life.
This is really fierce, damn.
A war would only cause us to lose all that we have. And that is not a responsibility that you can afford to shoulder.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea.
Mm-hmm.
Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we ended up hearing about King Deshret's resurrection. Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection. They give their lives, and we can get anything we wish for.
Oh,
They're
nice and
called
convenient.
village keepers. Slip up again, and you'll regret it.
Yes, sorry.
Mad
It was all
scholars.
that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return, he said he'll help facilitate the resurrection process.
Keepers now.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think they would have that information.
That's
They're,
one.
they're
One
grunts.
what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my hand.
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't know anything. It was all him.
2.
Oh shit.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery guy takes them from there. You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear. Just ask them if you don't believe me.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have an idea who that mysterious person might be?
You have to believe me.
The doctor.
If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No way. That guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face. He calls himself King Deshret's envoy.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Oh.
Uncle Anpu? What do you mean?
Maybe he's heard something too. What the fuck?
Smooth.
Okay, speak.
You don't
If
want,
my
I'm prying
suspicions
ears.
are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be from the Academia. Some time ago, people from the Academia attempted to take the village keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community.
Fair.
It strikes me now that this secretive character shares the same goal they had.
Which means it's highly likely that the Academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the radicals into delivering the village keepers right into their hands. They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the Academia again.
Maybe they realize something about the village keepers that they can use them for sacrificing or something. And Serious Idiots, Taria also mentioned King Deshret's resurrection is just the Academia's misinformation campaign.
Just as I thought. But what could they want with the village keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the Academia. A change in their plans likely means they found another way to exploit the scholars. Regardless, our top priority now is locating the village keepers.
You're right. Isak is still waiting for news on his grandpa.
Yeah, we
Time
still
to
haven't
go.
finished that.
Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get ready to leave.
You got it.
I'm curious what they're
Candace,
doing with
I'll
the
let you
village
deal with the
the
radicals.
village,
Leave
yeah.
everything outside the village to us.
The village
All right.
keepers.
Let's meet back here once everyone's ready.
I think this might be a good stopping point. Far from the Elazar Hospital, yeah.
What scheme is the Academia brewing now?
I just hope.
Can I read any of their minds? Then they're not NPCs down here.
Hold hands.
No. Nothing. Let's try to read,
I see everything.
No one has anything in their
You
minds.
look worried. Thinking about the village keepers?
Yes. I'd look for them myself if I could. As members of our village, each one of them is very important to me.
You have a strong sense of belonging here. I guess I'm the opposite. Mercs are stray dogs, wherever they go.
Dia, don't say that. You can be a part of this community too.
She just travels a lot, you
Thanks.
know?
I'll let you know when I feel like joining.
Can't read anyone's mind. Alright, I'm scared to continue. Let's get a few more minutes. We'll do like 10 more minutes of story. It's getting good. Looks like we're on the cusp of a good spot.
Let's get some food in us and then we'll... Whoa!
Man just pops up out
Where
of
did you
nowhere.
come from?
Well, as you can see, I am merely sitting here and reviewing what we have deduced thus far.
You were gone for ages! And now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Where have you been anyway?
Was he listening in? Just covers his face with this book. I get it though. Completely understand. The fuck was that?
Hey,
Fine, things in my room.
silence!
That was a very long pause.
You never think things through before asking questions. I'm giving you some time to make up for that.
Yikes.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname! Never mind! Paimon's got nothing. There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy. It makes it so hard.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching for the truth of this matter, yes?
Yeah.
Yep. We're not gonna find out anything more by staying here, so we thought that we might as well take the search elsewhere.
Still nothing. No, I gave minimized.
Enough with the silent treatment!
He's giving time to think, or maybe he's
No.
thinking.
I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
All Hatham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question our choices.
Well, maybe he's been helping us in his own way. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, you're all talk!
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do, which I've now finished.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe you.
Doesn't matter what she
To
thinks.
be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to inform you of my whereabouts.
True.
Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information that you all had missed.
Within the village?
Huh? Right here in the village?
I could be wrong.
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But before that, you need to understand where she's coming from.
What does that mean?
How do you think the residents of Aru Village feel about what we're doing?
Wouldn't they be glad we're trying to help find the village keepers? Or maybe some of them still fear the village keepers and they're kind of glad that they're gone.
In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean some of them lied to us?
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, these people have their reasons. Remember what Candace said? Most people in Aru Village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether King Deshret or the Dendro Archon has power is of little significance to them. By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply share everything they know with you without good reason. That's why you believed there was no further information to be found in this village.
So we can find new info from someone we've already spoken to.
Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every move since you arrived.
She knows something.
The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life in peace, any external factors introduce unpredictability into the equation.
Those eyes, those fierce eyes. You look like a real fighter.
Yeah, that was really weird when she said that.
Don't change the subject.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the the mad scholars.
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so I'm not too familiar with what goes on at night.
So she was being cautious.
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in anything that occurs at night.
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange, they've helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, my house would have collapsed long ago.
Kind of being subtle that she
After
feels for
speaking
them.
to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru Village at night. In other words, the young miss was very much awake during that time.
Then why would she lie?
You just
By getting
explained it. She might
involved
put a
with an
target if
outsider,
she got involved.
she
Yeah.
risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for why she might be so wary about all this, maybe you should ask her.
He doesn't want to go
I'll
see
pass
anything.
on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay out of this.
We're on it.
Yeah, we're not the 5 stars. Well, it would have helped if she told us in the first place, you know? Yeah, she's been
Miss
kidnapped
Shawnee,
already.
As we discussed
Hopefully not.
earlier, I've brought someone with me.
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you stand, but how can I make sure that your friends think the same as you?
Huh? What do you mean? We need to clarify our stance or something?
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want.
You might
Go
not talk
on.
to us.
Earn her trust.
I'm so bad
Is
at
it
these.
really that simple?
Lady.
May I call you Traveler?
Sure thing. Hi, Miss Shawnee.
Hi, Traveler. I want to ask you something.
Anything.
Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better?
Absolutely not.
Why's that?
War. Conflict. People will die.
That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you, even though I do have some reservations. Before,
I wouldn't even have the courage to ask something like this. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
It'll take time. But we'll do the best we can.
Yeah, we came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. And we aren't really residents of any one nation. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places, and we've always fought for what we believed in.
Thank you for the mouthpiece, Emma.
And we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
She's
I want to
coming out.
trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in anywhere in Sumeru. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in King Deshret. I don't belong to either side, and neither side would want me.
Speaking of which, the radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's different from them is a traitor?
I mean, that's a simplifying way of
Yeah.
simplifying it.
Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference what I say or how I behave. I'll always be suspected of having ulterior
Oh,
motives.
because she's like a half.
Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. All I want is to live my life in peace. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare breathe a word about it to anyone. Until now.
Her house is kind
You
of
can tell them.
isolated.
I'm sure he'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told Alhaitham. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying sounds in the night.
There are ghosts?
That came on.
Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It comes from far away in the distance.
Nahida?
And always carries very raw emotion. It used to be louder and more frequent, but ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often. And when it does, it's much quieter. I have to focus really hard to make it out.
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, he would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
Make out where they're coming
There's
from.
really nothing around these parts, except for an old hospital not far from the village.
Someone's injured, maybe.
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
For Kali's sake, we have to check it out.
Yeah, let's go!
Is there treatment for Elazar? To the Elazar Hospital. Oh, there is, I think I know this place. It's, there's a couple of, Aramites here, I think. Aramite mercenaries. Yeah, and there's like an underground thingy where you can like break through the floor. A lot of high-level mercenaries. They see me.
Scatter!
That's why I'm running triple Dendro.
Oh, is this the place? It's in terrible shape, and there's sand everywhere.
An Anakin
Empty and
Skywalker.
forgotten. An ideal place to hide people.
Oh, is this? Villagers?
Watch out!
hell was doing here?
Illusion shattered.
I see everything.
Here you are.
We took a lot of damage there.
They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected.
Oh, welcome back. Coffee after eating the ramen now.
Super strong bandits? Or monsters taller than buildings dropping out of the sky? Or, you know, something like that.
You got both of them.
He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
Should they competing
This
with
is
him?
the one.
Oh, thank you. You activated it first. Oh. Oh, you put it in
Let's
a
go
pan.
in and take a look.
This is a hospital, huh? Seems good. Just that shoulder's killing me.
Oh, hey, we haven't found squat. Are you sure we aren't wasting our time here?
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn.
Maybe they're
Until
moving them
then.
during the day? Or the people are asleep.
I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. Wait, he even brought a book to read?
Sounds familiar.
Reading! Let Paimon see!
Come on, shut up. Let the man read. Don't interrupt.
Okay, sure.
The natural position, which is the positional propensity of an entity in
Traveler's teeth.
natural motion, in contrast with an object in forced motion? Huh? When free from external influences, every entity displays the tendency to follow its natural trajectory?
That's kind of like Newton's laws of motion, where an object at rest will stay at rest. An object in motion will stay at motion unless it comes into contact with, a greater force.
So, you got that?
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya. How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this.
It wouldn't kill you to read a book once in a while either. Maybe it's time to spread your wings to become learned.
Hey, Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows plenty of useful stuff already. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated.
Did I read like a page from like Lord of the Rings? Let's see how complicated Token is, shall we? This won't take long, I promise. This will just be very brief, I reckon. And my thing is like a mess. I know. Okay, fine. Wait. Oh, and so time passed. Day turned into night. The sun has gone down.
Paimon's getting so sleepy.
Does Paimon even sleep?
Huh? What was that sound?
There it is.
Oh yeah, you hear it, right?
It's coming from that direction.
It's a little creepy. It's something my camera got moved, right? Yeah.
Here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here.
I had to tighten something here. And then move my camera away. Oh, there's a little underground thing. So who or what is crying? Maybe there's
As
like
I thought, there's a hidden structure.
dendro pillars that would activate the doors.
It's like they tucked another hospital into this one. Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here. Let's keep exploring.
Look for objectives in this area.
There's sand in my shoes.
Oh no, not the sand. Almost like a full dendro team. There's something up here. Oh, there's notes? I'll check it out then. You know what? Let me switch this to Baiju.
Hopefully this won't take long.
And let me do Itinerary.
I'll lead the way.
Oops.
A bitter pill to swallow.
This one's locked for some reason. That's one. Can I go down there though, or no? Or is it still locked? I imagine it's locked. Ancient key. It's all locked off. Okay, so I can't read anything down here just yet. Maybe I needed to be near the thing. Let's also blow this up.
Yeah.
Does this have anything I need to do? It's shining. Oh, it's because it's a sand pile? I doubt that, but let's see.
Let the wind lead.
Oh no, just to reveal it. Maybe I have to go down here. Let's take a look. Is there a way for me to get back up there? There is. Okay. Oh, right. Scarabs are here. There's more over here, I think. Oh no, it's below. Wait, huh. 6. This is like etched into the walls. I think the stuff I need to find is out there, not down here. I should probably head back then. Let me do that. There's a clover, like a 4-leaf sigil thing I can't see it from here. Unless I was intended to. I could do that. Let's keep looking around the town, see what I could find. How can he be so blind? I see that one on the right. Investigate the elemental mines. Do I just have to like walk up to them and like investigate them?
Propagate!
No. I figure I have to activate them somehow. Let me walk towards this one and see what it shows. Oh yeah, you're saying muscle spawn.
One with the force. And shroud. Yeah.
Of course I missed this E.
Springboard! Scatter!
Barbados, guide us.
They don't have like the best team for this. Like this will hit.
Propagate!
That was simple. 2 out of 3. Yeah, no elemental reaction. I put Jean because there's that thingy in the sand. The sand puddle. Yeah, it's just Dendro. You're right though. Let's fix this with Raiden.
Stay close and you will live.
Witness my magnificence!
Just for now. She's so over the top, it's great. So now there's this last one that's not... Maybe when I approach it again, it'll activate?
There is no escape.
Strike a pose!
Just so much damage, it's nuts. The lower level of the hospital. Oh, I can access the thingy now. And I still have this ancient key. I hope I can find it down here. Stuff on the wall. Emergency notice. Patient Abbas, male, 23 years old. Mole on the side of his forehead. Mate. That's what I dislike about this game. Sometimes like the auto dialogue is so long, quick. And I'm a fast reader. And left-handed. While his condition remains very serious, survival will be difficult without professional medical care. The patient's survivability, once found, immediately informed. Don't give up. Stay positive. All beings are under the watchful eye of the divine, so don't ever give up. The rest of the documents have been rendered unreadable by weathering. 6 meals. Keep a balanced diet, rest regularly, and maintain a good mood. Monday, minty bean soup, tachin lunch, curry shrimp, pani puri for dinner. Tuesday, salad, biryani for lunch, fish with cream sauce, potato boat dinner. Wednesday, shakshuka bean cake lunch. The remaining sections are blank. Biryani sounds good. So good. I think I have some in-game actually. Today's foods. I will find it by the icon. I'm not trying to click on it. I'm just trying to like look at the icon and I'm like, oh gosh, all this food looks really good. Rockin' riffin' chicken. Did I scroll past it? I know this is like curry with goulash. Forest Watcher's Choice. Tajin. Shimi Chazuki. Quiet Elegance. These foods look so good. Dream. There it is, biryani. That doesn't look too much like. I mean, I guess it kind of looked more like pizza, like or like spaghetti with meatballs from the icon. Yeah, you need comms in next time. You want to hit those real quick? That's biryani. Case of emergency, contact the physician on duty immediately. Monday, Ibrahim. Tuesday, redacted. Wednesday, Amudi. The remaining sections are blank. Well, do you still need your comms or no? This is the darkened remains of a stem inside the vase. It was probably used to hold flowers. The words for Avon are at the bottom of the bottle. It seems I've been a gift to someone named Avon. Excuse me.
Look, there's someone over there.
We need to be careful. What the fuck?
Good idea. Let's approach him slowly without alarming him.
This guy's gone through a lot. You know, I'll hate them in this swaggy RP walk.
You're...
Isn't this guy from the academia?
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be anyone's grandfather. Also, why is he the only one here?
Is that
Didn't expect to see him here.
Isak's grandfather?
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holes up in a forest and mumbles stuff about training?
Maybe.
No. And that's the problem. Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life.
How did he get to this? Yeah, was he forced into it?
Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come back for him.
You can see the drag marks on the floor.
There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
People.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. In their haste, they failed to notice Razak hiding in a corner.
Maybe they're like alerted to us, like investigating them, and they're like, shit, we gotta move quick.
The symptoms are identical. Looks like we found living proof.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall your time at Port Ormos. Don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh yeah, the Akasha. Thank you. Ermite guy who went mad.
Oh, now that you mention it, they're acting the same way.
Correct. The academia is behind all of this. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale. First, the academia spread a false rumor of King Deshret's resurrection, emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the mad scholars who were exiled to Aru village. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the scholars, they were actually helping the academia.
Oh, so the whole King Deshret thing was just a lie to get them to do the dirty work for them.
As well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends, this scheme has one further advantage to the academia. All the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto King Deshret's followers.
Yeah, and the academia would not get the blame.
Life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago. Beneath the surface, feelings of desperation are widespread. Many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few empty promises.
Yeah, when you have desperate people, they're willing to do things.
Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated mistrust of the desert and everyone in it by the rest of Sumeru will make sure of that.
Yeah.
The notion of an academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but it is able to work wonders under Sumeru's current circumstances.
Yeah, and Sumeru gets to stay out of, the whole center of attention.
A lot of sense. It's in line with the village chief's theory, too. But there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the academia that brought the scholars to Aru Village in the first place? Why does it want them back now?
Maybe it was like an experiment they were trying.
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. The scholars' identity. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiles. And finally, they become missing persons.
I guess if you dehumanize them enough, people won't notice that they're missing.
An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone becomes a missing person, that is brought into question. If you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That makes missing people an ideal resource.
Resource? For what exactly?
One possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsules.
Extracted? You mean canned knowledge comes from people's brains?
That's kind of scary to think
With the
about.
technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely possible.
Doable too, I think.
Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night when no one is watching them.
That's really sad to think about. Pretty messed up.
The human brain? Nope, nah. Paimon doesn't want to think about this.
We could learn of this.
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with their projects.
That's a pretty messed up
Anyway,
project.
judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better of him, and he used such a capsule for himself.
But Paimon's a little confused. Can they just use anyone's brain?
Well, that can't be right. Most of the mad scholars have made contact with the divine consciousness in the forest. That's what the Academia is after. If this guy wasn't like following that path like Al-Haytham is saying, there's gotta be more to it. It's also assumed that this knowledge has something to do with the Fatui, the Doctor, and also the Balladeer. Using divine knowledge causes turn the Balladeer into gods.
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer.
Is that what it is? The Academia needs people who have been exposed to the divine consciousness.
That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire life's pursuit. Extracting canned knowledge is just one of the extreme measures they turn to. However, I can't help but wonder, what do they seek to gain from divine knowledge?
Oh, okay, I got it, because I didn't understand that at first. So, they're seeing this divine knowledge, and then the Fatui, the Doctor, is trying to extract that knowledge to put it into Scaramouche.
The Academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge. But what is their ultimate goal? I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems like my way of thinking is too different from theirs.
Makes sense now.
You mean you're not even slightly interested in getting your hands on this forbidden stuff?
Yeah, I really gotta do commissions after this cutscene.
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods, so I don't share their degree of zealotry. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direction of academic progress,
Yeah, you can't
then
just
the
do that to
Academia
people.
may as well shut its doors.
It's pretty messed up.
Sounds like you're really against all this.
Of course. The Academia's actions run contrary to their rules. Whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. If those lines are crossed, the rules and order that govern everything in the world will be destroyed. This matter needs to be corrected, just like fixing a typo in a book.
Books.
Wait, didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. My criteria are a little more restrictive than that.
So he's not a good guy.
There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said for the rest of Teyvat as well. What do you plan to do about that? Save every last person?
Well, if you spread yourself too thin, yeah. It's hard.
Probably not. Paimon's
And
not
what
sure.
is the more specific in person?
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith into strength or heroism. I do what I want.
That's a good way of doing
The
things,
divine
man.
knowledge capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action for the sake of a few strangers.
So here's recognition of a greater moral responsibility. He justifies his actions because they're true to his personal motivations. Someone like him might actually make for a better ally.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the academia, but you're not one of them. You're their weirdo.
You're just a weirdo.
You're probably right. Though I must say, I quite enjoy this feeling of being the odd one out. Uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
True. 100%.
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss Shani had a similar mindset, her life would definitely be a lot easier.
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more to it than that.
Sure. If you say so. What to do with
He
him?
won't last long if we leave him here. Let's take him with us. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
Please don't make him co-op. Please don't make him co-op. Yes. Alright, good, good, good. I'm gonna do commissions real quick. Can I join your world? We'll look like a good team. Sweet, our co-op game is loading. Thank goodness. Although I don't know if there's any chests that I've unlocked or anything. So I'm gonna still do 3 on my world, I think. Right? Oh. Huh? I guess I can claim them. That's all you. My right is helping. Did we get credit for this one already? Oh yeah, 10 primo gems. And next one is this Barnacles. Barnacles one took me a long time to understand at first. Yeah, you're fine. But I got the hang of it. First thing is you have to find a turtle shell to absorb the thing up. And you hold it. And you get hit by a projectile. I'm not getting credit for that one. Hold. Okay, when you see the blue circle, after you get hit by a projectile, you can unleash it. And it shoots an energy pole back. It's a whale. It's like me. Well, I'm a reformed whale. I don't spend much in Genshin anymore. It's 2. You said you did 1 in your world. And how to do Paris. Alright, so what did the last 2 in my world? Yeah. It's fine. Thank you. I have notification on Twitch. Bonus round unlocked. So January 2nd, viewers on your channel can enjoy bonus bits discounted for subs and new limited designs for hype training emotes and pinned cheers. Terms apply. Right. It's that sub thingy. Not September, but spreading evil. Alright, just gotta be a faster one to get there, but we're doing okay. So those 2 comms. Sure. Hello. Alright. There's a commission in this direction. So you did 1 plus those 2, so that's 3. So you just need 1 more. I have to do 2 on my end, which is okay. Hey, so Raiden Shogun. Just to make sure I'm still going the right way, yes. Our banner is coming up after the current one, which is Navia and Ayaka, I think? So good luck on those who are pulling. May you get what you are pulling for. Having a good time with it.
Shine down.
C6 bite.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side effects. A bitter pill to swallow.
Oh, right. Oh, thank you for coming on to Hydra. Well done. Are your minions just beating up the taillights of the fire? Yes, they are. Mushroom knocking challenge, Operation Graze. Protect the monolith. Alright, so tiny camps. I wonder how far behind the story I am. I might have to like YouTube the quest, honestly. If I want to avoid spoilers, I may have to either miss out the quest or see if I don't know. I'll figure that out. This event, the Roses and Muskets, there's 8 days left. There's a crown and a weapon. I hear it spoils Archon Quest, so maybe I can like play it on my phone and skip the cutscenes, like not look. That's probably what I'll do.
There is no escape.
I'm about 1,000 EM on my riding.
That's close enough. New punch. Flicker. Sneak.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Shine down.
That's a lot of hyper damage. Nice, we did it. Thank you so much for the help with the comms. That's all 4, right? Yeah. Let me go and turn in real quick before the day's over. We have 11 minutes left. So we can go ahead and do that really quick. I guess we can continue the story a little bit. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Add Ash. Thank you for.
Also, I've been resin capped, haven't I? Also, new in this patch is the claim all button for expeditions at the bottom left, and you can dispatch again everything at once. And I think this is the second day I've missed Star Rail. Now I've done Star Rail stuff, I think. Guide. Oh hey, look at that. We get a pull. We're doing the MSQ. Let's put it to good use. Actually, I might. I have to fight the pyramid thing for Candace. So I'm working on next. Let me kill it real quick in my world. I'll join your world as well. And then, take it from there. Although I can't do it this time. I probably could. Yeah, definitely I can. Red in Farina probably more than enough damage to deal with this buffoon.
Illusion shattered.
Germinate! Scatter! One with the force. Yeah, I hear everything.
Henari died? Oh no. I killed him. Sludge. I have one more. No! We'll give him a pita pocket thingy. After switching one cooldown. Make sure you turn in, obviously. Oh, hello.
Shine down.
C6 Farina Showcase? Alright, close to going.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Process of elimination.
Over here. Yeah. These six all hate them as well. That is scary. Thank you. I think I can ascend her now. But I'm sure my thing hasn't respawned yet. I still have a little bit more resin to go. Let me take a peek at who else I'm working on. Maybe I can hit them as well. Layla's done. She just needs the XP bucks, which I have. I never finished Rosaria. Ramona. Kaya, I said I was going to work on. What do I need for Kaya? Cryo Ridge is fine. Oh, this guy. You want to take your day out for a spin? Against the Cryo Ridge is fine. Day Kazuha. If you want. We also type it here. Man. Really? Now, mate? Now it's raining. Sad. Fine, I mean, I suppose I could Lenny. How do I get to this guy? Anyways, there he is. Fine.
Stabilize.
Really stupid crystal fire? Water fire? Thank you.
Let's light it up.
Hopefully Bennett has enough pyro
Solidify.
to like break his eye. I think he does, yeah. It's all you.
Let's light it up. Adventure time.
Adventure time. That was 1,660 resin, thank you. We did it.
Out of the way. Why do they never miss?
Classic Bennett. Good job. We did it. We made it on time.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Crit rate and EM. Or I could finish with the Wolf Fang. I feel like I should finish the Wolf Fang though.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
Alright, well thank you.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Where is Kaya? Now it's refinement 3, my weapon.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Bennett, stop it.
Oh.
Just 2 more battle passes. We can R5 that. Then I'll work on the spear, which can replace Raiden's Dragon's Bane. Increase damage against puns inflicted by Hydro Power by 36%. 221 EM. Oh, I have 1 refinement of it. Well then.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
We get 30 per refine, so 150 R2, 180 R3, 210 R4, and 240 R5.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Oh yeah, it would give more. Interesting. It does look nicer than the Dragon's Bane, right? Because I feel like this kind of stands out. I mean, it's not a bad looking spear, but for her aesthetic, this would look nicer with EM Raiden. Level 1. I have to work on this sometime. What does it need?
Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say, anyway. Knowing my luck,
Saturday, Sunday.
the
Oh,
opposite is
just-
probably true for me.
We're Bennett working up. EM Raiden is so viable, man. It's crazy how much damage it does. But Zhongli's using her signature. Look. He's at 199 EM.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
So you just throw bombs. Alright, thank you. We've got a few minutes left, so... I'm gonna go ahead and continue the quest then. Just to wrap it up. Do I die if I jump there? Oh no, it's just... a sea of nothingness. Is that Musk Reef? Yeah, it is. The Spiral Abyss is. Anyways. Yeah, I'm done with resin. Thank you.
Rise!
Walked right off the dong. See ya. Watch it spawn me like right in front of the thing. I think actually that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, if you really want to see what EM Raiden does...
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Drive, Electro, and Double Dendro.
Time for a house call.
Let me just give Nahida her actual helmet first. Her crown. Traveler has it on. Now this is with Nahida C2, right?
Shine down!
Share my knowledge. Shower me with praise.
The hyper blooms are gonna pop.
There is no escape! Remove all of it.
61k hyper blooms with Raiden on her E. Every time it procs. Off field every like 3 seconds, roughly. Oh, I have like nearly nothing. Shit. Just, you know,
A bitter pill.
and with the wrong weapon, mind you. You know, none of that was Baishu's damage. Like, I'll throw, yeah, R4. Money, we can gamble. Here it is, here it is. The 4-star. Akumaru. One more? Alright, since you guys asked so nicely. Damn, it says we our second fate point for free. Here's the Dea. Give me Dea, give me Dea. She's looking a little round right there. It'll happen. Inactivity, you're right. You were 100% right. Where's the story? Aru Village. I'm trying to get a refinement on Ayaka's weapon. The Mist Splitter. If I can. So that would be the plot. Since I have C6 Ayaka already then. I'm not necessarily looking to get Navia, but if I do, great. If I get her weapon, then I guess I'll make a whale so I can get her. But it's not like a priority. Or maybe I'll just like hold the weapon for next time. The village chief's house. Yeah, so we brought the guy back. Alhaitham's like scholar friend.
We're back.
I'm gonna
You
end
must
right
be
after this though.
tired. You should rest and take some water.
Definitely gonna rest here in a few minutes. This is the longest stream we've done in a while. Damn, look at the size of those melons.
What's the situation?
But the JPEGs are not very good.
Who's this?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather. Nevertheless, he's one of the people we're trying to find.
I was actually talking about the fruit on the table before. The community was like, See that one right there.
So,
Those melon slices.
at one point in time, the abandoned Elazar Hospital served as the Academia's site for extracting divine cant knowledge.
So we suspect.
Yep, pretty much.
Their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village, since divine cant knowledge has been in circulation for a while now. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village, almost as if they knew we were on their trail. Why is that?
That girl's a traitor. I'm telling you.
Yeah, why is that?
She's secretly one of the bandit. I'm not the bandit people, but you know those.
We may have a mole in our midst.
Yeah.
One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to the Academia.
Or acting as a double agent.
Huh?
So we can get
Are
leads.
our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue.
Enlighten us, please.
Sino, you're the reason why they can predict our movements.
Is Sino predictable?
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
Shit.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is, Sino's the mole. Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one, Alhaitham, since you were always acting alone.
Candace is the mole.
I know.
Just kidding.
You have a point, but I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
Is he just stands out too much?
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, you are required to have all the facts available, including the less than savory details. Simply put, the Academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. Knowing their modus operandi, wouldn't you expect them to take precautions against you?
Maybe it's his helmet. It has a tracker.
If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
Or there's something that he has.
The Academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The Academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special protocol for dealing with you. Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the Academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules.
Uh-huh.
I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the General Mahamatra, his activities throughout the day, preferred methods of enacting judgment, everything.
Everything he does is...
You're saying that the
being
Academia entered my information into the Akasha too? But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation.
So it's kind of like an algorithm that can like predict his thoughts, like AI?
The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow, your destination. It knew all of this.
That is insane.
It predicted my every move.
The Academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof that their suspicions were well-founded.
They saw that he was going to quit
So
someday.
that's how it is. Sino adheres to his principles so strongly that he's actually a thorn in their side.
I don't know about a thorn in their side if they can read his every move.
Tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the Academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves how much of a trustworthy ally you are.
I think it's dependable, yeah.
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have
True.
an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Like counter-predict?
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
I don't know, I'm just
There is
guessing here.
always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that's how it is! Paimon gets it now!
A little lost there.
If the Academia is trying to avoid Sino, then the safest place would be...
The places where Sino would normally be?
Yep, that's
So
right!
behind.
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going.
You're smarter, Paimon.
I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Oh, we're all just gonna split up again. Wonderful.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
You want to go too? If so, you have to promise you'll stay safe.
I want to find Grandpa. I promise I'll be careful and not cause any trouble.
Everyone, I leave him in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Remember to pack some food with you!
And for Paimon as well.
Paimon feels like we're missing someone, though.
Thea? She just got up and left. Yeah. That's what Kenneth has to say.
I'll be awaiting your good news.
Maybe the Nahida mind read thing is only in certain parts of the quest.
Please.
That'd be my guess. So if they're tracking Sino, the best way would be like going opposite of where he is or nearby, but out of arm's reach behind him. I'm trying to like visualize what like the plan could be. You know, from the Academia's perspective, at least. What's their plan? How can we, use that to manipulate things in our favor with tracking them? Maybe we stay behind Sino, like split up a little bit, let him take the lead, stay a safe distance and out of sight. And, excuse me.
So, where do we go from here?
I think it's time to wrap it up soon. Do you remember the route you
Yes.
took?
After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
It's
I
pretty
know
quick,
the
no?
desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
Also, did I miss any dialogue in that underground place?
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like we'll need to roll up our sleeves and do some work.
Maybe.
And Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work.
You're just flying, Paimon.
Okay. So, we have to dig it out? Whatever's down there looks like it's buried really deep.
Some effort you managed to retrieve the buried objects.
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device, something akin to a headset.
Huh.
Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way, because there are device fragments scattered around here. Let's split up and search the area. Chances are that we'll find other things nearby.
Everyone goes in different directions and starts digging in the sand. So after a short while, you dig up another device nearby.
Is this what we're searching for? It looks kind of scary.
It's a pretty cool looking headset.
This is definitely a device used to extract divine
Never
knowledge.
mind. It's frightening.
How did it end up buried in the sand? That can't have been part of the plan.
Maybe one of them like left it as a clue?
They must have been attacked along the way.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't
Meta.
display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. given that the device had been entirely covered by sand.
Someone must have
I
hidden it.
believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Oh, there's a sandstorm. Right, I forgot those were things. I was under the impression that maybe someone was trying to help them and they were able to get the device off their heads and cover it in sand. As like a clue, but...
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
So they got attacked prior to the sandstorms or before the sandstorm happened.
Ugh, but running on sand is so tiring.
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Bullshit.
Of course it is.
She is full of it. Pardon me.
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
I hope it's not a stealth section like in
You have
Inazuma.
really good ears.
Because that was a hard
Don't
one.
get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
Huh.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it. That's our Dia.
Tia? Why would you...
Have faith. There's no way she'd betray.
Tia!
This little shit.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa? Why are you on their side?
Well, look who's here. Ain't that something?
This complicates things.
Yeah, it does. You're a good
You've
playing guy.
betrayed Aru village.
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself, I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
Fuck is this guy?
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter.
Thank you, Dia.
Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret. Once our Lord of Old returns to this land, we will have a new beginning.
What's going on with that?
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I think a screenshot of this. It's a cool like background visual. That's fine.
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry this conviction.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing to
These
give
are like the
everything.
die-hard fanatics of King Deshret.
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites? Your Eremites, which you've worked so hard for all these years?
Yes.
Man is devoted.
We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer shine here. All you see now is cracks in this desiccated land. But fate has finally dealt me a hand to play against the Academia. With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall of Samiel.
Scholars?
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of Sumeru. Your powers are negligible in comparison.
He has a kid's grandpa.
If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but neither of them are as arrogant as you are.
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to anything the people of Greater Lord Rukkhadevada have to say? Filthy traitors. Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret. We desert dwellers will never trust the likes of you.
There's so much animosity between these two groups.
It's impossible to communicate with someone so hostile.
There's one language they speak.
Perhaps we should.
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the academia?
Is that what their plan is?
These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage.
I guess they'd value I'll hate them a bit more than...
These scholars were exiled from the academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater asset to you.
Wait, you can't be serious.
It's really unexpected.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages, do you?
Precisely. Any wise person would gladly accept my offer.
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
That's not happening.
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars, perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident look of yours?
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a means of joining forces against the academia.
You are the scribe. What do you have against the academia?
It's gonna be a long time explaining.
Not all
let's say.
desert dwellers believe in King Deshret, and the same applies to the academia. Why must all knowledge seekers approve of the academia's way of doing things?
You academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on the other side of that wall. I've made myself clear enough. I won't listen to another word from the Dendro Archon's people.
Alright, negotiations are done. Kill him.
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make empty promises.
Fair.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust me?
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm.
Does she get to keep her arm?
Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
An arm from the Flame Mane. You've piqued my interest. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're mercs. And mercs don't tend to live long unless they have their wits about them.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back the village keepers together.
Let's do it right here then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
What the hell?
Don't listen to him! He's not even trying to negotiate! He just wants to make things more difficult!
Is her arm detachable or something? I mean, I would hope not.
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
Or is it just like an equipment thing, you know?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my end of the deal here. You'd better not let me down.
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No!
The fact that she's willing to do it.
What are you gonna do? Think of something!
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Uh-oh. She means business, huh? She's gonna go through it. No way.
Stop!
Shit. I guess he wanted to see, if she meant
What's
business,
wrong?
and she does.
Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. Where's the sense in cutting my own kin to pieces?
And I guess everyone else not attacking is, like a symbolizing of trust. Wow. That was tense.
You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave. Meet me in the desert at noon tomorrow.
Like, I expected a Sino or Alhaitham or someone to intervene. Maybe the Traveler, but... Well then. They is a badass. I was a lot more tense than I was letting on. I was like, oh my god, no, don't do it, don't do it.
I was really counting on him not going through with it.
That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
There's one time I agree with Paimon.
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm.
Holy shit. She is fucking tough as nails.
Okay, I'm sorry. But sometimes when you're out on a limb, you gotta double down to seal the deal, you know?
Fair.
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them.
Well, Sino's worried.
If it came down to it, you would not lose to them either.
She knows.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do more harm than good.
As you wish.
We just wipe all of them out then.
I'm sorry,
I'm just saying.
Dia. I should have stayed put and listened. I should have trusted you.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in research.
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself?
Typical Alhaitham. That's just how he is.
Okay, let's get moving. We should head back to the village and rest up. Today was just a trial run. Noon tomorrow is gonna be the hard part.
Fair. You all return to our village, rest in your homes, fresh for small section. Mistakes, there's no way of knowing how the hostage exchange will go. Wait until noon. Oh, actually. We had some achievements. Complete dreams, emptiness, deception. 10 primo gems. This is still patch. Oh, Zhongli wrote me a message. I recently found myself with some spare time, so I visited Chaoying village. Firstly to relax, and secondly because the end of each year is a time for giving gifts to kith and kin. The distinctive mountains of Chenyu Vale are striking, and the waters have a delicate beauty. It certainly must be counted among the top destinations for a calming stroll. Should you find yourself otherwise unoccupied in the future, you must come and see for yourself. As for myself, I enjoyed a slow walk the entire time, and before I knew it, the smoke from 100 hearths filled my senses with the fragrance of food. The world seeks shelter before the cold that comes with the year's ending, and now is the best time to invite a few close friends to sit around a fire, brewing a pot of hot tea and reminiscing about the past. A mouthful of winter tea can stave off the cold and chills and restore one's vitality. Yet these tea leaves are quite fragile and cannot withstand the bumps and jolts of a long journey. I shall keep them for now, and we may brew them after you have arrived. He gave me a prosperity book and some slow-cooked bamboo shoot soup, the Zhongli specialty. The ham is a butt end selected according to Yuhai Pavilion's gourmet standards. A Yuhai. The fresh meat is pork belly, my favorite, freshly hunted in Springvale. All the bamboo shoots are the densest you'll find in Chingsei village. Sounds delicious. I claimed everything, right? Let's delete them. No, pork is better than chicken in some instances. It's just not as healthy. King Deshret and the 3 Magi. I'm just looking at where I am. Secret of the Scorching Desert.
Life, death,
Well,
world around us.
as much as I want to continue,
All follow a set of laws.
I think it's that time, folks. We are nearing the approaching hour. Speaking of time, funny that. Let me go back to this. Hopefully this is on this screen. Hi. So yeah, I want to continue, but before I do, here's this illustration we made earlier for Zhongli's birthday. It was quite scuffed. A little happy birthday, Zhongli. Maybe I'll color it in sometime and post it online.
Oh, it's just some
I
chronic
swear I'm not doing
problem I
my
have
Baiju
flaring up
impersonation.
again.
I'm actually just
Nothing to worry about.
coughing up a storm as well. But I'll continue the story next year. It's been fun. Classic Link. Yeah, it's been exciting. I would do more, but it's late and I want to try to head out tomorrow for New Year's if, everything permitting. But we did a lot today, so just a recap, tie a bow on everything. We did like 3 hours of Final Fantasy XIV Encyclopedia Eorzea with the unveiling and going through some of the lore. We did a lot of the ancient stuff and like what led to the final days. And lastly, we did a Genshin Impact. How am I liking the story for Sumeru? Pretty good so far. There's a couple things I wasn't expecting. Also, why is my canvas all scuffed? Hey, Mr. 14. Well, the good thing about this being on YouTube is you can always watch it at any time. The VODs are there. And it's up. And here's the link for that if anyone wants to check it out. Self-promo. Which, yeah, we're also streaming straight to YouTube. So, we learned a decent amount about the shards with the calamities. I figured something out with what was it? We had a little discussion about some of the Asians we haven't seen. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Actually, let me just do this. Let me just do the overhead. That's what I paid money for, right? Oh Lord God, get that off the screen. Sorry. Just can't breathe very well right now. I'll be alright though. So this is the ASEAN stuff that we learned. Went over. A little bit about the summoning. Baiju, be quiet, stop mocking me. We learned a little bit about the words of La Habrea. They captured a monster, the Arcotania. And through that, they learned how summoning was made. Oh, the precursor to summoning. Learned that Venat had a lot of followers. How's your screen like all messed up? And we learned a little bit more about, the different shards on the 14th, and there's...
But if you never test the limits, how can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Oh, you're in the dark, my bad. I'm gonna wrap this up because I can't talk too much more. We don't know what happened in the 4th yet. 8th, 9th, and 11th shards. Everything else has been accounted for. The source we play on. The first is Norvrad's Shadowbringers. 13th is the World of Void. That's where we met Zero and friends. It's possible. The second was Rejoined. That's the Calamity of Fire. The third was Rejoined. That's the Calamity of Earth. The fifth was the Wind. This is the first calamity that happened. The sixth was the Ice Calamity. This was the fifth one. The seventh, this one was Rejoined with Bahamut. The cutscene from ARR. Don't know. The 10th was the Water Calamity. This was when the Void Arc happened. There was that great flood that occurred between the Mach War and the Mach people and the Amdapor people. Unless it was a different time, I forget. Because I know there was like a thing with the elementals, and there was like a big flood. The 12th was the Calamity of Lightning. I don't think we have enough information about that yet. Some of it is inside the other lore book. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 shards, right? And then the lore, let me turn off my light. Hopefully that helps a little bit. There's 4 Asians we have yet to see. Or we don't know too much about. There's Pashtarot, Halmarut,
and the world around us all follow a
Udalafon, and Emeraloth. I'll be right back.
How can anyone know where the boundaries of these laws are?
Never mind, I was able to cough that out. Yeah. So 4 shards, 4 Asians. What could it be, you know? I'm guessing this is like future content, maybe. We learned that, yeah, Hydaelyn was actually weaker than Zodiark physically and etherically, but Zodiark used a lot of his power stopping the final days.
You're about to collapse, aren't you?
And most of his power was used, you know, stopping the final days and all that stuff. So when she was summoned, she was summoned as his counter, so she overpowered him in that regard, and he was already spent, so that's how she was able to do the sundering. And that was her main, source. Her main purpose.
Oh, it's just some chronic problem I have flaring up again. Nothing.
A little bit about Dynamis and Telekis. We did like a little philosophical conversation about life. How do you determine life? Singer. Blasphemies. And I ended here on Venat's choice. And this is where I stopped. We're going to do this next time. So we did that for like the first 3 hours of stream. With a lot of visual aids. Pardon me. See? Here we have the Asians. Amit Salk, Elidibus, and this is La Habrea. When the sundering happened, they were able to escape, right? I guess I could turn this off. A flashbang again. Sorry. How do I make this like darker? Filters. I got you. Would it be color correction? Is that better? It's better. Okay. I'd add a color correction filter to this screen. So when the sundering happened, Emmett Silk escaped along with Elidibus La Habrea. So then, this is the convocation up here. Convocation of 14. It's important. We're doing the stream summary. This is, Emmett right here. Elidibus. And this is La Habrea. So when they found someone that matched their ether, like this is Fandaniel's shard, right? They threw the rock at his face. And he went from being a sundered individual to being Fandaniel again. Boom. And these are the other Ascians. So that's what the Ascians were doing. That was Ascian plot. This is how calamities were made. This was supposed to be color here, but you can't really see it because I took off the color. Well, I was going over it a little bit more. A lot of folks are not as, versed in Ascian lore. With Sunderings. We also learned that Heidelin, when she did the Sundering, there's the theory that the moon is actually part of Aetherius that was like, eat it off. Like this was a planet. She sundered it. She took this part right here, turned it into the moon, and put Zodiark there. Lastly, it's Hermes. He created the Medion, the Entelekis, sent them to space, different planets. They found different civilizations. They found mad people, and they sent it back. That was it. So that's everything we learned in 5 minutes or less. So that sums up the whole stream, I think. That was the 14th portion. It was some new lore that was introduced, like the moon thing, and we're gonna do some of that other stuff later. Maybe the dungeons on a different day next year. And with Genshin, we continued this humorous story where we learned about the exiled sages being kidnapped, which it's a terrible thing. And we're learning that divine knowledge is being extracted from their brains and that it's possibly leaving them in this, like, what's that procedure where they, like, drill a hole into your head? There's a word for it. It's not amputate. The guy won a Nobel Prize for it, too. I can't think of it. But, apparently it was used as a cure for certain, like, conditions. I'm gonna remember it later. Let me see. Lobotomy, thank you.
But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through.
Yeah, lobotomy. Kind of like what they're doing with the sages to get the divine knowledge out of their head. And it leaves them like in a state of like craziness. So we're hot on the tail in pursuit. We're trying to find them. And we're gonna get them soon. Hopefully. We learn that they're also following Sino, they being the academia. They've been keeping a close eye on Sino this whole time, and that we just saw that last part where Dea was willing to cut off her arm to exchange Alhaitham for, the hostages. So we'll continue that next time. I think maybe Monday will be my next stream. I'm try to commit to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for the next month. So that was about it, and I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna try to cut and edit the stream, post it into a better video for later. So thank you for joining me. It's been fun, and I hope you guys have a good night and a good year. It's been a fun 2023. Yeah, the scenes were amazing. I just can't really talk too much. So you guys have a good one. Take care. It had to be that fucking screenshot. I have to update this. Take off your clothes. Jeez. This is not the folder I meant. This would be like a screenshot folder.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Yeah. You guys have a good one. Thanks for joining me. You can always follow me at twitch.tv/RequiemLink. YouTube is the same, Instagram and Twitter/X. If you enjoy the content. That said, see you guys on Monday. Happy New Year.